portals. The importance of going for something maybe safe at first, but actually we will start seeing more Byrons at the end.
Tes.
Yeah, we'll see.
Nobar cuy.
Skip pass, as always,
Bangun,
stands
bangun.
alone on the Radiant Blessing.
Nobar cuy.
Just to dance in the middle, as is his wont to do.
Kekencengan
It's
suaranya.
the golden prelude, so we've at least got a stable first game.
Nobar cuy. Bajir.
Other options have not been picked yet the entire tournament long. They continue not to be so in this game one, and for good reason. Duplicator, I think, leads you too much in the path of those rerolls. Players that want to play 4-cost flex don't want to give that advantage to the other competitors, especially players like Degree, players like Saka, who've played 9 games of reroll across the first 2 days.
For sure, we'll start to see this, right? Now we're starting, everyone has 0 points. Remember, the day 1 and day 2 points are totally scrapped up, and now they're playing this check-in format starting from 0. So any advantage that players like Degree had on previous dates, now is totally...
Anjing, tariknya Guardian semua, Cok. Ada yang disco. Gak diambil, Cok.
They want to look for more variants or to try to go for a more stable game.
Well, as we start to see our opening hands develop here for our players, I want to raise the question.
Sayang banget ya, saya nggak ada yang lolos, Cok. Meleduk ini.
It was all about the snake seeding. You're playing against, the different players, reseeding every couple of rounds. Now we've got all the players in one lobby playing against each other again. Can you approach this part of the tournament the same way you approach
Halo
Group?
Pit, apakah ada disco player? Enggak anjing. Turnamen ini sisanya nggak ada disco player, Cok.
Only playing the comps that give good results, that put you in good spots, no matter the low rolls you're able to get, which means that players, particularly like Malala and Degree, they've only played 5 unique comps. In theory, the most broken ones: Heartsteel, Kale, Seraphine, the very strong rerolls, the very strong.
Udah gak ada, Cok.
In these lobbies, they're going to be forced to play more
pemain disco
on these very broken lines.
For sure, we're seeing Taro on screen. Now he's looking at 2 Seraphines, and that's what we're about to see. We're going to see people going
Campface-nya vibes rumah tatami, bukan anak kosan. Itu emang rumah di Jepang begitu, Ham, anjing, goblok. Itu kan pemain Jepang, ya rumahnya begitu, Ham.
Some of the selection on the first stage.
Oh, si itu udah nggak ada ya? Yang webcamnya anomali, gelap semua, cuma kelihatan kepala doang anjing.
But also a line that commits you very early. We saw with Jisoo, a game with Senna reroll. He could not top forward. He was committed so early, and they just couldn't find the Sennas.
We do have at least one
player.
Saka going for the raise the tempo.
Fitonjok.
The spellcaster line in some variety, seeing a couple of cluttered
Fitonjok, coy.
And what doesn't kill you makes you stronger as well. Definitely feels like we got some players focused towards some of these late game boards.
Yes, for sure. Saka with this element, he makes me think about Lulu a lot because he already have the Annie too, but
mau komit Seraphine tuh kayaknya, Cok.
Maybe Lulu is the one who casts more, who can enable the element to get a little
This god hilang.
And now we see the first fight.
Sun aja nggak ngehit, Cok.
Urgot, this is great for him, going for the martial line on early. He has the buy, he has this, and this is one of the best angles you can.
Kemarin di shop main kagak ada yang bagus anjing. Jelek semua dapetannya.
And this is maybe the matchup
Makanya
of the entire
tusuk.
day 3 with the most bench spaces filled, cluttered mind for both players. The audience is there, they're watching the fight. It's not very exciting, we're still 2-1, but
Woi, Senna, Cok. Ambil gak sih itu tinggal komit. Halo.
To get that extra XP.
Notable as well, we've got a couple of spoils of war in the mix from Relic and from Skipers who decided
Gak ada yang main di
to
kos.
the blinged out, but actually
Udah ini, Cok. Daripada Tusun yang main di kos, Cok.
Degree with idealism could be angling towards someone like Katarina. I think is the most expected reroll.
Ini ada
Katarina, of course, did not do well.
Nonton Milala kali kita. Kita dukung Milala kali, pemain reroll, Cok. Hore. Pencet D anjing. Di shop main Nusantara juga kalah di round 1 nggak ngehit. Iya anjing. Dari round 1 udah marah-marah, Cok. Ngoceh anjing.
Then going for the 2-star reroll, and if some players start playing a Riven, for example, it could open up for execution or nothing else. But for now, they're playing it safe. As Panda, as you're saying, they're going for the lines that they know can work and can perform and can get a top 1.
Ada nggak kayak Gak tahu.
We've got the readout of all of the boards being played. Ice and Malala both are playing absolutely minimal boards. Remember, of course,
Kalau mau ke Jakarta harus ngumpulin duit anjing. Duitnya nggak ada, Cok.
It seems like we've got 2 players who want the losses going potentially face to face with each other soon.
Kalau mau ke Jakarta harus ngumpulin duit, nggak tahu dari mana, Cok. Semangat buat orang yang suka konsisten. Konsisten. Konsisten, cenah.
For sure, we have Milala open 14. This is important, and Ice was doing the same, but in the
2
next
strip 3 gold
he's trying
10.
to
Unit
find
yang dia
the
hold
kills.
mahal-mahal,
For
Cok.
Milala is more important. He has an helmet that needs that requires
Miskin
him to
gara
lose.
unitnya
He
mahal-mahal
cannot
sama
afford
dia
to
level
spend,
up
and
sekali
Ice
itu.
knows that Milala cannot put units on his bench, and so Ice even
Dia mau
though
nyari
he
win
wants
streak
to
di awal kan. Oh, ini nih Ani super
table,
fan nih.
and now he's
Sojin
facing
ada
up
nih.
with,
Level
very
apa?
strong war from Saka.
Of
Meleduk,
course, since those
Cok.
changes to the
Dikentu
control
ini.
mechanic, meaning that both players would have missed out on their streaks if Ice had not backed down there. It's a very interesting point there for Ice to say.
Ada
Very
nggak
hard to say,
kelihatan lewat?
okay, I'm
Enggak,
not
dia
gonna pull the
mau
trigger here. I'm not going to take the chance that this could
dia mau
really
serapin
affect
gitu. Dia mau naik level dari serapin.
Can the Cannon do it? Yes, he can. The stun comes in last second, just a sliver of HP left. But now we move into the stage.
Udah fix itu mah. Fix naik level cari serapin.
Yone's available with a belt.
Anjay, Milala reroll enjoyer open board tuh, anjing. Mau main Riven nih Milala nih. Jangan bang,
I like Saka because
Riven
he already
jelek.
committed. He has an element that is good.
Banyak amat
Skills
orang
with
Cina
the
ya di
spell
final.
weaver, so he can play Lulu
Ya
with his
mereka
offer.
dari
He can
kemarin
go for fast
performnya
game and play
bagus,
only a
menang-menang
Ahri
mulu.
warrior and
Ya
ensure that
banyak.
as a carry, it's not the best item for carry for Ahri, but actually the rest is still a little open. I don't know if you agree, Pan.
I have to go with Relic. Relic has a 2-star kill, a 2-star Olaf, and a
Anjing!
2-star Vi with Spoils of War. And
Anjing!
Snowball levels to 5, adds in a little cherry on top, and can slam a ship if he wants, if he really needs to, if he wants to defend.
Penta, Bruiser, Moser, Kyler 2. Udah main Kyler aja gak sih bang, itu udah anjing enak tuh. Si ada open board meta. Ada kalau board tuh lemah banget ya open aja sekalian. Lu mau pasang unitnya lemah semua. Mau coba menang susah, menang kalah ya udah. Kalau lu menang kalah kan duitnya nggak sehat, mending jual. Duitnya banyak tuh. Olaf Urgot membantai early. Tidak secepat itu. Tidak semudah itu. Musuhnya Sena headline anjing meleduk, cok.
The headliner and 2 more on the bench.
And 2 items on Senna as well. Both players on Spoils of War, you can understand their strategy.
Nih reroll asal bisa bintang 3 sama bisa level 8 kuat banget ya. Selama lu jadinya sebelum round 4 atau di round 4-nya udah stabil, kayak min 1, min 2, ya lu bisa main reroll kuat. Kalau lu nggak naik, nggak bintang 2, lemah cok. Intinya main reroll tuh gitu. Jadinya sebelum round 4 atau di round 4-nya udah kayak ya udah tinggal min 1, min 2 naik level. Lu udah kuat boardnya. Sena itemnya apa aja bang? Attack speed sama damage. Attack speed sama damage si Sojinnya dari super fan soalnya.
So he wants to get as much money as he can from the spoils war and then try to get that kill as fast as possible because he knows he can pressure the lobby on the mid game until the rest is trying to at least the hardsuit players start to pop out.
Di turnamen ada yang pakai kurpak nggak ya? Kemarin nih ada deh. Atau apa gitu yang gue tonton ada kurpaknya. Kalau nggak salah turnamen kemarin ada yang pakai kurpak. Udah level tapi tetap min 1 gold abis gimana bang? Udah kemarin pakai kurpak ya ada berarti. Naik level tetap min 1 gold abis. Nggak mungkin sih aku sih. Soalnya naik levelnya tuh kalau udah emang stabil nggak usah maksa. Tinggal jaga ikon doang. Nggak perlu lu paksain naik level.
Well, I mean, you talked about this, kind of.
Inilah, mau main apa nih pala itu yang
It's ideal when you've got the 3 costs being taken out of the pool. Based on what we've seen so far, is it that kind of lobby that can thrive in?
Only in the possibility that Saka decided to go for the Lulu reroll.
Ay bang, halo. Berarti kalau round 4 tapi udah ngehit terus level 7 miskin masih oke. Kalau lu udah bintang 3, lu udah bintang 3 nih unitnya. Lu paksa naik level nggak masalah. Soalnya lu udah pasti win streak selama itemnya bener. Tapi kalau lu belum bintang 3, kayak masih min 2 gitu, jaga ikon aja udah. Milala gue banget gambling HS match 1, goblok ya. Gambling HS. Executioner kurang kan? Udah nggak sekuat itu. Nusantara juara 2 nangis gitu. Lu mau juara 2 nggak ada harganya aja. Samain 8 sama aja nggak ada bedanya cuy. Malam bang, halo Bones, malam. Menerikol kos 2 atau 3 nggak usah sayang-sayang gold above 50 ya. Selama lu udah kayak spotnya enak, udah bisa 50 gold lagi. Tuh kayak posisinya si Taro tuh. Itu kan udah lumayan enak. Cuma dia masih belum kuat win streak. Kalau dia kayak serapinnya min 1 gitu kan, tinggal naik level aja udah nggak usah disayang-sayang. Atau bisa aja kayak dia maksain, oh ya udah gua harus nyarinya sekarang nih, bintang 2-in serapin, duit 0 nggak masalah. Kalau gua personal lebih suka nunggu pelan-pelan biar bisa naik level aja.
If it comes from Taro, I'm not surprised. He's played 9 unique comps across the first 2 days, by far and away the most flexible player in this tournament.
Bahkan tanggal berapa masih lama, 20-an bulan ini. Hari ini final, ini final. Ghost 61 di stage 4, strip 5, mending up level nggak kalau main fast 8. 61, 4 strip 5 ya naik level lah kalau lu mau level 8 mah. Biasa timing orang naik level 8 tuh di 4 strip 1, 4 strip 2 malah kalau server kita. Malam bang Mordok aja. Nunggu pelan-pelan bonyok. Ya, yang gue bilang, lu bisa nunggu pelan-pelan kalau udah mulai kayak menang. Kalau lu masih lu streak mah nunggu pelan-pelan bocor tuh.
Double idealism, trying to make the best use of his first ogling he picked up at 2-1. No Katarina's in sight. It's a comp that didn't
mana Kuro tadi katanya mau Nobar anjing hilang gitu.
He's only playing the comps he thinks are strong.
Kemarin main Kyler recall sisa min 1 terus naik ke 7 tetap min 1 sampai mati. Kyler, lu kalau mau main Kyler recall bintang 2 pun kayak min 1 sebenarnya udah nggak masalah selama itemnya bener mah udah kuat. Kyler tuh ajaib anjing. Cing Kenen super fan 5, what the fuck? What the fuck? Kenen 5 super fan win streak cok, darah 100 anjing hal. Anjing ada yang udah ngehit Riven gitu.
3 games of Lulu, so has to maybe finally get shoved off into a different line.
Alright, let's update ourselves on where the lobby has developed to. We mentioned, of course, Taro with the do it for the fans, as we do have a Ezreal and a Spanish.
Terus final ini kan buat announcement set 11 gue baca di mana gitu, bakal di spill di final. Paling di akhir harusnya. Set baru katanya tanggal 20-an besok, berarti set baru PBE. Iya. Set baru di PBE-nya udah bentar lagi. Seberes nanti dia ngasih announcement, harusnya di PBE udah ada gitu. Kamu pivot ke Katarina nih orang. Nyari Katarina ada cok. Jax Moser, oh enggak, di skip. Gak ngehit katanya. Kelar game terakhir gue nggak tahu, bisa jadi di tengah-tengah cuma ya udahlah. Lihat ntar juga kalau dia mau announce dia announce, kalau enggak ya enggak aja. Aman aja.
to up the levels, and also he's getting vampirism. So
Gua nggak tahu di reveal-nya abis ini kelar atau nanti di pertengahan. Jadi gitu. Malam Bang David. Halo Riz, malam. Milala dapat spatula. Gua nggak tahu tapi Milala mau main apa. Darahnya sih 4-4 ya. Gua lihat-lihat bahaya juga tuh. Nih. Kayak si Skip Paeus ini nih. Dia kalau mau naik level udah bisa. Win streak 8. Win streak 8 gitu kan. Terus kayak ituannya goldnya aman. Sena min 3 bisa naik level 7 itu anjing. Main reroll. Kalau di spot dia tuh Senanya min 1 dia tinggal naik level sebenarnya. Nggak terlalu harus maksa Senanya dapet juga nggak masalah. Tung TFT Mobile PBE gue masih belum gue hapus sejak dapat set 10. Nanti ada lagi tuh PBE lagi. Gue sih mau main ya set 11. Gue udah bosen set yang sekarang tuh.
So two comps that are actually going to perform, but I'm very hyped to what's about to happen after this round. We'll have a lot of roll downs, so
ngeri banget anjing Kennen anjing. Kennen win streak anjing. Goblok sakit banget itu Kennen goblok anjing. Halo?
I vote for Chaos. I'm on board with the hype train, but both are winning players. Keep their win streaks.
Sakit banget anjing Kennennya.
There's a lot more money staying in place. Let's get into our PvE round.
Win satu Sena. Jadi udah.
3-4 Skipayas, the big spike. Seraphine as well, trying to hold a few copies to make life.
Oh, mau dicabut itemnya. Keren.
In a game like this, game 1 of the final day of the TFT Championship. And I'm gonna go ahead and say it.
Info Egi tusun kemarin.
I'll take it for now.
For sure. And Taro, as you're saying,
Mendisco perlu roll dikit atau langsung 8? Gak usah nge-roll dikit sama sekali. Mendisco mah cepet-cepet 8. Di 8 ngehit naik 9. Kalau di 8 yang gak ngehit tusun. Udah tuh. Simple Mendisco. Hi, Kyle Mindo halo. Mana ya? Mana ya?
Eyes out for those 2 stars, those 3 stars coming in, just as you said. The money being spent en masse.
One more kill for Relic. He's rolling under 10 gold. He
Loh, main exit cok. Degree ho? Anjing.
Which you haven't even found yet. You have quite a few Mordekaisers though, but maybe not enough.
WS10 mainnya exit menarik. Oh, Kyle-nya nggak hit. Oke.
We may not have enough time. You have a little bit more health coming out that too healthy. We'll see. I mean, this is the board from Taro's side of things, which has got the extra healing in for the.
Aku sering bang main disco pegangannya super fair 5 Kennen bodoh amat anjing. Diem lu pemain disco anjing. Anjay. Bercanda. I love disco. PB apa bang? Tes servernya LOL sama TFT. Mainnya sebenarnya seru cuma kalau nggak ngehit 8. Iya cok. Seru kalau nggak dapet pusing anjing. Kecuali lu udah jago, lu udah tahu unitnya apa aja, itu pun masih bisa ke 8 kayak D-Shop kemarin. D-Shop aja sekelas D-Shop nih main AD Flex bisa ke 8 aja. Udah lah, nggak usah capek-capek mempelajari AD Flex aja. Kata gue sih nggak usah bro. Mana nih yang tadi bilang 6XC? Ada yang main cok 6XC cok. Ngeri anjing. Mau cepet set 11 karena disco udah jelek. Bosan gue isi lobbynya judi Ezreal doang. Yang menang yang Ezreal udah judi anjing. Dapat gak ya Ezreal-nya? Udah. Bosan anjing. Jadi, oh ini Milala apa dah? Pro player reroll anjing Milala goblok anjing. Bisa ya begitu? Anjing pro player reroll dai Milala. Reroll apa ya bisa goblok anjing.
So I believe that this is a round where they're turning it up the rumble, and it's impressive because normally they like have to wait a little more. Normally they have to play it don't hit so much, but because they made so much economy.
Bukan lu sekarang jadi I love to cost flag. Enggak, gue udah bosan sama game anjing. Gue mau set baru ya udah. Bosan anjing. Sepuluh reroll Milala, scoutingnya jago. Scoutingnya jago. Di sini mah kagak ada yang saling nge-hold anjing. Lu kira lobby lu Aku mau main Riven. Lihat lo board sebelah. Anjing Rivennya ada banyak. Anjing 78. Ini turnamen anjing. Bukan ranked biasa yang anjing nabrak. Ya udah 78. Enggak anjing. Enggak gitu konsepnya, Bro. Kylo jelut anjing, nggak bisa diapa-apain cok, goblok. Anjing, Tusun nih. Rio yang kemarin Jazz 4 ya cok, yang hit banget anjing. Nusantara kemarin malah kata-kata top 1 yang flex ya Emang paling kuat yang flex. Nggak bisa dipungkiri paling kuat tuh ada flex. Tapi masalahnya karena paling kuat satu lobby berempat berebut anjing. Paling yang lolos ada flex satu orang doang yang udah menang gitu. Sisanya tusun anjing. Gara-gara berebut. Gak jelas tuh anjing. Gak dilarang kan kalau nge-hold. Ya gitulah.
On the Viego on the field, so prioritizing instead a little bit more mana.
Relic for Pentakill.
Yeah, and Taro is the one who got.
Bishop mana? Tusun anjing.
Right? So he will go for the rod.
Mukanya ngeselin banget buka kaki goblok anjing. Iri aja anjing.
The problem is Katarina, you want to have it as early as possible.
Gue tadi main disco menang lawan HS bang, tapi pakai 11 unit. Lah ya tai itu. Lah ya, gimana? Disco kalau ngehit kuat. Kalau enggak ya enggak. Intinya tuh kalau ngehit kuat.
There it is, almost everyone is hit now except for Degree. The only never mind, he's just hit a Mumu 3, so every player that is playing reroll has at least 1 3-star.
Untung aja set 10 rapid diganti, bayangin aja main Kylo pakai rapid. Kylo pakai rapid jelek anjing. Yang lucu kalau bikin rapid semua kayaknya tuh yang kayak Riven anjing, mukulnya dari jauh ujung dunia anjing, tok. Z tuh, Z Kiana pakai rapid 3 biji anjing. Gue nggak ikut, gak tahu. Katanya udah bangun, gue chat Dinda kan, Din mana Kuro bangunin. Udah bangun, kagak nongol orang nggak cok, hilang anjing. Ada flash kalau nggak 1 ya 8, iya anjing. Kylo 2 Ginso, sisanya bebas item damage. Iya. Cuma idealnya kalau lu punya gunblade paling bagus. Soalnya morde lu jadi lama mati. Selama morde yang nggak mati, Kylo-nya pasti sakit, pasti menangin game-nya. Kunci dari Kylo tuh tanknya nggak boleh mati. Biasa slowby cuma disco sendiri tepas nyari HL habis 50 gold. Sama. Tenang, bukan lu doang. Sama, gue juga nih. Sama kok. Jing, lulu cok. Wah jing. Lulu.
That was great positioning from Degree, actually avoiding the snipe from the Lulu, making sure Lulu will hit with the additional.
Udah paling bener set 11 nggak ada headliner. Iya anjing. Gue udah mager main yang sekarang cok. Anjing Tom lagi. Ini orang dari kemarin lo anjing. Ini reward dari kemarin. Kayak sampai Tom terus bangsat. Apa dah? Nge-cheat anjing. Goblok.
The best possible combination of traits once he pops this tome at 5-1.
Let's see if he gets it now. He already has the Kiana, normally not seen in the going for this, but as you were saying, he's trying to get the most amount of synergy traits.
True damage would be great, exactly.
True damage could be a possibility, but obviously we're looking for that gas emblem.
Pro player item gak masuk banget di gas ya, tinggal gas cok. TD emblem gak sih? Rapid.
The good news, I suppose, for ZUA, even if we can't
Jet Rapid, let's go, bro. Jet Rapid. How? Jet Rapid, halo. Ya kali nggak Jet Rapid. Anjay. Buset, Irwan Syarif just subscribe. Halo, thank you sudah meng-subscribe. Anjay, Jetnya cok, let's go. Wah. Anjing, edan.
Players on one life, the Lucian stacking up the Titan's resolve with the
Ngeri gitu anjing. Jetnya attack speed cuy.
She can't do it. She's being bursted down by both the Zed and
Anjing. Tusun tuh satu. Oh enggak anjing masih hidup goblok.
But Ice is still alive.
That's the whole thing, isn't it? You survive to the very tail end and get those kills through. That was a hard stop.
Feng Shui-nya lagi bagus.
Into space where more and more players,
Dia tiap hari menyembah dewa duit anjing ini. Doanya semoga di turnamen aku dapat banyak duit anjing.
for a top 4 or 40.
Goblok tuh ngehit terus loh dari kemarin. Gak jelas anjing nih kan. Cheat anjing. Eon broken di beberapa unit dong tapi enggak semua.
Boy, half of the players in this lobby have not taken a 8th place in the
5 KDA 4 spell wiper. Oh lulunya dikeluarin ya.
very soon. Taro, one of those players who's at risk of taking the 8th right now.
Kalah dong ini.
Slow approach in here 'cause they don't.
Gimana cara menang lawan XC-nya, Cok?
The front line is holding on for a remarkably long time, but the multi-threat from the executioners, I have to think it's just a little
Trot.
too much.
Dadah.
Is gonna be our first one.
Milala apa kabar nih main Ripen? Milala anjing 7 WS, Cok. Anjay. Taro mainnya 2 kali mana goblok anjing. Sikon 1v1 broken iya. Makanya dulu kan yang mainan apa tuh namanya Jax reroll EDM Jaxnya gue lebih suka dikasih Eon anjing, suka montek-montek dah ini dikasih Eon OP anjing. Ryue meninggal lah iya. Cash outnya udah bagus tuh Sun anjing. Anjing jadi permen. Harusnya menang nih Katarina, Cok. Gimana caranya Lulu lawan ini, Cok? Dilempar-lempar ke pedang. Nggak sempet kah? Anjing. Katarina nggak sempet keluar ke pedang. Tetap mati sih, cuma udah dikeplak Yone anjing. Fight RNG tuh anjing. Milala setel musik nggak? Kayaknya setel musik deh. Udah tinggal naik level doang itu Milala anjing. Naik level Jess.
With Riven as well, with the tentacles potentially being used as a catapult into the back line. As I mentioned, pops off the shiv, add in the gunblade, so important.
Setel musik di sini nggak ada yang disco anjing. Mereka cuma bakal main disco kalau portalnya Wandering Trainer dapetnya disco anjing. Udah Vex 3. Ngeri ini. Vex 3, Amumu 3, XC 6 ya udah menang anjing.
Almost completed with the back 3 and I still holding on with this Katarina.
Yeah, I mean it's gonna be tough for people to get these wins in here. Degree's been playing so strong for such a long time. And we're again in elimination.
Lala muda Habibi. Goblok. Muda Habibi malam anjing. Tuh, Vex kuat banget anjing. Udah jadi tuh.
A little nervous, but no, he's still alive. I think that's his lucky emblem. He's like shaking a little in the chair, trying to puff it out, like trying to shake off the nervous system. He was actually laughing.
Ya main disco jika last game saja.
Look at that. Look at that.
He's taking a bit too much. What's going on in CN? Hopefully just a webcam glitch.
I can only see the power of this.
Itu kenapa ini kameranya, Cok? Bergetar abangku anjing. Deg. Itu dia gempa ya? Apa cuma webcamnya doang anjing? Seter goblok anjing. Mulut tuh barangan anjing tolol. Kakinya bang nggak bisa diem. Oh iya, kakinya digoyangin ya, Cok. Anjing. Mati nih. Mati udah. Dadah, Kyle. Anjing liat tuh skip Aeus. Reroll Serapin level 9 anjing. Lobbynya bertiga sisa orang reroll. Di mana nih ada flag, Cok? Jelek, Cok. Mending reroll cost 2 anjing. Cost 2, cost 3.
Alright guys, so talk me through the final three we've got here. We've got the executions, we've got the ribbon, we've got the center. How do they
Tuh X depannya 2 doang kenapa kuat banget? X tuh emang depannya 2 doang, nahan selama mungkin. Soalnya belakangnya damage semua. Cara mainnya X tuh bunuh secepatnya, Cok.
For the NA players, Hoope, I'll leave the comp discussion to you.
Yeah, for sure. The thing is Riven. Riven is the one that is the black horse here. She wants to pop off. She wants to try to access the backline, but actually there are 2 comps that
Sena reroll, Kyle reroll ya.
Bex and Samira are able to both
kalah level itu, Cok.
and focus the Riven, she's good. And also if the Senna goes to a Riven with some help of the rest, is also a good possibility, but actually it's very clean and the position will be very important on
Milala. Aku punya ini, anjoy. Cost 3 yang kuat selain Riven Lulu apa tuh? Vex. Riven Lulu Vex udah, gak ada lagi. Pilihannya 3 dong. Cing, kamu punya, Cok, gak mati-mati liat. Pedar aja hilang semua, Cok. Weh, pedar, bledur. Anjing, Samira full heal, anjay. Samiranya full heal, anjing. Naik level masukin apa lu? TD, pung. Oh, TD, Kiana, nih. Lihat tuh, backline-nya damage semua, anjing. Ini degree, Cok. Main X itu begini, anjing.
And degree, I think now the speech for his comp is remember your roots, my fellow executioners. Massive stats given to all the units here and a 7 win streak despite still missing the Samira 3 and despite having 55 goals.
Tapi harusnya yang X susah sih lawan ini. Riven. Rivennya kalau nggak ke stun nggak bisa. Milala nih, Cok. Anjing, sisa lobbynya 2 orang NA, Cok.
Top 2, so now
Bedir.
Against Riven 3, we're talking about it. It was so far a hard shield.
Sisa lobbynya 2 orang NA, Cok. Mainnya reroll dua-duanya, Cok.
Sake was proposing with his fair omen. Now we're starting to chief the meta and it's very
nyari apa nih di Gri?
On day 3.
Mau nyari upgrade-an dia. Anjay. Rivennya nggak bisa di stun dia, Cok. Kalau Mahana X itu cuma 1 anjing. KSS nge-cheat, Cok, anjing. Kalau bisa ke burst duluan menang. Udah. Ya, ulti Vex-nya goblok, Cok. Ulti Vex-nya bukan ke Caitlyn anjing, malah ke Morde. Suwe. Pung emblem. Disco nggak sih? Tuh. Disco. Digiri takut kalah, Cok. Disco, cuy. Anjing. Milala udah. Ya ampun. Lu bayangin lu main 8 bit Jazz nyala anjing. 8 bit Jazz nyala. Cheat anjing. Kian Samira min 1. Update set 11 kapan nanti Irwan? Tanggal 20-an. Oh anjing. Menang nih Milala nih.
Trying to look for it. Yes, it's important the positioning because we were enhancing the grab of the position and now Milala puts everything in the back. The dummies jump to the front.
Pantennya mau diganti kah?
The rest of the tank are still not close.
Roll lagi nggak sih degree?
So the control damage is not coming for them. So actually great positioning from Milala, knowing the strength of the comp of the grid.
Ganti Pantheon.
Nggak
mau.
Yeah, Milana's got so many damage threats towards the back of the Lucian.
Terus biar apa dia naikin trace?
As well. So in our previous rounds we've seen
Lah.
the melee carries getting blown up pretty quickly, but the Caitlyn
Lah.
still just walked in and finished it off like it wasn't even anything. This time,
Anjing, hilang,
to the end
Cok.
of the round, and it's not even a little bit close as the green
Hilang,
gets
Cok.
annihilated. Milala looking to become the god of set 10.
Milala kesot gaya enggak. Tamat duluan, Cok, game Cok.
Only an 8% win rate across the first 2 days, had only won 1 of the 12 games.
Banyak yang main gunblade daripada BT, padahal champnya adik. Tergantung champion, masa kalau lu gunblade tuh bagusnya apa? Yang mukul yang backline, yang ke heal yang depan itu gunblade. Kalau BT biasanya buat carry yang di depannya. Kalau carry lu kayak Z atau apa gitu yang di depan, nah itu bagusan BT jauh. Oh iya, gue lupa mute. Maaf guys, gue harus mute. Kena copyright anjing. Main X iya itu the main X tadi, Cok. Riven bagus. Open board dari sisi 50 main Riven. Masalahnya Milala tuh selalu ngehit anjing, gua gak ngerti. Dia main reroll apapun jadi anjing. Ajaib. Coba gua yang main tuh. Rivennya -1 bangset. Aduh. Milala isyaan dulu anjing. Beda jam, Cok, tempat kita sama dia, Cok. Mainnya di hotel lagi dia, Cok. Milala recall guard, iya. Pro player recall, Cok. LKL nyari di slot berapa? Slot berapa enggak? Cari HL tuh mulai dari level 5. Kalau di 5, lu udah jual headliner nggak nemu natural, lu bisa naik ke 6 dulu baru ngerollnya di 6. Refill kayak ini belum. Ntar kalau refill gua nyalain lagi suaranya. Kapan ya Milala anjing gak ngehit gak tahu, Cok. Lu lihat aja foto dia itu yang waktu Hearthstone Cup anjing, mukanya senyum anjing. Ya muka dia tuh tiap main anjing. Anjing ngehit coy. Bukan official costume kan emang bisa di strike ya? Hah? Official justru, makanya gua kena copyright mulu anjing. Gara-gara ini kan kalau dia lagi ngoceh-ngoceh kayak tadi, dia muter lagu kan. Nah si lagunya itu yang bikin kena copyright. Jumper nggak tahu. Tahu, Cuk. Tangan lu nggak hoki. Tangan gua kalau bukan Riven masih ngehit anjing. Lobbynya HS pada nge-hit jadi Riven menang. Ya. Ya gitulah. Kalau kamu Rivennya jadi di lobby, iya anjing. Rivennya bintang 3 di lobby itu cash out di lobby anjing. 8 bitnya, Cuk. Tapi itu pun harus senyum berarti bang biar ngehit. Gak gitu anjing konsepnya. Gak gitu anjing. Aneh juga ya. Gak ngerti gua. Terus gua sempet tanyain Kuro kan yang soal copyright ini. Emang gitu katanya. Mau gak mau ya lu mute dulu aja pas dia lagi ngoceh-ngoceh muter lagu. Waktu nonton Worlds yang kemarin juga gitu kalau gak salah. PBE belum dibuka buat next set. PBE belum update ke next set. Harusnya seudah announcement yang di sini selang sehari lah paling 2 hari gitu baru PBE-nya udah ganti set. Gue sih lagi nungguin itu juga. Gue pengen main set baru. Bosen anjing TFT tuh yang ini. Belum pengumuman resmi buat set selanjutnya belum. Set 11 bakalan kayak gimana? Ya kayak biasa, udah gak ada headliner ya udah. Gamenya mah sama, kagak ada headliner doang, udah bagus cok. Pernah main auto battle lain pernah?
Nadia baru saja
Ini Nadia.
mengirimkan dukungan 50.000.
Buat kopi bang.
Buat kopi
Makasih
bang,
Nadia. Pesen kopi dulu gak sih? Gak, ntar gue gak bisa tidur anjing. Makasih ya Nadia ya. Hihi. Gue cuma pengen sistem headliner dihapus, asli scam anjing. Gue juga gak suka main yang headliner, aneh anjing. PB palingan tanggal 5 atau 6. Update live server tanggal 20 Maret. Ada trade yang diganti nggak? Semuanya diganti. Trade bakal baru, unitnya bakal beda, skin unitnya bakal beda. Nah dia nggak sekalian request, buset. Streamer ini udah jadi streamer nobar, cuy. Udah tidak bisa di request, cuy. Ini streamer nobar anjing. Lu buka nih channel gua, lu pencet yang tab yang live nih. Isinya nobar semua anjing. Streamer nobar, cuy. Udah bukan streamer pemain TFT lagi. Streamer nobar anjing. Macam set revival tapi poolnya kayak set 10. Nah ya. Kayak lu main revival. Cuma unit poolnya sama kayak set 10. Levelnya sama sampai 10 juga. Gitu. Sama request sinergi atau trade 30.000 yang masuk akal aja tapi lah. Gimana cara lu nge-request trade kalau lu nggak main? Gimana cara lu di-request trade tapi lu nggak main? Nggak bisa nih, tidak valid. Pak Ilit anjing. Request nobar siapa boleh nggak sih? Nobar siapa? Hah? Nobar siapa gimana? Gue telat nggak bang? Enggak, Suryo. Baru game pertama. Udah gak streamer X-Pro Player Wild Rift lagi. Masih coy. Sekali lu X-Pro Player tuh selamanya X-Pro Player coy. Masih anjing, kebetulan aja. Gue minggu-minggu depan deket-deket ini gue bakal streaming LoL PC. Tapi mau ada giveaway cena LoL PC. Kode giveaway skin LoL PC. Cuma gue juga bingung giveaway-nya. Emang viewer gue ada yang main LoL PC kan? Pertanyaannya itu, Cok. Lu pakai sampo apa? Gue coba gondrong rontok. Gue pakai Lifebuoy ijo kan. Sampo Lifebuoy ijo. Nah udah, rontoknya sih pasti. Rontok tuh pasti ada. Cuma kalau gue pakai sampo itu rambutnya halus, cuy. Bang bisa request orang main disco doang nggak? Nggak bisa cok. Si kalau lu mau ada tuh namanya Tonki, lu donate ke Tonki tuh. Dia mainnya disco doang. Gak apa-apa bang, nobar soalnya streamer TFT yang lain pada main wing rip bang. Gue nggak main wing rip. Gue wing rip udah males main malah. Sumpah wing rip gue malas main, mendingan gue main ranked LoL PC anjing. Vego masuk WR bakal comeback gak? Enggak. Fortitude hilang gue comeback dah. Dah itu aja. Gue mah dari tahun lalu udah ngomong Fortitude jelek anjing, gue males main kalau ada Fortitude. Fortitude hilang gue main lagi. Enggak anjing. Paling iseng segame 2 game nyobain hero baru udah tutup lagi tuh. Ada yang main LoL PC, bang paling 1:100 sih, bener sih nggak salah cok. Masih sama pula kalau nggak percaya coba buka TFT, di situ ada Death Note, Lord Remix Rumble dijelasin di situ. No. Sejak kapan Gondrong nggak kontok? Nggak bisa cok, Gondrong nggak bisa nggak kontok aja. Tonki kalau dibaca dari bawah disco kelas anjing. Kenapa nggak sunsilk hijab? Enggak, gue bukan Riven. Gue nggak pakai hijab, gue bukan Riven soalnya. Kalau Riven harus pakai hijab hijau anjing, wajib. Fortitude itu apaan? Aku udah pensi wing rip lama. Kalau lu kalah, rank lu nggak turun, ngerti nggak sih? Kayak lu kalau main wing rip kan menang dapat dapat mark gitu kan, dapat poin. Lu ada fortitude. Lu kalah ya udah nggak ngurang rank lu. Terus nanti dapatnya tuh banyak, anjing, males banget, Cok. Ya kali challenger isinya cuma orang stack diamond skillnya, anjing. Gue terakhir nge-push ke sovereign aja anjing mual, Cok. Ngeliat challenger GM skillnya udah kayak main platinum, anjing. Udah males gue main WR. Bang Tonki live di mana? Di Discord dia live ya, Cok. Full di TFT mah paling beda-beda tipis. Iya. Ke TFT nggak? Iya, ibaratnya kalau TFT kan beda. TFT tuh lu nggak bisa demot doang. Cuma lu nggak bisa demot, tapi lu juga nggak bisa naik kalau lu cupu mah. Ngerti gak sih? Kalau TFT tuh enaknya itu, lu cupu ya lu nggak bisa naik. Kalau wing rip nih, lu cupu, lu bisa naik. Nunggu digendong sama orang lain, goblok anjing. Ih. Ntar set 11 reset rank sampai apa? Dari 0, unrank lagi. Set baru, tiap set baru ini lu reset dari 0. Dari unrank lagi. Pensi WR udah lama gue gak main WR, Cok. Main cuma nyobain hero udah tutup lagi. Aku cinta TFT bisa nyoba kalau 0 poin. Cok, 0 poin adalah momen dimana kita bisa belajar seenaknya, bodo amat Discord tuh. Yes. TFT lu cupu stack master LP 0. Lah enggak apa-apa, Cok. Lu cupu stack 0, udah. Tapi dia nggak ngaruh ke siapa-siapa. Wandering trainer? Halo?
Prismatic Finale has never
Halo, Wandering Trainer, halo.
Wandering Trainer only one, so what a mix of portals. I'm sure not what our players would have liked.
Aduh, anjing lah. Bang, Wandering Trainer. Kapan TFT Mobile ada fitur chatnya? Gak tahu Kalau gitu kapan ke challenger lah ya gitu. Tips gak setlak main TFT main Lilia Reroll ini lagi ya. Lu main Lilia Reroll di master dikadal-kadalin lu sama yang main AD Flex, Cok. Sama yang disco aja lu dikadal-kadalin anjing main Lilia Reroll.
On reflection, what you kind of bringing into game 2 here as lessons learned from game 1?
Kalau ganti set dapat hadiah sesuai rank terakhir nggak bang? Nggak tahu, gue nggak pernah merhatiin. Malah kalau no LP asik bisa ketemu Emi goblok aja. Tonki.
And one Latam with relics finishing that fourth place position, but also
Frodan main Lilia Recall. Atur dah cow anjing.
The top 3 of that game 1 all played reroll comps they had not played yet in this tournament. So my question was posed: can these players adapt? The answer is yes.
Yeah, for sure. We thought that the day 1 and day 2 was going to be more prevalent, so we started.
Si Mordok bilang kalau lu main TFT bisa sampai plat udah termasuk good player. Ya. Okay player lah. Kata gua sih okay player. Oke lah masuk plat. Kerja bagus. Super fan unit ke kontes banget kan. Emang gitu metanya. Cost 2 flex coy. Lu pilih lu mau main AD flex atau cost 2 flex, udah. Easy game. Lilia Recall Super Fan 5 GG nggak? Sekarang sih udah enggak. Dulu awal-awal masih oke. Anjing kiri atas disco coy.
Certainly will. And talk about Disco Hupe. Despite all the hate the Disco has gotten from other casters across days 1 and 2, 2 players in this top 8 have played it. Ice and Tado, and they both top forward with it. So they know something that others seemingly do not.
Kata casternya aja di lobby ini ada 2 orang main disco top 4 anjing. Disco bagus, Cok. Tuh. Gila. Disco bagus, cuy.
And now also Relic he's passing on The Casante Sentinels, he only wants it if it's a hard steel, for example, so maybe not the best steel.
Tapi aku stuck 0 LP platinum. Bagus. Berarti itu adalah momen lu bisa belajar. Lu bisa belajar, lu bisa coba-coba kalau LP-nya 0 tuh. Pas 2 flex kalau ngehit secure top 4. Emang gampang cok main pos 2 flex, sumpah. Lu gak perlu mikir aja. Kumpulin super fan yang banyak, level 6 pencet D. Dapatnya apa ya? Oh, dapatnya ini. Sena pakai. Dapatnya Serapin pakai anjing. Katarina pakai. Udah. Cost 2 flex easy game anjing.
And he already has gold, so see now same to the lobby. I'm convinced 100% to doing some reroll. Which reroll? Well,
portal ini seru buat ditonton, seru buat dimainin. Serunya gara-gara lucu doang anjing. Disuruh main sendiri nggak mau, pusing bang, nggak mau anjing. Showtime juga tuh, seru kalau ditonton anjing. Yang mainnya enggak anjing, sakit palanya cok. Kalau kos satu reroll cuma Ani sama Yasuo sama Jinx V doang paling yang bisa lu pakai, sisanya jelek. Kecuali lu mainnya di rank yang kecil ya masih oke lah, masih bisa.
Well, Ziga is not surprising. He's played 7 games of Heartsteel in 13 games. Extra health.
Spam cost 2 flex sampai diamond 1. Udah paling gampang. Masanya lu gua kasih tahu ya, lu kalau mau main yang AD flex lu harus ngerti kayak ini tuh ini hero-nya bagus, ini. Gua harus masukin ini, Jazz-nya harus nyala. Gimana ya Jazz gua biar nyalanya lebih banyak? Ribet. Coba cost 2 flex. Super fan, cost 2 headliner, pencet D. Anjing. Pemula juga bisa, cok, main cost 2 flex tuh gampang banget anjir. Tinggal pencet D. Mau claim rank gampang, cost 2 flex anjing. Nggak perlu pusing belajar. Aduh, level 8 Ezreal mana ya? Jet, Zack itu enggak anjing, pencet D beres.
Alright, well, we'll have to find out from our players later on if that turned out to be the case here on the grandest stage.
Ada yang ngambil Okman AFK, ada kah? Nggak beratin aja. Showtime multi talent mandang trainer bikin pusing. Tapi seru coba itu cok. Pusing sih. Tapi seru. Kalau lu udah kira-kira rungkat nih ya, gue mau main lucu-lucuan aja, nah ambil tuh portal begituan, seru tuh. Jadi yang pusing bukan lu doang, yang lain juga. Kalau set 11 ranknya reset nggak? Reset, ranknya reset nanti set 11. Semua orang reset. Gua juga bakal jadi unrank lagi, hehe. Sebat dulu ah. Aku mendengar lagu disco.
It can be the CN representative. They love the Jax when the Jax meta was usually coming around, and we saw it a few times on this TFT World Champion.
Open Fork di turnamen seru kayaknya. Itu tadi si Milala Open Fork. Tadi udah Milala Open Fork.
Sasuke has had 30 gold already. That's before the extra AFK gold comes in, so we'll definitely have a huge leg up. I wonder if he will commit to a 3-cost reroll at 3-5 potentially with all the extra gold, or will try to play for those 4-cost picks.
Bang, kenapa FF sekarang mainnya pada judi? FF ini gak tahu cok. FF apa Dims? Gua kan gak main FF. Tanya si ini nih, si Aji itu caster FF tuh. Bang, tolong aku tukang Bang Aming di DM 1 nggak master. Main cost 2 flex. Cost 2 flex auto master cok. Anjing kaya banget, goblok anjing, gacor cok. Bajir. Duit.
With your friends to have alongside you. The Skipets has turned the corner here from having a massive amount of gold in the bank. Is now starting to build a little bit of board strength.
Yeah, he's trying to get, exactly, going for a little strength. You already have the 50 gold, and as Panda was saying, you don't need that much gold. Now you need an angle. You need to know when to push the rolling down. And actually, he will get additional gold on Crocs, and now he's facing out Ryuje that has items that can only be
Ini
considered
kalau gua
gold
jadi
for level
Skipeus
9.
nih,
So,
udah
it's a
enak.
one
Lu bisa
to
milih, lu
one.
mau main
So,
reroll, lu mau main AD Flex, atur dah duit banyak, bos. Bebas, orang kaya bebas, bos. Anjoy.
But I love Skipeus' board. He could have maybe slammed the 2 damage spatula.
Sure.
But why get ahead of yourself? You're losing anyway. Keep your options open. Wait for the Kruk components. Wait for the natural shop.
Okay.
And then decide what to commit to.
Kos 2 ambil yang belum dipakai dah auto over ya, cok. Selama lu nggak nabrak. Lu kalau main kos 2 dari awal kumpulin kos 2 atau enggak, kumpulin aja. Yang banyaknya mana, super fan juga kumpulin, cuma duit lu bakal agak miskin. Atau enggak lu bisa jual semua,
I wanted to ask you.
carinya yang murah-murah, kumpulin duit kalau emang board lu lemah. Kalau board lu kuat, lu bisa ngumpulin sambil nyari menang.
Honestly, one of my favorite things I heard about Disco was from Skipeus himself, who said he was most proud in regionals of playing a Disco to a 4th place than to any of the other competitions he played, presumably because it was such a difficult thing to do. I hope
Disco,
here
cuy.
in the top 8 our players have that kind of pride to say,
Disco, cuy. Udah red buff, anjay.
Rewards at the end.
Considering Degree's game plan of really sticking to the comps that he has proven results with, that he thinks are strongest, I do not see him committing to Disco in Game 2 of a World Championship Day 3. I'd love to be proven wrong. I've seen Ice, of course, we mentioned how he was able to get a first place with it. Taro got a top 3 as well in Day 2, but I don't think we'll be seeing it much in this
Super
final
fan
day.
udah mesti habis. Lu coba apa kalau bintang 2 doang kalau mainin super fan. Gedean suaranya. Enggak, gua gedein mau denger lagu disco doang tadi. Udah gua kecilin lagi, cok. Gua gedein aja mau denger lagu disco doang udah.
Some of these players the angle of the additional units that they might need.
And the early pre-level to 6 trying to fish for a key headline with potential on the
TF mending red buff apa Morello? Morello lebih sakit. Morello lebih sakit nih kalau lu ngejarnya damage. Cuma kalau lu Morello, lu butuh tongkat banyak banget gitu. Ya lu pilih aja kalau lu emang punya banyak tongkat ya nggak masalah.
4 options open for me right now. KDA spat, Seraphine on the bench. Kale on the shop, could be a Pinnacle spat with the X,
Gacor, cok.
a Riven. We see the 8-bit Garen on the shop as well. Look at these.
Main apa nih orang nih?
Options open. Pinnacle, true damage, 8-bit, and KDA. Which option does he choose? Why choose yet? Just buy the whole shop.
I mean, is there a world in which this is kept too open for Skipeus?
I think he's scouting now. He's actually scouting now. He waited a little. He decides to go for this Neko.
This is temporary.
Yeah, it's temporary, but when do you sell it? Do you go for 7 and try and commit to a 3 cost, or do you actually wait to see if naturally you get like some units and then even sell this 3 cost?
Super fan-nya mana?
That is even better.
You wait for the augments.
Uy, KDA, cuy.
But it looks like Seraphines are not
KDA, cuy.
now. He's going to commit to the line. Of course, Skipeus played a lot of games of RE Warriors.
Yes.
4 to be precise. A third of his games that they 1 and 2 was the tempo option, which is why I'm not surprised to see the slam now. He can play for Seraphine. If he gets it, great. If not, let's pivot into the thing that I'm most comfortable with.
Bulan depan ada GCB Morgana, nggak tahu gua. Ya pasti gua ada kode giveaway buat skin LoL PC. Ajak Bang yang DC, bukannya dia lagi ini anjing lagi streaming Happy Wing Rip.
The Kale for item carry for the time being not quite good enough.
Yeah, the Neko doing the additional damage. Actually, Skipeus doesn't have a good carry, but because he has
Lebih
so
sakit
much
Morello
offline,
dibanding
actually
Red Buff
the
ya lah.
Neko,
Nambah
very,
magic
very
Morello
short.
tuh.
And now Panda, this is what you're
Ya, blank slate yang nggak diambil cuy.
then commit to a final decision.
Anjay, recall banget tuh.
He goes for not today, so he will decide to go for something more like
Recall banget tuh kiri bawah. Nambah slot cuy.
Vampirism always a good decision, and rerolling obviously for Taro.
And 2 more players have that option as well, but not today. We see Ice at the very top middle there, and Relic on the left.
Gak giveaway CB lagi, gak ada kodenya.
Very effective with
Bulan depan paling. Sekarang sih gak ada.
Pick up from Relic, trying to make a last stand, trying to guarantee another top 4 coming into this day number 3.
Nico reroll, enggak dong anjing, yang di reroll carry-nya dong.
Still has 4 components.
Bukan Nico dong yang di reroll, gak gitu konsepnya main
To get the actual
Pas
additional
2 flex, cok.
And now that he has last stand, he can even grid it out.
Anjing, Milala udah ngehit, anjing.
Milala.
Edan.
With the Kale now
Keren gini.
this line, he has not the normal items that we could get, but actually the Morello has gotten a lot more love recently with his buff. Also, you have the damage amp and the possibility to
Halo Milala, anjing.
More items.
The more important items are down here, Peter.
Min 2 Kyle, cenah. Edan.
definitely like to push this one further. I think, you know, following up.
Ini Taro tadinya mau main Kylo tuh itemnya di slam kayak gitu. Cuma ya udahlah di sana masih oke katanya.
We do see things start to develop here a little bit for Skippeus. Noted before he didn't have the backline carries really at all. Now it's slammed the static shiv to give us a little bit more direction as to what this ball will look like longer term.
And the big thing is level 7, 40 gold. Akali natural in the shop because of the early level. No player is on 7 yet. We're not even at the stage 3 carousel, but the AFK alongside the Scuttle Puddle really min-maxing his eco.
And Taro now with the angle for the Senna, he already had 6.
Taro tadinya mau main Kylo ini, Cuk. Dapetnya Senna, ya udahlah lanjut, Bos. Anjoy.
He has good damage, he has to go for another thing. And Saka,
Senanya tabrakan.
testing, they're both are going for the Senna.
Senanya bertabrak anjing. Ngadu coy.
Double duplicator makes it a little bit easier.
Yeah.
Wih, itu apa tuh? Di benchnya ada tarik, ada Nami, halo? Apakah kamu main disco IC anjing? Keren. Ini Sake mau pivot sih kelihatan. Dia mau ke Lulu itu. Dipegang dulu aja Senanya, pegang pinjem ya Bang. Iya, 5 biji anjing. Pit kursornya, oh iya, maaf.
The entire championship is going to be so relevant, making sure you're topping off your points. Looking at the carousel coming in, and Ari potentially for Skippeus. He is not first pick though, he's going to be second pick here. Can he pick it up? He's angling towards
Degree juga disco, halo?
Yeah, there's other possibilities.
Degree?
Also with the
Degree, aduh pedang itu. Tapi Degree mah itu masih bentar. Disco cuy. Chromecast gandengan di bawah. Enggak, ini dia lagi siap-siap nyari Lulu harusnya.
To get and use the duplicators, the game is not giving him, but he doesn't want to burn the economy, Peter. He knows that he will need the economy to later go to additional levels and try to cap the ward even more.
It does feel like that's been the theme of the lobby.
Kylo 4 Sentinel.
Now they know what the situation is coming into game 2. Remember, of course, our players are trying to hit 20 points overall. They'll then put the entire lobby in check and can win off the next lobby. For our players who did well in their first game, if they can do well again in the second game, they can put themselves in a threat zone.
Pindah Lulu Seranya ada yang pegang sementara.
For now has the kill. I'm not sure if he'll maintain his kill for the rest of the game. But he had a very poor result in that game number 1 with Katarina. Has to bounce back himself, and really all the CN players have to try and get a top 4 to contest that possible checkmate around the game 4 mark.
Yeah, it's not a good place for Ice. Probably he was trying to go also for the Senna line, but
melindungi satu wanita. Iya, cuy.
So he will have to innovate a little. He's holding a Vex, holding some units on the bench, holding now the Katarina, but actually very difficult to go for a Malala. Also with the pentakill emblem in his frozen.
Inilah yang dinamakan Kylo sedang diratukan. Anjay.
A lot more defense, that is what he's like.
Milala naik level 7.
Only to get more HP, so the armor are more effective. Saka also rolling for his units. His heal. No, he has it. Yeah, he could go now.
Emang gitu ya positioningnya satu doang ke depan. Kurang lebih gitu. Biasa kan kalau yang Kylo depannya si siapa tuh Morde ke depan sendiri.
No, doesn't commit as yet. I think again it's slow and steady for our players in this.
Ngehit nih Senanya. Bintang 2 nih Sena aja. Tinggal naik level. Keren aja.
Different also comp. He already had the last stand, so maybe he's pivoting out of the comp he had. I believe he was going to stay, but maybe trying
good luck dah itu yang satu lagi nyari itu.
You know he has a lot of game.
Udah ngehit anjing Senanya coy.
Of the augment. So maybe he's thinking about capping it more. He got a fourth in the previous round.
Min 2 Kylo.
Try to look for a first.
So to follow up, I mean, I think you sort of partially explained this already.
Ini kenapa jadi pada main recall plus 2 gini lobbynya anjing aneh banget. Lisin kok ada boomnya dari mana? Tahu. Gila naik ke 7 lah Kylo dipegang banyak orang ya ini.
Yes, for sure. The only bottleneck when you're playing reroll is that you need gold. You need to hit as fast as possible. Some of them didn't hit. So actually, the lobby should be a more higher tempo. We should have seen for now at least one, three star, but we didn't. So actually, the players who played, like for example,
The roll down, Milala and Taro both looking for the kill 3. Taro is so much closer.
Berebut Kyler 2 orang anjing.
Taro, there is one for Milala, but look at how
Mana ya?
This is the problem. You have to be scouting. You have to be identifying what.
Mana ya? Nabrak tuh. Sama-sama min 2 nih.
none of them getting there. Very, very difficult for both.
Dua-duanya min 2 anjing.
Players, what happened? Obviously, they tried to force it because of the element of Peter. In the end, the player like Skipdeos that will go fast 8 and try to play the Ari Warrior will be the one that will get more beneficial from this.
I think you guys have illustrated that extremely
Kain 2, ha?
that the two
Halo?
each other down.
Kain 2. Poppy 2 Edger lu, halo?
Needs the big win out of this lobby. The KLs aren't quite there yet. You see Relic up at level 8 with the lobby.
Level 8 Kain 2, Poppy 2, Edger 2. Disco anjing. Edan. Ada ya orang main disco anjing turnamen goblok.
Overall, I think will not stick to this board at the very end of the game. Not the best.
Akhirnya Bilala nggak ngehit dia, cok, nggak ngehit anjing Bilala.
Set number 10. Degree though now on the
Last 10 nih anjing.
place in the HP standings and Prismatics.
Mana yang disco? Belum ngambil Oakman ya? Mana yang disco?
You know, the NA players overall just going out towards the bottom would help give them more room to breathe. But we've got some interesting choices coming in.
Disco nama anjing udah ngehit Jig anjing. Depannya kopong tuh.
Hologram actually we saw it before into the Hearthstone line. They call it the windshield. What was the name? Like the windshield come because you have the double ult side by side.
The windshield wiper.
Sisa si Ice doang nih main disco. Anjing keren. Pas 20 kan ya 20. Mereka kalian stream lu bang soal cost 2 flex. Enggak anjing gua aja belajar dari mereka cok. Cost 2 flex tuh. Gua aja belajar dari mereka cost 2 flex. Milala nge-hit goblok. Halo?
With the ramping of the Ginsus, but once the crowd control comes in, it gets a little bit dicey. I think this time round, there's just power there. Nope, I'll eat my words.
Yang nge-hit Milala tuh.
Wins again, Panda. You were saying he's down an Alman. He hasn't popped up the last 10, and he's winning against a table that already has the kill 3.
And with these shops, no wonder Alawi and Zig in the shop for the Latam.
Ini apa anjing ilegal tai? Apa dah? Halo? Cheat. Kasihan. Golnya 3. Kaila gangan. Level 6 dadah taro. Kamu kalah adu ilmu recall apa Milala anjing. Aduh ilmu recall apa Milala anjing. Aduh ilmu anjing pencet D goblok anjing. Kasihan. Udah lah bang. Ente anjing.
If there's one player that can make it
again, a line that is
already lucu banget anjing. Kasihan anjing.
It's actually a comp that can really ramp up. We saw it with the additional possibilities, and now the biggest carousel so far, the most important. We have a spatula there for.
Gua dukung Ice deh. Ice main disco di turnamen keren kamu Ice anjing panutan goblok. Dia buang geragas ya, pakainya Zack sama Lawi anjing keren. Catat anjing. Catat. Para pemain disco, halo. Catat anjing.
Oi Pet, ayo nobar Pet.
Goblok berbangun.
Gua aja tidurnya baru jam 7 aja.
Anjing cacat.
Berusaha tidur tidurnya jam 7 anjing.
Disco win lobby kalau dapat sana Zix di lobby B2 lah. Tinggal nge-hit, Cok.
No, you can see the chances down at the bottom
Halo
right
semua,
there.
welcome.
It's not a situation anybody ever wants to be in, but Taro, he knew where he
Hari
was
ini
going.
ada ini Kur, katanya announcement set baru.
Let me show you how it's done.
Iya, dia emang habis final ini announcementnya.
Kasian banget. Taruhnya ketemu Kyle sebelah lah, anjing udah jadi kan.
Gue belum kali 2.
Lah anjing udah jadi. Kasian banget anjing. Ini yang terjadi.
Oh, iya.
Kalau lu main kos 2 tapi nggak scouting, nggak lihat board sebelah anjing, ada yang nabrak atau enggak nih kita taruh anjing.
Tapi gue salut sih, ternyata Taro masih selamat ya. Gue nggak nonton sih yang kemarin.
Nggak tahu, gue kemarin nggak ngeliatin Taro sama sekali tuh.
Soalnya kan hari pertama Taro agak rungkat gitu JP ya.
Disco nomor 1 lu kasih duit nggak? Gue kasih dah.
Ini main apa nih anjir?
Ari.
Buset.
Ari nggak tahu apa ya.
Headlinernya sih Nico bang, udah lihat ya.
Aduh. Kalau kos 3 reroll bang, kos 3 reroll ya rollnya di7 udah. Bedanya itu doang. Cek headline-nya di7. Engine-nya udah jadi.
Iya. Kalau yang lain bisa turun 1 level nyari headlinernya, kalau kos 3 enggak, harus level 7.
Mau 10 KDA. Oh iya ya ini. Oh iya level 9 lagi anjing.
Emang dia ada emblem?
Itu.
Cuman 1 anjir.
Itu
Oh, iya,
ada.
satu lagi ya.
Spatula sebiji lagi, Cok.
Ini lagi deg-degan nih, Pit.
Bismillah tongkat, bismillah tongkat, bismillah tongkat, bismillah tongkat anjing. Bismillah tongkat anjing.
Kau udah rilis. Iya.
Wah, tongkat. Tongkat. Tongkat.
Oh, tongkat. Yo beneran ada. Muka si anjir santai dong, tampol nggak sih anjing?
Anjing, 10 KDA, Cok. Anjing. Halo.
Dia chill dulu, bang.
Anjing.
Masukin Ilawi nggak sih, bang?
Nggak doyan katanya, nggak doyan. Jasitnya gimana Cok anjing? Turnamen macam mana yang kamu dustakan Cok? 10 KDA anjing.
Gila EMEA, aduh, apa disco ini nggak jelas, nggak usah sosok disco.
Lah bang, semua juga kalah ketemu 10 KDA anjing.
Dia kaget, aduh sakit banget Cuk, aduh sakit banget anjir katanya.
Anjing.
Terus dia klik namanya 10 KDA dong katanya.
Tinggal ke bahan ini kayaknya dia AFK, tinggal ke toilet menang aja nggak ngaruh Cuk. Goblok aja. Gak ganti headliner, enggak udah kayak gitu mah lu gak usah ganti headliner lagi, malah jadi kalah. Lu kalau udah 10 KDA nih, lu masih ngerol lagi nyari KDA Ari atau Akali gitu. Enggak anjing, gak guna, Cok. Malah
Ya
kalah.
kecuali mungkin secara nggak sengaja tiba-tiba ada Akali gitu, nggak apa juga sih.
Nah, iya, kalau tiba-tiba
Tapi harus siapin dulu Nikonya.
Iya.
10 KDA itu udah overpower sih.
Dis kok punya Dazzler M? Apa sih ini Ice selalu punya Tom of Trade anjing nge-cheat tai. Ezreal ada yang play skill sama Disco apa anjing? Halo Disco?
Ini mukanya mirip anjing, gue kira yang tadi, Cok.
Beda, Cok.
Sekarang lebih maskulin kok avatarnya. Iya.
Taruh ada lagu kalau ngereng.
Anjir.
Halo disco anjing. Hey. Disco
Yang paling
anjing.
tinggi sekarang siapa, Pin? Masih si Ice ini kah?
Gua nggak inget. Milal. Degree kemarin yang paling tinggi, standing paling gede itu Degree kemarin. Gila, disco jazz cuy. Anjay.
Yeah, but Disco now this is good position because Ice is in the same side at both carries from
Serot. Disco jazz. Serot. Anjing, TF cuy.
Anjir.
Gue dukung 10 KD ya, 10 KD udah pasti menang anjing.
Pokoknya siapa yang ketemu sama si Skapeus ini mati anjir. Tuh, siapa Kur? Nggak ada sih.
KDA belum lagi.
Diambil sama dia nih, Cok.
Ganti headline dah. Ganti headline dah.
Baru bisa nih ganti headliner nih.
Udah gak ngaruh anjing. Mau headlinernya tiba-tiba Jin headline juga pakai pakai anjing KDA 10, Cok.
Siapa ya? Zix nih dikasih sama dia nih.
Cing.
Halo Melde.
Nah, lu ganti headliner ke TF bisa tuh anjing. Gila. Kiana KDA emblem anak orang dislepet meletuk anjing. Dapat item.
Dia pengen ganti itu tuh, tapi nggak dapat Nikonya.
Buang Evelyn enggak, dia nggak akan buang Evelyn. Buat record diaper. Aha, dadah disco anjing kena 10 KDA goblok anjing. Bentar. Gue sih nggak ngaruh, Cok. Not even close anjing. 10 KDA kapan ya 10 KDA di turnamen?
Headliner tuh apa, Kur? Headliner tuh yang langsung nambah 2 kombonya. Tuh KDA itu langsung plus 2. Macam-macam Kur stream lu. Ini dia emang kalau terlalu cepat kali 2-nya jadi macam-macam dikit dia. Kapan ya 11 KDA? Itu nggak logis aja. Pokoknya siapa yang ketemu sama dia, siapa yang ngeliat pedang, udah berdoa aja.
Ini Milala darahnya sehat banget anjing. Belum ketemu gitu.
Milala paling nomor 2 ini.
Wah, anjing, ini bintang 2 semua goblok. Level 8 bintang 2 semua, kos 5-nya tolol anjing. Halo. Enggak ngaruh. Anjing enggak ngaruh. Last ten.
Selamat tuh.
Bahkan last ten-nya belum ngeprok anjing. Creep round dapat Tom lagi, aku sih udah enggak sih.
Kayaknya emang live-nya enggak patah-patah enggak sih, Pit?
Enggak.
Apa digulung ini?
Emang kalau kali 2-nya kecepatan gitu.
Tapi yang gue heran suaranya aman anjir.
Iya, gue dari kemarin gitu juga tuh, tolol anjing.
Halo Anya, thank you. Ya lumayan lah.
Milala udah kalah kayak ketemu KDA 10 deh.
Kalau ada yang bisa dapetin bintang 3 kos 4 sih mungkin bisa bersaing ya. Tapi masih enggak juga sih.
Enggak. Pos 5 lah.
Halo Sensei, thank you give membershipnya Sensei dan welcome to membership.
Bahkan kok hoki-hoki gak tahu, Cok. Anjing Lucian 2.
Tiket turni TFT kapan bang? Itu sekarang kan lagi ada turni Nusantara tuh.
Serot.
Oke, satu kali skill lagi. Ya. Tebel banget sih itu.
Iya tuh. Dia butuh Ziggs 2, Ziggs 2 nya di orang lain semua, ini kasihan deh. Ada disco.
Ini 10 KDA juga megang Ziggs aja.
Berapa match lagi?
Jangan lupa thanks guys.
Nggak tahu, mereka tuh butuh ngumpulin poin kayak 20-an gitu. Udahnya sudah 20 poin. Nah, kalau lu udah punya kayak 10 poin nih, lu tinggal menang ke satu aja sekali, itu yang menang. Cara dia menangnya gitu. Duar hilang. Apa besok tuh bang? Mukulinnya bang. Halo? Apa besok tuh bang? Bang? Hilang tuh bang. Selamat skip Ahus.
Anjir, mukanya santai bet cok. Kambing nih orang.
WIC kalah coy yang Discord cok. Tidak.
Halo Raffi yang tidak pernah ngechat 2 kali. Eleanor Bar is OP. Enggak sih. Eleanor Bar kayak di bawah Kel, Serapin nama Sena deh. Menurut lu gimana, Pet? Iya enggak sih?
Kayak Bar enggak yang the best. Paling kuat
Kel.
Kyle sih gue rasa paling kuat. Karena bintang 1 kalau KDA 10 tebel ya iyalah tuh. Lilia juga bintang kos 1 tebel tuh anjing kalau KDA 10 mah anjing. Cing. Aneh bisa dapat KDA emblem 3, nggak tahu cok nge-cheat anjing.
Judul apa? Emang judul live gua apa? Oh iya, judul gua kenapa day 1, day 3 cok.
Milala top 2 lagi ya cok. Milala goldnya aman bener soalnya dia udah nge-hit Kyle-Kylean ini nih. Selama lu udah nge-hit Kyle 3, lu udah nyantuy, udah kuat booknya. Paling nge-roll dikit nyari kayak Viego upgrade, udah naik level udah gitu doang cok. Simple main Kyle.
Yeah, I was going to say this top 3 is looking somewhat familiar, at least as you said for the CM players. A better finish, but not a massively better finish. Again, it's the most representative region in our top 8. We definitely had some.
Disco top 6 ya iyalah ketemunya KDA 10 anjing. Siapa menang lo di KDA 10 itu?
Dia diem karena ilmu padi gor. Ilmu jembut anjing. Ini mirip nih hexnya.
Hilang anjing. Hilang anjing. KDA 10 goblok anjing.
Masih bahagia Milala coy.
Aman aja udah topor. Anjing jorik 2. Terus lainnya gimana anjing ini kayak gini tai boardnya.
Dia apa siapa yang bakal ketemu nih? Ya, yang bakal ketemu si Sake coy. Hoki bab Milala anjir.
Viego 3.
Iya, akhirnya Milala nomor 2 ini.
Ini Milala nih kalau
Nah, Milalanya juga ketemu Sake. Tapi siapa yang ketemu bayangan
yang kiri yang bayangan.
Oh iya, dia dapatnya yang bayangan ya. Berarti iya Milala nomor 2 nih. Tapi Milala bisa menang ya ini?
Tergantung RNG. Oke. Kedua. Suren gak sih Bang Milala mau ngapain lagi tuh?
Kayaknya nggak boleh suren deh.
Iya. Anjing lah KDA 10 di turnamen. Tolol anjing KDA 10 di turnamen minta dipukul bangsat.
HL Jax bagus gak? Kagak. IDM-nya juga jelek. Di turun kemarin ada yang make jelek. Dapat nomor 5. Kalau mau share mending urgot aja.
Kok masih mikir ya yang lain kan udah ngehit 10 KD. Lah kan mereka nyari placement, Cok.
Biar soalnya dapat ini. Main 1 poin sih.
Iya, nyari poin placement masih mikir. Nah, kalau udah kayak Mila lagi nih udah gak usah mikir, udah pasti kalah. Anjing. Oh, Tim! Bentar!
Woi. Nah, woi.
Aduh, ke-skip! Ya, ke-skip, Cok!
Ya, ke-skip 1 ya. Ya, tapi 1 doang sih.
2! Dia ke-skip! Aduh, ke-skip, Cok! Aduh, ente!
Ya, nggak sempet ya.
Ih, dia mau kalau Kiana 3 menang tuh, anjing.
Apalagi Kiana nggak bakal gerak itu musuhnya anjir.
Iya, anjing. Sumpah itu kan kalau ngehit Kiana 3 lu udah
Kiana 3 kuat banget anjir masalahnya.
Anjing.
Mau sesakit apapun damage lu nggak bakal bisa gerak.
Ente Milala. Aku tahu kamu pasang tadi kecepatan anjing.
Kalau sempet dapet sih tadi itu gila sih comeback buat Azir. Anjir.
Maaf guys, gua mute dulu biar nggak kena copyright lagi anjing, mager gua. Ntar harus di private anjing.
Emang pas di mana private ininya, Bet?
Ini yang kayak gini-gini kan ada BGM-nya kan ya, muter lagu kan. Nah, itu aja kena gua.
Oh, yang bagian sini.
Iya, makanya gue tiap kayak gini-gini sekarang gue mute aja udah daripada kena lagi, mager, Cok.
Terus musik rap refnya udah pakai musik baru belum, Bet? Belum ya?
Belum.
Oh, masih yang lama. Kapan ya update musik rap refnya?
Gue tahu anjir. Gemeter aku tuh pencet D. Iya, Cok, anjing. Milala POV.
Milala. Iya, cuy.
POV Milala anjing. Aduh, anjing. 10 reroll tetap di hati, goblok anjing.
Itu suara istri lo, Kor. Itu suara Peter anjing.
Goblok. Jadi kita nikah, Gur.
The fuck?
Amal gak sih, Gur?
Wih, ada Wandering Tra. Oh, ada milih Wandering barusan.
Ada tadi, cuma nggak keambil, dapetnya skatong, Cok.
Wah, anjir, siapa tuh yang milih tadi? Mantap tuh, Cak. Kau dapet.
Aduh. Auto win Kiana 3. Kalau ini nih yang bangsat nih, dapet anjing KDA 10. Dari paling bawah jadi ke 1 anjing. Cheat anjing.
Berarti tiap carousel ada ini anjir, ada emblem, Cok.
Spatula diambil. Anjing. Ini apa nih? Lu udah ini, Gur. Lu nge-mute juga?
Udah apa? Enggak.
Oh, lu enggak?
Itu dia bakal ngumumin set baru katanya.
Ngomong iya.
Baru nginfoin doang nih, tapi masuk ke PBE kayak tanggal 5 deh.
Jadi kapan kita main set baru?
Nikah sama aku, Kuro. The hell?
Konsisten KDA.
Halo, Anaf.
Gue pengen lihat. Gue pengen lihat disco 10 cuy.
Oh, 60 seconds katanya ini populer di Jepang.
Bang, tadi gue main portal spatula.
Halo, Rijal.
Tapi dari tiap state ada spet terus dan bangkainya ngambil spatula tuh orang yang sama. Iri aja, makanya lu strik kalau mau ngambil spatula tuh. Tinggal lu strik. Milala mentang-mentang recall ngehit mulu mau recall kos 5. Dia kalau nggak nge-roll dapet Kiana 3 udah pasti kalah ya, mendingan coba siapa tahu dapet Kiana 3 dia menang anjing.
Di shop nggak ada.
Rungkat kemarin.
Tapi gue juga sempet kaget waktu itu aja sempetnya Milala paling bawah kan standingnya.
Iya, jadi naik anjing.
Anjir kan Milala waktu itu paling rungkat terus tuh. Nah terus pas gue cek standing yang kemarin, Milala yang paling bawah di nomor 8. Anjir sempet-sempetnya masuk.
10 reroll cuy.
Apalagi di shop yang paling bagus banget gitu ternyata kalah. Anjir, anjir.
Pas besoknya di shop main dia ada flexnya meledak terus anjing. Sekelas di shop aja main ada flex meledak. Mending main jadi Milala pencet D.
Merasa tuh ke diamond susah bener dah. Keep farming cuy. Keep apa namanya? Grinding cuy.
Gampang cuy, main cost 2 reroll auto naik anjing.
Lu nonton itu gua aja video terbaru gua aja yang TFT. That fast gak bisa ditumpuk kan bang?
Bisa.
Reduce damage sih gak bisa ditumpuk kan, Bet?
Bisa saya ingat gua.
Terus berapa reduce damage-nya anjir? Kan 50-50%.
Oh iya itunya enggak. Gua udah lose streak tapi di carousel ada di side dia semua. Lah yang nggak tahu, makanya lu mainnya di side dia, jangan di side lu. Gua ambil Lokman AFK kok carousel gak ada spatula. Lu kira tiap game ada spatula?
Nggak tahu deh. Oh, win pentakill ya.
Mas Taro tusun 2 kali ya. Itu Mas Taro lagi aneh dah. Udah tahu yang dia lawan 10 reroll Milala anjing. Diadu ilmu anjing pencet D. Kalah lah, Cok. Nggak bisa lu ngadu ilmu reroll sama Milala anjing. Dilihat-lihat Nekra cantik juga. Gas, DM aja IG-nya. Punten Mbak, aku tertarik melihat Mbak.
Ade Flex Ryue aja udah sekuat itu ya. Lihat tuh. Item Z-nya, item Jin-nya, item Lucian-nya, item Kiana-nya nomor 4 anjir.
dia kalahnya gara-gara ketemu si ininya mulu, KDA 10-nya.
Sedih banget aja.
Kalau dia lawan yang recall aku sih dia menang, cuma ketemunya yang KDA 10 berapa kali udah langsung mati tuh. Tadi Milala kelewat berapa Kiana kayaknya 1 atau 2.
Sendoknya 2 deh. Itu cewek berkumis bang, cowok itu anjir. Bang, kos 5 beda 3 sendiri emang bisa menang bang? Bisa. Ada sih yang nggak bisa menang misalnya kayak Jin. Tapi Jin kayaknya kalau ada ini baru bisa menang sendiri deh.
Jin kalau ada badan-badan baru bisa, kalau nggak bisa.
Kalau ada lifesteal sih kayaknya bisa ketahan deh, Pit.
Nggak bisa. Hilang, Bro. Ntar ada
gue di TikTok bisa aja.
Ntar dia ada kestun lah apalah udah langsung mati kok. Mau ada lifesteal juga. Harus ada kayak tumbalnya dulu.
Enggaknya ada 1 sih.
Tuh Milala nggak bawa Augment Recall sama Augment Dupli bisa ngehit cepet. Emang gitu, Cok. Makanya sebenarnya secara teori kalau lu udah hatam main Recall tuh nggak selamanya lu perlu bawa Dupli-Duplian. Karena ujung-ujungnya jauh lebih better lu punya Battle Augment kalau lu main Recall tuh. Lu mau Reroll nih. Terus kayak ya udah bawanya Battle Augment biar kuat. Makanya tadi kan dia darahnya tahan lama banget gara-gara itu. Cuma kadang nggak ngehit. Cuma kalau lu Milala mah
Kiana ada kemungkinan menang solo. Iya Kiana bisa sih.
Kalau lu ini mah pede aja, gas aja, Cuk. Kalau nama lu Milala nih, gas aja nggak usah pakai dupli. Easy. Kalau 2 yang kelewat tadi kepencet jadi tuh kena 3. Iya anjing, gara-gara ke skip doang gitu. Yang baju biru cantik.
1 nggak sih? Emang dia ada ini champion duplikator?
Hah? Enggak.
Dia kan kurang 2 anjir.
Iya kurang 2. Ke skip 2 kali itu.
Oh 2 ke skip tadi.
Baju biru rambut
jadi juga
pink.
Walaupun kelihatannya dia minus 2 ke skip 2 juga belum tentu dapat aja.
Iya.
Kan kalau dia dapat jadi lebih kecil lagi chance pas reroll berikutnya.
baju biru, rambut pink. Pasti Kuro tuh. Oh enggak, Kuro beda. Rambutnya biru, itunya pink. Kalau Kuro. Apa dah ini? Ini apa anjing?
Kenapa jadi kecil gini?
Ini apa anjing? Tolong. Ini apa anjing? Gambar cong iya. Dia malah gambar cong, bener juga anjing.
Itu udah tarik real life core. Oh yang tadi itu lu bilang tarik.
Bang sebelah lagi marah-marah main wing rip. Lah siapa suruh tuh? Mending nontonin ini, ngetawain Taro nggak ngehit. Adu ilmu sama Milala anjing. Ting dulu gua. Masih mulai kan 2 menit. Ingetin gua nanti nyalain suaranya, guys.
Bukan anjing, itu jelas-jelas itu casternya, Cok. Next GB siapa yang keluar? Nggak tahu deh. Itu di set berikutnya deh kayaknya, selanjutnya next GB sih. Untuk season ini kayaknya udah selesai deh, udah habis deh. Milala join kompetitif sejak set 6.5. Udah habis? Belum. Baru game kedua cuy. Totalnya ada 6 game. Dan sekarang sisa 20 hari. 17 hari. Bentar. Live gue jangan-jangan muter ya guys ya?
Dong ada di lo.
Koneksi gue lagi bermasalah kah?
Setahu gue nggak ada. Apa lu nge-lag gue? Coba restart modem nih.
Bentar. Foto nih YouTube gue sampai 8.000 gitu merah-merah anjir OBS-nya.
Mokdok bikin konten set 14.5 isinya apa belum nonton? Gak tahu, gue juga belum lihat. Cok.
Udah muncul bocoran set baru. Habis final ini harusnya muncul.
Bang nyalain suaranya, sabar. Ntar. Anjing. Milala tuh mukanya senyum tuh. Anjing ngehit gitu. Goblok.
Kenapa banyak bule kalau ngomong itu kayak ini ya?
Apa?
Kebuka itu mulutnya sebelah doang. Banyak banget bule kayak gitu.
Kebuka mulutnya sebelah doang.
Ya jadi dia kayak apa ya? Dia ngomong nih tapi mulutnya tuh kayak miring gitu. Jadi yang kebuka itu misalnya cuman mulut ke arah yang kanan doang mulutnya.
Emang iya, gue gak pernah merhatiin loh. Perasaan enggak gue.
Banyak anjir. Misalnya kayak si Nekra ini nih. Nekra ini dia juga ini agak miring nih tapi dikit doang. Yang paling jelas itu Milala sih.
Masih ada lagunya tuh. Apa jadian kita harus senyum biar ngehit main
Grab
Rico?
ref,
Enggak, Cok.
Let's go gak sih bang?
Enggak ada yang mau, coy.
Nggak seru cuy. Grab ref lah cok. Biar rame itemnya bang.
Bang hadiah endset dapat apa? Gak tahu. Tanya Kuro dah Kur, endset dapat apaan?
Endset apaan?
End season dapat apaan?
Atau tactician kali?
Ih, gak ada yang tahu tuh.
Next CB Morgana Core. Dah lah ada di bocoran di teaser set 11. Gue udah tahu semuanya tapi gue nggak bisa ngebocorin. Gue semua champion udah tahu. Gue udah main PBE, udah main gue.
Ayo udah kasih tahu gue biar gue yang bocorin.
Jangan dong.
Oh jangan deh.
Apa aja chibi yang mau rilis, apa aja tactician non chibi yang mau rilis, apa aja isi battle pass-nya.
more, but yeah, end of the day, pot of gold probably not too much.
The shortest game we've had so far ended on 6-2, so you will see the pot of gold.
Bahkan sebenarnya gue ngomong gitu aja nggak boleh cuy. Gue hanya boleh ngasih tahu kalau gue join PBE itu di tanggal 5. Nah.
Yeah, Taro picks up a pair of Urgots. We've seen some trouble for Taro.
Oh jadi tadi nggak boleh kur, mampus gue cepuin men.
Yang barusan itu juga sebenarnya nggak boleh.
Mampus gue cepuin anjing.
Gak apa-apa lah. Halo Tidan. Nggak dapat crab ref. Ya nggak ada yang ngambil anjing.
Nggak facecam. Tar gue lagi sebat dulu ah. Tak dulu kan.
Picks up a Tarek 2 to go alongside it and still has not even found his head.
Ada yang ngambil tarik tuh. Milah lah tuh ngambil tarik tuh, Pit.
Pegangan bang.
Ada geragas tuh bang.
Pegangan itu. Early game doang itu. Masa 10 reroll mainnya di sekolah.
PBE tanggal 5 kayaknya. Tapi kalau orang kayak gue, PBE udah bisa mainin dari kemarin-kemarin cuy.
AFK? Taro AFK halo. AFK.
Turning itu boleh pakai tools yang kayak lu pakai gitu nggak Kur? Harusnya sih boleh.
Yeah, we've also seen a lot of popularity of spoils of war, and both the Korean Scapeus have
Kelas
picked that
aja.
up, and we're going to get ice grab that as well. So win streak is going to be
Ada yang pegang duaan nih.
contested, but Taro is still on 2.
Aneh headline du biji jo.
Play for the win streak with the spoils might have a little bit of trouble.
I also do spot Zira going for that Yasuo reroll.
Milala itu cok switching gear mau menang kalah nih.
Sitting on a non-headliner Yasuo right now. So basically his
Cepat switching gear.
headliner is not that far off.
Pantes tuh.
Milili.
Masukin Corki dulu.
Milili.
Ntar pas PBE lu streamingin gak Kur? Mungkin gue streamingin, mungkin juga tidak. Apaan tuh ada gelap di sini anjir? Taktisiannya ngebug. Bukan.
Taktisian ngebug apaan?
Itu tuh di board tuh kayak 2 dari depan tuh ada bayangan gelap lipstick tuh.
Oh. Gak tahu.
Tuh gerak tuh.
Gak tahu cok, gaib cok ini.
I just want to say he's due. He started the day with a double 8.
KDA 10 sama Penta 10 menang mana? Kayak Penta deh.
Contested heavily. That's just going to happen for you. The question here is how does he pivot out of this line? You know, you have a great
11 no legend. No legend maksudnya apa?
Or does he have something else up his sleeve?
Wih anjir ada 2 urgot dapet. Oh ini kos 3 ya? Apa sih tadi? Pot of gold.
Milala lilu.
Lu mau main akal global nggak? Mungkin nanti kalau udah rilis di iPhone. Gue males main di Android.
Sombong amat.
Nggak seru pakai Android main game bang.
Bener sih. Nggak salah. HP gue juga Black Shark, nggak seru main di Black Shark. Lu HP 2, 1 buat streaming doang kan? Apa dua lu pakai sehari-hari?
Ini penjelasan legend.
Dikacangin cok, tidak.
Oh legend yang twisted fate gitu-gituan. Iya nggak ada.
Bench your headliner and make sure you get the loss that way when you want to win.
Kalahnya jadi hardstyle gini, cok anjing. Ngeri gitu sih cinggir anjing. Edan. Keren.
Cuman kalau udah pegang hardstyle gitu agak sulit menangnya sih.
Gue pernah menang
kecuali modinya mati nyalain sama dia mungkin bisa.
Gue pernah menang ke dia 10 tapi si Penta 10 dapat Vego B3. Anjing Penta 10 Vego 3 sih nggak logis tai.
Dapat transfer kapan ada lagi? Nggak tahu nih cuy, kayaknya nggak bakal ada dah.
LOL PC nggak sih?
Buka meledak ini.
Kur main LOL PC kur.
Keep.
Gue udah mau masuk Emerald.
Pas mau giveaway.
Gue udah mau Emerald anjing LOL PC cok.
gold
Jir,
for
ingat
it. I
banget,
don't
Cok.
think he got that
Iseng
much
ini
gold.
main Huawei seru kan.
Probably not on stage 2, especially the silver version. But late game, that can
Ada nggak yang
be
mainin
to have
Huawei
that
di APC?
duplicator.
Apa
You can
tetap
create
mid dong
some
deh?
very strong advantages.
Kadang
If you
ada
can
orang
switch
gila
the
ya.
ball swiftly and get towards some legendaries,
Oh, kurang ya di
early
APC ya?
vision too can make a
Bisa-bisa
huge
aja sih. Cuma
Oh,
nggak
there is
sekuat
an
itu
arc
clear
out here
wave-nya.
for Taro if he wants it. That would spike him all the way.
It's staying there.
Gampang
Ice.
kena panis,
Okay, Ice
dude.
takes it away. Ice can grab that. Have his own ergot for the rest of stage 2 and early stage 3.
TF lagi
Halo
OP
Bang,
itu.
apakah TFT bisa ketemu jodoh?
Bisa.
Dikit yang cewek cuy main TFT mah.
And I want to pay close attention to Zirya here because he has 6 Yasuos without the headliner already. All he needs is just the headliner to pop and we could get a stage 2.
Yeah, the way we've been
Wah, ini
seeing
seriusan mau main
Yasuo
pang nih
succeed
Bang,
is
nggak
when
main
you
pang
actually
dong.
are able to natural it on stage 2
Main
or
KL
latest
reroll
stage
ini
3.
mah.
Anytime after
Itu
that,
rollnya
the
0.
AV of that
Kalau
can
main
fall
pang kan udah
drop
pasti nge-roll.
significantly. It's really surprising to see
Pung
how
roll.
far it can fall. But if you spend no extra gold to find it,
Kalau
it's
nggak
actually one of
main
the ways
KL
that
ya
you
main
play
Sena.
for top 1 or 2.
Tapi dia udah ngekunci, udah memperlihatkan dirinya bakal bermain KL. Nah, kalau ada yang nabrak, hujat nanti.
Milala cuy tadi cuy.
Alright,
Nabrakin
so for
orang,
those
man.
players, it's gonna be Degree
Halo,
going
Sifar.
up against Scapeus. Scapeus did have a lot of those 2 stars, but this Olaf
Halo,
in the front
Jonas.
line trying to run through this, and it does come down to the Ginsu Jinx actually being able to ramp up, and Scapeus actually will be able to grab the win.
ADC
and
gap
try and
cuy.
get some
Yang
extra
satu jinxnya kuat
We have 2
anjing.
more players at 100
Hai.
HP. Let's see if they will run into
Sama-sama
each
dua
other
sih, Jing, ya.
here.
Pusing nih
That's always the
Degree
big
ya.
question we're looking at here.
Menang kalah menang kalah menang kalah menang kalah.
Ada duplikator champion gitu.
Iya cuy.
So we'll have to see if he can actually hold on to that as we get here, because this board does seem strong, but it actually seems very beatable. I mean, it is the Vi and the Jinx as the main carries here.
Yeah, I like the Gwinsu slam here early, the best way to preserve an early win streak. We do see a lot of Heartsteel players kind of play the Punk line to start off, get the Gwinsus, one of the best stacking items on stage
Sampai
2,
ronde 6
and
sih.
then go from there into tempo stage 4.
All right, well, Taro is in
Apaan?
Scapeus' pool. That's probably who he wants to avoid the most.
Apanya?
Ends up
Apaan
being
ronde
Relic,
6?
who's still on level 4.
Game ini.
Should be relatively easy to win, but it is a red buff GG on the end.
Apa turnamen men?
Jelek itu kan main LS. Enggak juga sih, cuman nggak sepowerful dulu.
And the superfan item, of course, there on Annie. A big thing to notice is that he does have an Ornn item coming up, and typically the best one you want to be looking for is
Nggak ada
that
tempat
mana
lagi.
Understand would be really nice too, because if for some reason you don't hit
Anjing, galon mini anjing.
Anjir.
Galon mini cuy.
Gua kira di Indo doang ada begituan, Cok.
Gua tahu minumnya galon mini.
Seraphine items being slammed across the
Ternyata
board.
di
Seems like that
itu
was
orang mana nih,
good.
Latam ya?
Latam anjing.
Lihat ternyata juga ada galon segitu, Cok.
Galon mini cuy.
so far. We're gonna have to see if Zirya
Ada kerannya nggak ya dia ya?
does roll down here, or if he's gonna wait for the augment. Oh, excuse me, sorry. He actually
Oh, he has
already
the
has it
headline.
in pocket.
So,
A
but
plus
it is
3
just
debut.
one more. He's got a duplicator here.
Iya.
He's got one on the bench.
Min satu Yanto cuy.
After Krugs, he tries to roll and
Wih,
find it. Or
momen
he could
Yanto.
just kind of let it ride for now, wait and just see if he can find that one.
What
drop down.
Eko anjing.
Got an echo
Wih,
out of the
enak
orb
banget
as
tuh.
well. That's gonna be really nice to get some extra synergy.
Mana
Tinggal
Yanto nih?
nyari apa nih dia nih?
Yanto sebiji
Vertikal.
cuy.
Well, I mean, you
Oh, tapi
really
dia bisa
do
bikin
want
langsung
to
itu
keep
tuh.
on, you wanna wait. It is just one
HOJ.
copy of the
Tapi paling mau
Yasuo.
IE nih
So you
dia.
can either roll on this round and
Oh, anjing!
one or two
Oh.
and save the
Aduh.
duplicator.
Kapan ya?
It's quite good, yeah.
Sure.
And this is where
Bang.
we see the success, right?
Bang,
you
chill,
spend
Bang.
pretty much zero
Chill
gold
dulu,
on
Bang, ya.
rolls, that's where the Yasuo can come out. And this was 2 gold on rolls, right, to actually...
Cuy. Loh, ada sepatu H TD. Oh, halo.
Ah, wih. Wah, ini hoki banget, anjir. Level 5, XP baru naik level banget tuh. Dapat Sena, udah punya 4, ada True Damage Emblem. Wah,
Lah, ketemunya Yanto.
Yeah, we'll see if Zhiyue ends up hitting
True
some
damage
summons
versus
early
true
on. It ends up
damage nih.
feeling a little bit more contested for Sokka because it's gonna hit the board.
Kesoju nggak ada, Bang. Aduh, Kesoju mah jauh,
It's
anjir.
not overly contested, right? Zhiyue only even wants the 3 copies, and so Sokka should be in a good spot with this Senna. As it
Masuk
feels
aja
like
nggak
it's
kan
only
ke final?
going for Senna,
Oh.
and then on top of that, there's
Baru kesini aja
another
gua.
2-cost reroller with Relic on Seraphine.
I do want to
Kesoju.
mention how much gold that Zirya actually rolled. Are you guys prepared for this?
Terus
He rolled a total of
Robinson.
4 gold.
Oh, it was
What?
twice.
Hoki
That's
mulu dari
cool.
semalam. Iya anjing itu Riwe. Hokinya nggak jelas
That is
anjing.
gonna be
Tai
some
itu.
really nice money to have saved up for later on, but we
Itu
do have
Riwe.
a second choice of augment.
Hokinya nggak logis anjing dari kemarin.
So I'm
Udah
looking for
jelas.
Blink out. If Sokka hit that, that's the highest
Perbandingan
gold to
skill
get.
sama
Oh,
hoki di
doesn't
TFT.
find it.
Mungkin skill, ya mungkin bener sih skill 70% kali ya.
Enggak,
Hah,
kebalik.
70%?
Hoki
Kenapa gitu?
70%. Skill, ya lu lihat yang turnamen Nusantara kemarin aja gue.
Ya itu mah karena BO 1 anjir.
Lah kan bener. Hoki 70%. Skill 30% cukup.
Emang di Indo ada galon genggam gitu ya? Ada yang ukuran yang kecil gitu cuy. Berapa
cuy.
liter itu? 3 liter apa ya? Masa kan nggak pernah sih lihat galon yang kecil gitu cuy?
Milala mau main apa?
A higher value unit earlier than any other ID Flex player in the lobby. So you get that just extra firepower on top of maybe a really great synergy and just high value.
Switching gear kasihan aja udah gak bisa menang lagi tuh. Rencana dia nih menang kalah. Jadinya kalah. Pancing TF 2 biji goblok. Woi. Pancing.
Wah ini sangat menggoda nih katanya.
Level 5.
If there ever was a disco game, this would be it.
Yeah, it terrifies me. I hate to see it.
Okman roll dapat crown bagus nggak sih? Ini apa pula ada
terbang. Oh 1,5.
Ada yang nge-roll dapat
tiba-tiba
tactician
ada
crown.
Tommy aja.
Ada Tom anjing.
Terus dia juga dapat duplikator, dapat Tommy.
Pusing anjing.
Lah, kenapa Ice yang jadi main kill? Perasaan tadi siapa tadi main ini ya? Taro ya, Sake ya? Apa gitu?
Tapi kan si Ice dari tadi udah dari awal pegangan ke Jinx.
Yeah, he does have 4 kills. We saw him hit 2 of the 2 stars. We'll see if Ice actually ends up to get that 3-star relatively quickly.
TFT di turnamen MSG nggak ada ya, gue liat ID doang ada. SG ada itu kan kemarin qualifier ini ada SG cuy.
Milala TF2 halo? TF2 Milala halo TF2 aja. TF2 aja.
Bener diambil cuy. Wow, dia bakal main ini kah? Oh, dia buat ngejar ininya sih. Buat ngejar switching gearnya sih kayaknya ya.
Ya nggak tahu bang dikasih.
Yang pasti sih nggak bakal dimainin anjir. Nggak bakal dimainin disco maksudnya.
Loh, tadi aja ada yang main disco.
Rung kan. Galon kecil kayak botol minum. Itu bukan botol minum anjir, beneran galon itu dia. Kayak galon-galon yang lu beli 50 ribuan itu, tapi versi kecil.
Exe cuy.
Oh, mau Exe Guardian ini.
Exe disco tuh lihat. Ada tariknya.
Buat ini, buat pegangan Guardiannya dulu itu sementara.
Kayaknya lucu deh set sekarang kalau ada Guardiannya bisa Guardian 8 gitu kan, Guardian 9. Ya lucu anjing, satu tim Guardian semua.
Wih, Ice ini udah 6 nih kill nih.
Iya cok.
Enak ini dia cok.
Ada yang ngepang sementara doang itu, ntar ganti deh cok.
Mantap banget cok.
Cing.
Level 6 dapat bintang 2 morde, udah enak.
Level 6 Z juga enak. Boleh.
Aduh enak juga tuh ya.
Boleh. Guardian 8 udah kayak kulkas berantem keras doang. Di set sebelumnya ada tahu komposisi yang beneran 8 tank tapi tanknya tuh ada yang sakit jadi satunya dijadiin carry gitu. Lucu ya.
I think the way he needs to stabilize
Game berapa
that
ini?
is
Game
just
3.
find a Z2 early because his cash outs are not going to be very good. He did not find the 5 heart steal despite having the 2-star Aphelios headliner with the heart steal +1.
Yeah, so it is just going to be that 60 break point. It's nothing to write home about for Taro as he finds the win, breaks the streak, and as you said, really going to have
Degree
to
mau main
He's not even push to 7 at this
Plus
point.
2 rel level berapa? 6.
When a lot of people are able to go there, but a lot of times when you're playing, you know, lost streak with hard
Oh,
steal,
mau main
Yeah, and I have to say he did low roll.
Bang, gue
on
jadi
the
ingat
station
orang
support
Surabaya
lane
yang
right here.
marah-marah
This one is
gegara
not really
orang
what he
non
wants to
Surabaya
look at
banyak yang
into
ngomong
that
cok.
extra void lane, but there are much better options in
Emang
the
cok itu
Aegis
dari
or
Surabaya
even
ya?
Rocket or
Gak
a heart steal.
tahu kan.
Gak terlalu penting lah cuy.
He's benched a lot of this board. Looks like he's trying to tailor his tome here, maybe trying to go towards a Riven line. It ends up being potentially there, even though we thought this could be hard steal. Riven's still potentially open, gets the 8-bit in, starts tailoring for it. These items can work out for Riven, though they're not the most optimal.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking at
8 bit emblem. Boleh.
Jazz ada juga.
Boleh.
Momen yang mana?
Jazz.
Jazz yang dipilih.
8 bitnya 4 cukup. Nah, Jazznya bisa 4. Anjing, keren.
the Jazz emblem can just be really powerful to get extra Jazz online. And so if you're
Keren.
well, I think I'm in like a decent enough spot. Just pick the Jazz emblem, and you also do
Apa sih,
have
Fer?
the Tac Crown coming.
Ini portalnya apa? Itu di atas no, Pot of Gold.
He hasn't really put anything out there. He's going to take another big loss here because there's really not much power on this board.
Cok,
Not a gold on the
kena
bench,
seradut
not
nih.
a ton of direction. Still at level 6, so 4-2.
Hilang
We're gonna have to
nih.
see a huge roll down from Degree.
Surabaya sih emang gitu, cacok-cacok ngomongnya, tapi lebih ke friendly.
We're going into this roll down here, likely only 30 gold if he wants to go for
Jazz aja dah, nanti dapat spend. Sebenarnya 8 bit tuh nggak perlu 6 tuh ya udah oke. Yang bikin kuat Jazznya nih. Jazz
apa mau diambil sama Ice nih? Ada pentakill tuh. Kayaknya dia bakal ngambil pentakill ya. Tapi ada Pandora. Itemnya udah bagus sih, tapi nggak usah Pandora kayaknya.
Milala. Sekali roll disco cuy.
Iya anjir.
Halo disco.
Seriusan si Ice mikir buat heroic grab buat apa ya? Buat mode 3 gitu.
Kali
Udah pasti dia ngambil pentakill jelek kirinya.
Just needs to find a couple extra
satu kali roll set anjing BC.
Locket of the Iron Solar.
Disco beneran nih cok, jadi disco cok.
Milana rungkat ini guys karena telah memutuskan memilih disco guys.
Iya cok.
I saw his roll down. It was pretty dizzy. Didn't actually find anything. As we now go to Scapeus, we see he's actually hit his Twitch 3 as we're gonna start seeing those two.
Anjing Z2 nih taruh.
One in trainer setiap muncul nggak pernah ada yang mau ngambil cuy di tour nih. Di game sebelumnya sih ada sih tadi yang milih tapi nggak dapet.
Iya ada satu tadi. Milala main BC reroll goblok anjing nggak gitu konsepnya cok. BC reroll anjing.
Apa ini lu main-main kayak begini katanya makan nih ASN ini serapin gitu.
Itu Milala udah senyum-senyum ketawa-ketawa anjing palanya sakit euy.
Mampus lu sisa 16 darah ngide sih. Enggak ngide sih sebenarnya. Main switching gear terus pakai hard steal. Sulit menangnya.
Switching gearnya enggak switch anjing.
Iya kagak switch anjir.
Kalah doang anjing.
I honestly believe that this board is actually stronger than it's showing against Relic.
Yeah, I mean, he even found a Ziggs on level 8, which, you know, it's only the 1-star Ziggs, but it's still very strong. Just picked up a Blitzcrank. It looks like he's still headliner.
Item juga nggak ada.
Oh, you called it, but we didn't know yet. So he's
Udah
going
bang
back
kasih.
to the Riven. Has to play the Riven headliner.
Anjing.
Stuck on Riven. I don't think that's where he wanted to be. I think these are two of our weaker boards in the lobby going at it, and Degree.
Ini Degree Milala tadinya dua yang ke satu kedua kan, sekarang jadi dua-duanya paling bawah. Anjing jadi 10-40. Tidak. Bentar guys.
Masih menang barusan Milala.
Menang, Cok.
Enggak, karena Sentara nggak ikut gue.
Lu kali 2 sampai mana Kur? Udah Carousel belum?
Udah.
Udah ada yang ngambil.
Oh. Udah ngambil tapi spatula belum ada yang ngambil.
Oh iya, sama.
Nah, diambil sama Riwe.
Lah, lebih cepetan lu aja bentar.
Kentang kali Kur ngeprem. Iya cuy. Ini kayaknya IndiHome gue juga butuh di restart nih cuy. Koneksi juga ini nih. Merah-merah nih.
Streamer 144p, maaf dah anjing. Anjing. Empek anjay, empek cuy. Anjoy empek. Empek. Halo empek.
I don't feel like his odds of hitting were that high. It was not that much gold that he had to roll down, but he's one away from Vex, so that could salvage the spot.
Anjing ini ngeri kalau bintang 3. Hehe.
Usually the Amumu is the biggest anchor of the composition.
At least he's close.
He does have 6 copies, right? 3 away.
I do want to ask you guys, is Mortdog actually from the EMEA? I might be.
Info channel temen Kuro. Air liur 123.
456. Kursor nyapit. Oh iya maaf. Lupa mulu gua. Ini masih nyangkut tuh. Gara-gara tadi.
Goodbye Bang Digri. Goodbye Bang Digri.
Posisi
next Milala. Udah dapet headliner.
Posisi titit.
Ya sampai mana lah Milala bertahan. Udahlah level 8. Item TF tidak ada.
Dadah.
Dan dia ketemu sama top 2, top 1.
Dadah Milala.
Item kasih aja nggak sih Bang TF-nya satu lagi.
Dadah Milala.
As we do see a pickup of that Kane too.
Gasonya, Cok. Oh, itu
So Malala might be going up against something that's a little bit lower strength, but if he's not able to get through this, then
Oh, kalau ini sih menang dia, cuy. Ini musuh. Oh, yang ini tadi.
Bayangan itu.
Gak lihat gue carry ternyata ya suh. Gak lihat gue tadi.
Bayangan itu.
Oh iya bayangannya.
Serot.
Beruntung DC ketemu bayangan.
Satisfying anjing lihat TF lempar kartu musuh mati itu bahagia anjing lihat itu. Milala akhirnya switching gear tuh dapat. Kasihan banget.
Baru tahu gue ada channel nge-stream ini. Ada cuy, kita dapat akses cuy. Siapa atlet e-sport yang paling populer sekarang di TFT Bang? Si Milala.
TF reroll bisa menang Milala. Iya, Cok. Itu Milala 10 reroll mau main TF reroll anjing. Jangan salah, Cok.
Kurang satu nih dia cuy. Roll terus kasih Bang.
Waduh.
Oh, malah yang ini yang jadi aja. Bagus lah. Satu lagi yang mau muncul. Aduh, tapi kalau pantel sih nggak bisa dijual ya.
Ionic, Morello. Ionic, Morello enggak mau.
Udah pasti bikin event serot dulu cuy.
Kan Vex Magic Kur.
Iya, cuman mau ditaruh di mana itu?
Disco menang nih lawan ini.
Serot. Oh, Vex-nya bagus ulti soalnya.
Mana? Disco, Cok. Nah.
Nggak mati dia tapi.
Waktu meta Twin Terror X nih nggak menang lawan Disco, cuy.
Udah dapet tuh itemnya TF-nya.
Itu
akhirnya dapat juga item TF. Dia dapat item ternyata sih ini. Milala.
Kan tadi ini Creep round. Anjing Moser nih. Posisi Moser coy. Ada flex apa ini anjing? Baru lihat gua. Kayak gini ada flex.
Di shop Soju. Ya nggak lolos mereka cuy.
Ada flex macam apa ini cuy? Halo? Adek? Dek?
top 4 is a
Pertama
massive
kali
uphill
sih
battle
gua
here.
ngelihat
And so
5 monster 5
everyone else is
pentakill
closing
gini.
the gap on these points.
This is such a great
Ada
matchup for
flexnya aneh
Tauro. He got to
banget.
scoop everyone for the sequence and run straight into Relic's board with
Monster
the
bikin
3-star
circle
Seraphine.
anjing.
It's also
Ini ada
locked
flex,
off
ada
from
Z,
that Lucian
ada
that's gonna fight
apa tuh
massively, but
Viego.
hey, nobody's targeting
Hafal.
the Z.
Aduh, ada flex macam apa ini,
Wih,
Cuk?
masih bertahan Milala cuy. Ini Milala harus naik level 9 sih.
Nggak akan bisa. Mati bentar lagi. Mati ini bentar lagi.
Ya Milala kan hoki banget cuy.
Enggak, Cuk.
I'm just happy
Tuh,
that
nggak
Taro
ngehit, nggak
has been
bisa
able
dia.
to turn things around a little bit. So maybe can continue to do so as these next few
Ada
games
disco
go
cuy,
forward. But if
disco
Malala can
cuy.
look
Tapi
that
dia
up,
lumayan
there
juga
might
sih dia
not
dapat
be
ini ya,
enough
dapat
time to get that
siapa
online.
Ilawi.
But as we take a look at Ice's
Ya kan dari
position,
tadi dia posisi
laughing a little
titik.
bit about the
Cuma harusnya kalah. Dia nggak bisa level 9 di sini, dia kalah.
Milala before he gets into carousel, he's already sitting on Ziggs pair.
Lawan siapa nih Milala nih? 2, 3, 4. Bayangan like enggak?
Nah, ini yang aslinya, Cok. Kain 2 anjing kur. Level 8 goblok.
Wah iya anjir.
Kain 2 level 8 anjing.
Ente Milala.
Dadah disco. Anjing.
Udah boleh berhenti main disco Bang Milala.
Ini Ryu hokinya nggak jelas anjing dari kemarin. Dia kemarin main ada flex.
Lihat Ryu ininya jidatnya tadi anjing. Bukan apa? Alisnya. Ngetaun gitu.
Itu Ryu dari kemarin nih Gur. Dia main ada flex Storm of Trade ngedrop 3 biji, 4 biji anjing dari Heartsteel goblok anjing. Sekarang level 8 Kain 2 apa dah?
One more fight win, he gets the Ziggs too. Maybe can stabilize to survive over one more person.
Stop disco anjing, goblok.
Halo Kuroedi.
Itu dia mau
Kutukan disco terpatahkan. Terpatahkan apa anjir? Udah rungkat itu.
Itu dia mau ke TD 9. Halo?
Boleh.
Oh enggak deh.
Oh, iya,
Jasonya Ejlok tuh enggak jadi. Dapat TD lagi iya, Cok.
Bis. Ya, tapi sulit sih. Kecuali di carousel bisa tiba-tiba dapat Yasuo atau enggak dapat duplikator mungkin bisa tuh.
Yeah, it's gonna make it really tough, right? He's on 6 copies and he has a duplicator, so he only needs to find 2 more. But with how many are being
Agak
held,
ini
it's still
juga
going to
sih.
be such an uphill battle where maybe it's just better for Ice to try and push levels.
Dia harus dapat headliner true damage terus harus punya Yasuo.
Anjing hoki banget ini Sake, Cok. Ekonya sempet ngestun Kyle. Kyle jadi kalah sih. Roll semua nih lobby nih.
I was really
kalah,
surprised
Cok.
by that loss, you know, with the 2-star Kain. I thought he might have been able to get it. So Relic has a
Kain.
really good positioning
Kain.
to
Kain
prevent
true damage.
the Seraphine from being touched on.
Kain bintang 2, duit 50 tuh gimana ceritanya
I mean, I'm
anjing?
looking at his like 5 edgelords, 6 true damage. The Kain is true damage. He has a
Halo,
healing item. I'm
Azuri.
like, how is this board not good? Like, what is?
Yeah.
I know there's a
Besok
good
bahas
amount of
patch
1-stars,
14.5
but
Bang
I
Mordok
feel like
udah
it's
upload
a
tadi.
little more.
Nanti diganti nggak sih? Nggak
Mungkin
yakin gue.
bahas.
Can still definitely cap, and some players
Nggak
will
yakin
ditch
gua.
the 5 edgelord completely. It's not
Apanya?
really necessary in
Ini
endgame, and you can just
kayaknya
go
nggak
for
mungkin
the Lucian
pivot deh
instead.
Yasuo-nya.
Would be great if he could find it, but
Kecuali kalau dia tiba-tiba nemu headliner KDA nah bah. Apa TD natural baru dia ganti, kalau nggak kayaknya nggak akan ganti deh.
Iya, harus itu pun dia harus juga mikirin gimana cara dapat Yasuo-nya.
Once again, Zue just losing by 1 or 2 units, and it's just not being able to put it together.
Dia harus tiba-tiba nggak sengaja dapat duplikator sama nggak sengaja dapat true damage.
Duitnya banyak sih, dia bisa nge-call langsung. Cuma susah dapat TD. Yang roll pada megangin unit AD flex di stage 4. Loh, strategi cuy.
See the next item pickup as it comes through on
Strategi cuy.
round. Take stock around the lobby. We do have the 6 true damage online.
Gue juga kalau main
Strateginya
suka
keren
gitu.
banget. Alhamdulillah. The one and only Clover.
Spellweaver board with the Seraphine and Ice on the reroll Kale. So reroll
Aruri sama Clover juga kan ya?
Seraphine, Kale and Yasuo.
And here's that pot of gold.
This
Does
is
that help?
exactly what Zero is looking
Yeah,
for because
there
he has so much to cap for.
Ada
He
still
still
kayaknya
has
seru deh
Igor he can
dimainkan.
look for. He still has
Seru,
Lucian
kalau
he
nggak
can
nomor
look for.
1, nomor
And now
8.
he's hit one of them. This is going to give him shred in the early phases, which he still has stuck on the 1-star Kiana.
Cing.
Looking at these item pickups, a lot of players looking for big rolldowns as well. We didn't see the Mordekaiser be able to be hit. Instead, Ice gonna level up to 9.
6 edgelord 5 TD. Ngeri banget.
Ooh, so you actually found
Oh,
a
6 edgelord 6 TD.
So that was a really great roll down to be able to get that in on the board.
Wah, kalinya bengong.
Nggak ada itemnya, Cok. Tapi kain deh. Hilang kainnya, Cok.
Mantap kainnya, cuy.
Meletup, Cok.
Aduh.
Wah, hidup dia, Cok, anjing.
Oke.
Gue juga gitu. Emang gitu, Cok. Strategi ya.
Ini kalau nggak salah bentar lagi TFT udah bakal ganti set ya. Iya. Iya, aku anak Seper. Aku Seaya. Iya, Seaya ya. Gue lupa nama dia.
Kain, Yanto.
Yeah, for sure. You want to make sure that
Kain
you can take out
to.
that backline as quickly as possible because all of those backline units just want time to be able to
Kalinya harus di
Bukannya
item.
Yone bagusan
stop that, then that is going to be the win
di
condition. But he's
depannya Yone
running
ya.
into
Biar dia bisa
Relic
nge-stun
right
segera.
now, and there's that Seraphine right in the back left.
Yasuo could
Bebas
find a way to
dimakur.
wrap all the way around. He goes after the
Cerot.
Zed now, he can chase all the way through,
Trot,
make
trot,
the
anjing.
Kain
Kain,
does the
anjing.
same.
Aku punya
Relic has now
ini.
been outscaled by
Trot.
Yasuo as
Belakang
long
tuh
as the
kainnya,
position
anjir.
goes
Trot.
okay for GUA. Still gonna live a while for the Nico.
Trot.
This is the weakness there of that Seraphine. If these two are dashing,
Anjing, dapat duit lagi, goblok.
she can't get effective damage out.
It does come
Mayan.
down to KDA board placement sometimes. As we see here, he could wrap directly around the right side, and even though Relic did have those
Nyari
technical
Main
apaan?
Kaldero perlu event slot nggak, Kur?
Nggak.
Kayak mah Magic.
Magic pun
Kalau
sebenarnya
mau
nggak
sih nggak
butuh.
apa-apa dia bikin itu. Apa namanya? Ionic Spark.
Ionic pun
Tapi
sebenarnya nggak butuh.
Kel pun dia udah punya ini, udah punya strat.
Carry aslinya Kain bukan Yasuo. Ya Yasuo carry di early game doang, cowok. Udah gini mah. Yasuonya ya seadanya udah.
Relic is also very low at this point and is going to be running into the
Ih.
center board.
GUA actually does have both of the edgelords away from the Kayle this time.
Oh, kayaknya udah full item, pantes menggila banget anjing.
Trot,
Yang
trot.
Edge of Night juga.
Anjing duit gacor
Nih,
itu.
lu lihat tuh.
Satisfying
Tuh,
anjing.
apalagi ngelawan satu unit gitu makanan kain banget anjir. Warak duit lagi.
Gila, gila anjing.
Itu duit dari mana sih?
Dari Kain. Kain kalau ngebunuh
Kill
unit.
dapat ini ya.
Kain kalau lagi menang, lu ngebunuh unit tuh dapat duit. Kalau lu lagi kalah ngebunuh unit nanti darah lu nambah, darah tactician-nya.
Efek stress Wunder itu bisa di stack nggak sih? Nah itu gue kurang tahu sih. Kalau misalnya dari item sih nggak bisa di stack. Cuman kalau misalnya kayak TF dikasih Ionic Spark nggak tahu dah itu bisa nambah apa enggak ya?
Enggak.
Bisa nggak, Pit?
Enggak.
Enggak ya?
Udah Kiana 2, kali udah ada item.
Aduh,
Ini
Kiana
udah
udah
kuat
2
banget
anjir.
anjing. Udah skip.
Ini menang sih ini Ryu ini.
Skip anjing. Orang hoki level 8 kayak 2 anjing. Cheat.
And we do see Saka actually saving up with 49 gold.
Oh.
He is going to try and cap this board out with another
Tena
jab
juga
unit
6 true
going
damage
over to
ternyata.
level 9.
Cok.
However, this
Ngadu
positioning
TD,
for him
cuy.
not looking so good.
Both edgelords into the back line
Wah
immediately
anjir, gila banget
Serot,
Kenzo.
serot. Orang gila mana kot 4 level 8 kain 2 dia aja. Keren.
Sena pun nggak yang terlalu kuat sih.
Meanwhile, though, you've got Ice as
Kayak di
well.
antara kos 2 reroll
7
Kel,
pentakill.
Serapin
And
sama
so,
Sena,
still
kayak
saying
Sena yang paling lemah ya.
HP at 42,
Apa?
but how is he going to fare against
Reroll
the
plus 2 enggak
that
juga.
GUA has?
Semua imbang tergantung kayak mana yang lebih ngehit.
Kalau Kel menurut gua paling bagus deh.
Kyle.
Iya, kalau Kyle.
Kyle yang paling kuatnya. Oh, kalau kayak Sena, Serapin itu kurang lebih sama.
Yeah, when do you ever just get off the hexes, right? It's always so tough, but on the left-hand side, we
Tadi
will
ada
see
Airliner
Gio
Akali nggak
actually
diambil.
hit the ghost
Akalinya
ward,
true
so
damage nggak tadi?
all eyes right now
Terus
are on
yang
the
kedua
right-hand side
harus ada
between
pengganti
Ice and
Yasuo-nya.
And Ice definitely knew that he was going up against the Senna. That's why he's sparsing his front line out. When he's going up against Zero,
Kyle.
Yasuo kan
agree
bintang
with
3, jadi dia
Network
nggak
here,
mungkin
is that
dapat
you wanna get
klon
off the
Yasuo
hexes. You
lagi.
wanna make sure that Yasuo
Kyle,
can't slide into your
Kyle.
backline.
Yep, that's going to be
Kyle.
Lee Sin once
Jadi susah dia mau
more.
nyari, mau bikin 9
That's
true
gonna
damage.
be 2 remaining, Ice and Zue. And now you can
Udah pasti
position
menang sih ini
specifically
Ryue.
for
Gila.
the Edgelords for the
Wih.
rest of this. But I will say, you don't want to
CN.
spread out because of the ability to
CN.
just get the constant resets. But Live for Danger is in this lobby, which is going to allow you to get that AoE anyways.
Gak ada last
This
stand
is an
mokat.
interesting pivot. If he figures that he
Dekat
cannot
banget
beat
anjing
this
itu,
force,
lagian udah
never
kain
mind.
2
My dreams
juga.
and dashes.
Udah doesn't
My
matter
dreams
anjing
completely
game.
dash. I thought the double rapid fire was enticing enough, but yep, he's gonna skip the Lucian.
Semua tergantung
That would've
hero
been kinda
depannya,
cool to
Kur.
see. Maybe Lucian not always the most accurate of units either, but at the very least
Iya
you
sih.
can sort of have that natural dodge chance. There's a lot of gold though for Ice to work with, and there's gonna be a Yorick too.
Tapi kalau
That's a
Kel itu dia bisa
huge
nge-heal
unit
depannya.
to be able to have in.
I will say, unfortunately, that
Oh,
his,
Jay!
No more three.
oh, he
Oh,
still
he actually
found it.
found
Wah,
it.
bintang
So you
3.
can just sell out of that extra Viego, and he's waiting to pick it up. There we go.
Nggak ngaruh sih kayaknya.
Changes his positioning.
Setebel-tebelnya Morde, musuhnya TD anjing.
Like the Lilia, if the,
Dia kayaknya harus ini deh, harus ngebanyakin depan Kel ini deh. Misalnya kayak Lilia itu harusnya ditaruh aja di depan Kel.
He's added 2 crowd divers UA, that is. So now we gotta see
Jangan
if they're
taruh
able to
di
get the
hexnya.
metal
Kalau
hex
gini
will
kan
stop
jadi
early
enak
stuns
tuh.
from happening. Looking at the positioning, we
Nah,
do
ini
have
misalnya
Yasuo
nih.
making it to
Terus
the back
langsung
line. Yasuo
nyampe
turns
ke
around,
Kel
but
nih.
now he's finally on the kill. Yasuo on the kill.
Nah,
Anjing.
tuh Yasuo-nya dapat
It's
dia.
up to
menang deh itu
Mordekaiser.
pentanya.
Mordekaiser and the Yorick, the Bash Bros in the front line take it
Enggak
down,
deh,
and
kalah.
Ice gonna be able to pick up the win.
That was impressive from
Loh.
Ice. If you look early on the
Menang
fight,
itu
Yasuo
tadi kan
actually
ini.
Oh yang menang yang Kyle ya?
into the back line, but the
Kan
movement
hijau anjir yang
rate
bertahan.
we said was so impossible
Wih.
to hit.
Gara-gara
Still
itu ya,
found
dia
a
bintang
way out.
2 ini tadi ya.
Yorick sama Mordenya
Yang
naik.
ya, Yorick sama Mordenya hidup.
With the patience leveling up instead of looking to force the
Cina
ball
vote
lower.
Israel
ternyata.
anjing.
Because of that, he's able to actually hit and capitalize.
Reroll
guys.
enjoyer itu.
Musuh ada Yasuo. Nah, sedangkan si Ice dia punya Yasuo Magic, coy. Dia ada ini Morde.
Mendif.
Ngomong kotor gitu.
Masa sih ini kena copyright lagunya lagu pangan.
Kalau ini mah enggak anjir. Wih, itu si Saki tuh.
Masa sih ya kena copyright anjing lagu pung.
Nah, nanti Crab Rap bakal ada copyright, Fit. Kalau lu live terus ada pakai musik baru Crab Rap kena copyright.
Oh iya.
Twisted Fate 2 on level 6. If there's ever a time, it's up to
Sayang tadi nggak 9 TD, nggak bisa dia.
Mordekaiser and the Yorick. The Bash Bros in the front line take it down, and Ice gonna be able to pick up the win.
Kalau 9 tadi kan main tuh. Bisa menandingi si 10 KDA tadi ya kan untuk konten.
Konten anjing.
Transcend creation. Creating. Oh man.
Kursi Kur. Kur,
Udah bosan gue kursinya.
beli Kur.
Enggak sih, Kip.
Minta di ini aja, disponsorin kursi. Nanti lu unboxing.
VTuber mah susah dikasih item begini, cuy. Air liur si X-Pro player HE Bangkor. Emang lu main HE, Pet?
HE apaan anjing?
Heroes Evolve.
Mana ada gue main HE anjing?
GG Edgelord top 2. Ya Yasuo, coy. Yasuo mah emang beberapa kali sih emang pernah win juga kalau nggak salah deh.
Kalau Kos Yasuo bintang 3 dijual apa nggak balik ke shop? Ya balik, cuma dia harus nemu, dia harus judi nemu kalau nggak Kiana true damage Akali true damage atau enggak
Kali itu damage.
Eko true damage ini susah nyari itunya.
Nyari itu harus di level 9.
Iya, nyari headline true damage-nya susah.
Akali ada 2 aja sulit. 3 lagi thread-nya.
Ada lagunya, Cok. Mute anjing, nanti kena copyright goblok. Caster yang komisan kok kayak aneh gitu ya? Ya. Gimana?
Risu dapat kurs sponsor dari Secret Lab. Ya, kalau itu mah gede banget sih.
Masih bisa tadi Eko TD kan dia di level 8 terus gold juga up 50. Susah nyarinya. Terlalu gambling kecuali lu bisa nih lagi apa namanya ngerol ditawarin tiba-tiba set ini nih headliner true damage, nah baru dia pindah, kalau nggak enggak, Cok. Biasanya kekecilan. Lu kalau jual Yasuo mau duit lu 50 juga nyari yang TD itu susah.
Kayaknya pas turni WR dulu iklan kursi gaming jadi poin utamanya sampai komen penuh dengan tema kursi. Iya kah? Berapa game lagi? 3.
Level segitu cari Yasuo sebiji di mana? Iya sih.
Ya makanya butuh duplikator champion. Enggak harus champion sih. Butuh duplikator deh.
Sama butuh headline TD nyari anjing. Masa ini lu nyarinya Eko Akali itu tuh 3 trade-nya ya. Chance lu ngejual Yasuo nyarinya Eko atau Akali headline true damage tuh susah. Headline-nya ada 3 trade anjing. Bisa aja nyala Exe, Spellweaver ke atau enggak Sentinelnya kan tolol anjing. Susah, Cuk.
Terus di level 9. Level 9 mau dapat cost 5 gimana nya? Harus level 10 nyarinya.
Paling susah kayaknya nyari yang TD. Ini ada lagu copyright gak, Kur? Kan lu gak nge-mute nih. Lagunya lagu TFT apa bukan nih? Cuek, Cuk, anjing. Woi, Kur. Lagunya lagu TFT bukan? Kan gua nge-mute.
Bukan.
Oh bukan, ya udah gue mute aja dah. Tunggu mulai, Cuk.
Kenapa nggak Discord lu aja? Discord kenapa nggak OBS-nya yang lu mute?
Kan bisa. OBS-nya gue mute nih, coba nih. Set. Yang ini bukan ya? Pengen nih, bentar. Oh iya bener.
Lagu DJ remix Indo.
Apakah Milala hokinya abis? Itu. Yang tadi dia
ada itu tuh. Biolanya Jin.
Iya, anjing. Ini turni TFT nggak bakalan, yang ini mah kagak. Yang ini online. Yang Vegas Open doang yang LAN setahu gua. Cantik juga Mix. Semua aja cewek dibilang cantik. Iya dah, cewek cantik, bener. Gue juga cantik kalau di makeup, Cuk. Milala game ini ngide anjing switching gear tapi nggak ke switch gearnya, Cuk. Karena main disco jadi rungkat. Tahu anjing. Galau dia mau main recall udah pada recall semua lobbynya, Cuk.
Kemarin setnya kursi roda. Iya. Kemarin tuh temanya lebih ke ini. Texas gitu.
Milala
Kenapa
masih
selalu dikaitkan sama angka 4? Karena emang dibikin kayak gitu sama Riot.
Milala masih nomor 1 nih, Kur.
Iya anjir.
Kalau game ini
Nomor
Milala,
4. Iya nomor 5 tadi dia.
ini Milala kalau masih apa game ini ke 1 nih langsung beres cok turnamennya. Dia menang aja.
Belum tentu nggak sih? Kalau misalnya dia rungkat-rungkat terus gimana?
Pokoknya sekarang
Tapi
tuh
susah sih kalau dia rungkat.
yang abis ini poinnya di atas 20 kalau menang udah langsung beres turnamennya dia yang juara.
Kalau misalnya ini dia nomor 1 gitu,
Iya.
kelar gitu gamenya.
Iya, tadi kan ada yang poinnya 14. Kalau dia juara 1 udah beres turnamennya. Dia cuma 20 poin, terus lo harus ke 1 syaratnya.
Habis 20 ke 1 dulu.
Kalau udah poin lu 20 ke 1 udah menang.
Berarti belum cukup 1 kali win lagi dong, baru 19 dia.
Enggak. Kan dia kalau misalkan 19 nih, ke 1 tambah 8 udah nyentuh 20.
Berarti butuh 2 game lagi kan?
Masa 2 game sih? 1 enggak sih sekalian jalan gitu?
Kalau mah dia baru poinnya 27 mah masih bisa dikejar, Pit.
Hah, 27.
Kan sekarang poinnya 19. Terus selanjutnya di 19. Terus selanjutnya dia nomor 1, menurut lu udah menang. Nah, itu kan poinnya berarti baru 27.
Kan minimal 20 doang.
Emang gitu sistemnya? Siapa yang 20 duluan dia yang menang gitu?
Bukan dari poin. Misalkan lu poinnya udah nyentuh 20, lu harus ke 1 baru lu juara.
Nggak ngerti gue.
Gimana ya cara gue jelasinnya ya anjing? Intinya kalau poin lu udah sampai nyentuh 20, lu ke 1 lu menang.
Ya tapi lu bilang cukup 1 game lagi.
Iya kan kalau 19 tambah 8 poin jadi 27.
Nah belum cukup dong. Berarti kan poinnya 27 kan? 27 mah masih bisa dikejar anjir.
Enggak.
Sama yang lain.
Placementnya bukan poin. Yang menang juara ini tuh bukan poin. Syaratnya cuma 20 poin. Nah udah ya ke 1.
Ya berarti itu syarat winnya sekarang jadi gitu tuh. Siapapun yang di atas 20 poin dia yang menang.
Di atas 20 poin. Yang 20 di atas 20 poin dan ke 1 di game itunya. Misalkan semuanya udah 20 nih. Yang ke 1 yang menang.
Yang ke 1-nya yang menang. Oh, ada sistem gituan.
Iya, syaratnya gitu.
Berarti khusus di final doang itu berarti ya?
Iya, final doang. Sisanya mah kalau yang biasa poin doang. Kalau final kayak Vegas kemarin, pokoknya lu ke 1 menang.
Tapi katanya dia poinnya masih 19, jadi syarat 1 kali winnya nggak berlaku katanya, Pit.
Oh, nggak berlaku?
Apa emang iya?
Berarti harus ke 20 poin dulu, baru menang lagi sekali lagi gitu.
Nggak tahu deh. Halo Zeno, thank you telah memperpanjang membership.
Pajak poin dulu baru nyari 1.
Oh, jadi tetap butuh 2 match ya. Tapi kalau misalnya 2 match berarti dia butuh nomor 1 di match yang ke round ke-5. Kayak Apex dong, seru tuh. Gue baru tahu ada sistem kayak gitu.
Tapi final doang biasanya kayak gini. Biar seru.
Bukan biar seru itu, Pit. Biar pulang cepet anjing.
Goblok, biar pulang cepet anjing. Soalnya di yang
berarti kemarin yang Vegas kayak gitu berarti ya?
Iya. Di yang set sebelumnya kan ada awards-nya juga, Kur. Yang set 9.5. Itu dari harusnya kayak 8 game kayak sekarang nih. Mainnya cuma 4 game anjing, gara-gara ke 1 udah beres anjing.
Jir.
Iya, jadi cuma 4 game doang anjing.
Ayolah bang, main wandering bang. Kalian yang udah pasti rungkat ini bisa nggak sih ngambil wandering anjir?
Tuh.
Nah gitu dong. Gue sake lu bantu wandering bro. Please lah wandering biar seru ini turni. Gue Riot. Lu pencet Riot. Lu atur konsolnya ke arah wandering Riot.
Tuh.
Oke.
Ya, goblok nih.
Riot.
Gak asik, Cok.
Nggak seru, Cok.
I actually wanted to see it removed, but they guaranteed that they would keep it in.
All right. Well, I want to take stock of things.
Biar game itu seru, Cok.
Right? Malala obviously just needs any placement, and he's going to make
Penonton
check.
kecewa, iya anjing.
Players with 16 points, Capeas and Saka, they both need to get
Penbir.
50 or higher, and they'll be able to get their check as well. Then we go down to the players at 14 points. Ice, Relic, GUA. But all of them would need top 3 in order to secure a check in this game. Degree and Taro can't get it. They just want highest placement as possible, try and get themselves in a spot where they can get check on the next game.
And honestly, if you think about what has been winning these lobbies so far, it hasn't really been Heartsteel. We've seen the 10KDA earlier from Game 1, Game 3, it was the Kale. So a lot of times, I don't even think you need to force yourself into Heartsteel.
Halo Yoga, terima kasih telah memperpanjang membership
Well, I think
Yoga.
what's really tough about that is the tempo of the lobby. Depending on how quickly all of these players are going to be hitting those 3-star 2 costs, you
Kalau
don't
yang main
have
mah males
time
dapat
to actually
wondering.
get
Iya
to
cuy,
level
cuman
8,
penonton
level
kan
9
seru
or to
gitu.
have those big heart
Terus kita seru gitu ngelihat, wih dapat ini dia. Ah dia
Finding
kocak
the
dapat
spot
jelek
to
coy.
roll.
Wah ini orang hoki. Kan itu gitu aja.
Bertol-tolol anjing.
Terus kita lihatnya Milala kan. Ah Milala dapat jelek coy, dapat country.
To see if the tempo is increased once again, or if we end up somewhere that gets a bit slower.
Terus siapa yang dapat Jazz? Nah udah seneng tuh.
Item anvil just yet.
Yang dapat Jazz udah menang ya.
And there is going to be some high rollers and some low rollers. The best one you can possibly get, I would say, is Infinity Edge. It really opens you up to
Aduh,
so many
hoki sih
different lines,
wondering.
probably the
Iya.
S-tier item.
Yeah, outside of that, maybe red buff because of its flexibility. It can go in a lot of different ways. We see a lucky streak for Degree. That's a way to really jumpstart the economy.
What we have to be looking for
Karena
is
seru
really
melihat
out
hidup
metal
orang
heads.
yang ditentukan
Those are
oleh
the two
kehokian,
augments
Yus.
that give you the clearest direction earlier on.
Anjing ada yang main itu kur.
Well, I think Zio has
Apa?
found some direction.
Star
Actually
Arborn.
dropped the item anvil, picked up the Edge of
Wes.
Night, and
Momen
went
kayak
ahead and
reroll
really
tuh.
slammed
Gila.
it
Kena
down
reroll
to
tuh.
5.
Yoga, welcome to membership. Thank you sudah join membership. Anjay.
Ah Yoga di sini juga jadi membership nih.
Wih, dia ikut banyak
Yoga
kegiatan
Yasuo
klub,
ya?
Cuk. Iya, Cuk. Ikut banyak kegiatan klub anjing.
Di Ice.
Milala udah Kylo banget anjing.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those item
Wah, Pet, lu lihat anjing yang di kiri udah punya ini, udah punya kill headliner.
Hah?
Siapa tuh tadi?
Oh,
Bangke.
I thought we were
2-1
supposed
dapat
to
kill
hold
headliner.
hands together, not-
Ini udah enak hidupnya, Cuk.
Anjir. Siapa tadi tuh di kiri ya? Kayaknya si Skip Paus deh atau enggak Relic.
Ada yang ini ya, pre-level 4 lu dapat Kylo anjing.
That's true.
Gue main Wanderer dapat Disco Desert tetap aja Tusun karena Disco.
Lah, ayo sini adu kur anjing.
Lu bakal nggak hoki, Bet.
Yeh. Aduh jing. Aku support pengrajin Riot lokal Bang Pit, kelas Yoga. Pengrajin Riot.
Ayo diambil anjir sama dia, Cok.
Everybody pop
Lah
up.
nggak jadi main reroll deh orang, Cok.
Seriusan ini.
Ayo main peng, nggak ada yang mau main
Agak
peng.
sayang sih power star of Born-nya.
Ini Taro udah kiper. Mau main Moser nih.
Bom yang paling bagus punya siapa, Kor? Nggak ada sih gue merhatiin.
Orang gila macam apa ngambil kiper anjing. Halo?
Aro coy, momen Mozart ini dia mungkin.
Moser ya.
Momen Mozart kamu ya.
Boleh.
Belum belajar dari Milala kamu ya. Udah dapet easy TF bintang 2 tadi masih lost loh.
Well, I do see the Olaf that he's sitting on as well, and so I wonder if there's ever a world where you go for something like a Masha
Bang, lihat
angle
board
with
lain
first
bang, nggak ada
perhaps
gunanya
play
ngeliatin board
out.
orang sekarang
I know
itu
you two
lo
are, like,
observer.
trying-
Nggak mungkin orang reroll sekarang anjir.
Loh.
Tuh, observernya tuh kurang banget, Cuk.
I actually have seen this in TOC. You know, you're not making things up, but it usually is from the Jax line transition. You go keepers, and then you go Jax, AP items, and you go there.
Enak kok Kor buat nguatin early board. Bukan cuman buat reroll. Tapi mainnya hardstyle anjir.
Oh iya nih. Kyle.
Nah ini Nickel yang tadi. Oh ya bener si Relic.
Mau main
Bentar,
recall
bentar.
kan?
Weh Relic. Itu gue liat kepala kursi lu kebalik tuh anjing.
Oh yeah, I do
Lah iya anjing.
buff on the Vi. This is actually a secret tech, I would say, because you get instant cast and you can actually backline your
menang
Vi
anjir.
for that as well.
Ooh, getting more of the Clement tech.
The big punch.
Relic mana nih, dia nggak minum lagi Kur dari galon. Galon mini aja.
Saran obat masuk angin dah seminggu demam flu nggak sembuh. Apa ya, jahe kali ya? Atau enggak pir yang direbus sama jahe kali ya?
Milala pegang Kyle.
Pentakill. Just putting that out there.
Oh iya, Milala sih udah pasti kill sih itu.
Iya, Cok.
Nabrak sama Relic nih.
Is it?
It is.
I'm sad you're telling me that when I'm in KDA. But
Halo Bang, halo
Agak sulit sih
Kodi.
itu kalau mau ini pivot kecuali dia ada apa gitu.
Milala udah ngintip-ngintip ya anjing. Pivot bangsat katanya. Jual anjing Kyle lu.
Masalah dia udah ngejadiin gunblade anjir.
Iya, Cok.
Gunblade mah pivotnya cuman ke ini doang paling, ke Ahri. Kalau enggak disco.
Sena masih mending, masih bisa. Enggak yang paling bagus cuma masih bisa ya.
Does seem like this would be the place to look if you're Taro. You can do it now.
Tapi jadi kurang banget sih damage Sena jadinya ya.
Ini mau main apa anjing? Sake nge-slam JG enggak?
Oh enggak, ini berarti cuma pegangan doang ya.
Mau main Katarina ya, dia slam Jewel Gauntlet.
Iya, apa ya? JG apa buat main Ari gitu?
Sake duduknya miring. Itu ini, Cok. Tulangnya.
Skoliosis.
Iya. Itu tulangnya anjing. Ini Riwe gue liat dari kemarin mukanya cemberut mulu gini anjing.
TFT dari set rank nggak ada tanggal 20. Pivot apaan transisi? T11 kapan bang? Persen tadi udah gue jawab nggak sih Effendi? Tanggal 20.
Wih, 5 super fan genar. Halo.
Numpang bang Radian.
Halo B1 genar. Halo B1 genar. Cing. Halo B1. Halo B1. P.
Kita bang katanya.
Aduh jing gitu. Yang satu nge-heal. Aduh sia.
Yang satu kritikal.
Aduh.
Kalah cok itemnya.
That was extremely lucky from his Nari. He jumps to the backline immediately because he is on that headliner, and the same thing happened on the other side from Saka.
Swap places.
Exactly. If they actually hit each other first, I think the Edge of Night would have been popped and he would have lost.
Yeah, I think I completely agree with you. It just comes down to
Kyle
Nar works in this game as a headliner, and it's all for a W for GUA being able to
Genar magic rate. Iya anjir.
Tetep genar lompatnya nggak ngetrol, nggak ngerti gua Cok. Cuma orang-orang terpilih main genar nggak ngetrol genarnya Cok. Aneh anjing.
Lux Dazzler mungkin nggak sih Kur, si Sake masih bagus nggak sih? Lux Dazzler, Lux bukannya main EDM ya?
Lux
Ya,
EDM
masih enggak sih? Nggak tahu ya, mungkin dia mau main Lux buat nge-counter para kel-kel itu kali. Mati iklan kel anjing gitu.
Wih, Jax. Jax nggak sih? Oh, Jax. Halo?
Waduh, what?
Hah?
Nggak mungkin dong lu nggak tergoda anjing, gua pukul lu tadi.
Anjing, bisa
Nggak
gitu.
mungkin nggak tergoda anjir.
Bisa gitu tuh, nggak usah pencet D anjing.
reroll.
5 Sennas in a single shot.
Nggak butuh
So
twin terror
everyone else
gitu
who
sih
was willing
kayaknya
to
ya.
play Senna is now
Masukin
like,
ini
okay,
nggak
well,
sih?
that's not really fair. And now that spatula has some more direction.
Siapa
right?
sih
Because
namanya?
now true damage is kind of the very
Yasuo,
clear
Yasuo TD, nggak tahu
Bang
dah.
Yasuo, Bang.
Apa kira bebas dah
perlu
atur dah.
diajarin anjir main nih taro, cok. Kebanyakan main Tetris anjir.
Goblok,
Seraphine though on the other side. Skipea
Guna nggak sih Arstil di turni? Guna lah buat main fast 8.
Kapan ya? Kemarin gue Nusantara Cup yang ronde 1 gini sih.
Runs so far in the tournament.
Udah pernah sih gue ngerasain, jadi ya udahlah.
So you could either go for Seraphine here. If you find some early copies of Lulu, you could also go Lulu. It's a really flexible item.
Yeah, I can still even go towards
Mirip kayak stream yang aku tonton di Discord. Iya deh bang, maaf anjing, nemu di jalan. Maaf, nemu di jalan.
Wah, anjir ngambil last stand, cuk.
Anjing.
Weh, Milala ngambil dupli, cuk. Wah iya ya, soalnya dia tahu ada yang main ini carry roll jahat anjing.
Gitu.
Mampus lu mau nabrak gua katanya.
It's the World Championships. You never know. You never know what these players could be cooking. But we've got
Mana tadi yang Kylo?
Digri juga mau main Kel.
Mana Digri?
Yang kiri atas.
Nggak tahu deh. Kalau di oh ini nih yang main Kylo nabrak cok.
Parah banget sih dia nabrak di relic coy.
Parah cok.
Parah Milala coy.
Banyakin doa juga Kaji, semoga ngehit ini. Chena recall bukan nyalain TD-nya ya. Nyalain TD, nyalain rapid, nyalain dua-duanya. Itu lebih penting TD-nya. Kalau early game rapidnya lebih penting. Itu strategi biar lu nggak ngehit dan tusun dia cok. Kalau lu udah, aduh aku di kontes nih, ambil yang kayak Milala itu. Aduh aku di kontes.
Ngurangin pull di roll. Iya, ngurangin pull di next round.
Nusantara live enggak? Nusantara nggak gue live-in. Jahat banget Milala, lagi gak tahu cok.
Cara counter Kel bintang 3 reroll fighter gimana sih, lebih OP kayaknya daripada Jing. Ya dari harga aja udah beda coy.
Itu.
Nggak ada cara counter cok. Cara counternya lu mainin cost di atas itu terus jadi duluan. Boardnya jadi.
Kayak di game ini nggak pernah ada konsep counter-counteran deh. Oh Milala mereka bisa main Riven, Seraphine. Kalau kepepet atau Lulu.
But usually if you want to go for something else than Heartsteel, you really need that Penta emblem to actually play it. Now Saka is at, he's still very healthy, so there's not even that much chance of him getting a spat.
Banyak gaya lo nih makan. Anjir bisa dapat Viego lo Milala anjir.
Cheat coy ini. Viego lagi tuh.
Tinggal nunggu di 4-1 doang ini. Siapa yang bakal dapat dulu?
Taruh spatula lagi?
Waduh.
Oh enggak doyan. Enggak doyan deh, enggak doyan.
Gak ada minute cuy.
Kur nitip ya Kur ya. Toilet bentar kan.
Ini Kel apa? Counter anti heal. Nggak ngaruh banget sih.
That's actually very fortunate for him because he was 5th place in terms of the carousel and still being able to get that big boon. Now he has an open line towards the pentakill. It's just that his econ is still suffering for a bit, but he's gonna emoji anyway.
Maksudnya pull gimana? Pull itu tiap champion itu ada maksimalnya. Misalnya kayak yang harga 1 itu maksimalnya 20 doang hero-nya. Jing itu maksimal 20 doang di shop. Ini main apa nih?
5th place is always good enough, especially if you hit that pentakill.
Ini mau main fast 8.
Level 8 you can put in 7 pentakill.
7 pentakill would be pretty great. And then maybe if you get to the end of the game, you still figure out a way to maybe get 10. But right now, Ice is going to be
Harus
on
steal
Raze's
3 ya.
Sphinx versus Malala's board.
Yeah, and this is actually potentially
Core 1 22 core. Gue tadi nyebutnya berapa? Iya 22. Gue nyebutnya 20 ya. TFT ada reduce attack speed gak? Ada tapi item langka, item support kalau nggak salah ya. Apa item on apa item support gitu.
This is pretty crazy, but with a 1-star kill, he's able to go on a 7-win streak. There are some fraudulent boards out there that are waiting for 3-7.
Quite a few, and it lets Malala get there.
Ngaruh gue pakai Caitlyn bisa kok. Itu karena kebetulan aja Caitlyn tuh jadi, boardnya jadi. Atau enggak musuhnya enggak aja kurang jadi. Karena mau nggak mau ya pasti kalah kos 4 jadi. Kalau lawan kill.
It's a pretty reasonable one, especially being with the IE and the red buff. Yeah, maybe mana generation would be nice for the Ezreal, but if you have that much
pasti menang yang kos 4-an, yang fast 8-an.
It's just an immense amount of damage.
I don't think it's reasonable at all on Ezreal, but it would be good for Ice.
Yeah.
Well, we on the other side have Degree that is still rocking it with that Jinx. And just trying to keep preserving some HP here, but Ice is spiked.
Dapat dari mana nih item Radiant dia, Cok?
This this Jinx is having some trouble.
Degree is much more likely heading towards that Executioner line here, as we see the Guard Breaker is one of the best items for the
Yang hasil cuma dapat 2. Lah iya ya. Sedih banget ya.
But I worry then is Saka
Nggak guna anjir.
anyway having like the Vex and the Akali.
No, just gonna be playing towards the
Nah, di sini nih penentuannya siapa yang bakal jadi kill rerollnya cuy di 4-1.
We do see that for the mid game though, Saka is actually able to pick up a Samira. So if the units are held in this like mid game stage 4 before Saka goes to level 8, then it can
ini dia mau main Guardian Executioner kah?
I still think he's going on the pentakill like we talked about. He's holding on to super fans, and also those Akali items like Bloodthirster don't really have a great place for the Executioner line. So, you know, I think Malala would be under a little bit more pressure from Saka looking forward.
Whoa, that's a lot of 2-star units now. With Malala doing a big roll down, rolls past quite a few different headliners.
Oh, nggak dapet dia.
He's got the 2 duplicators, so he just needs to find the headliner, and he's actually just going to have the 3-star immediately. That's why you see him rolling all the way down, but he just misses at this point. Malala just
Milala rungkat.
It would have been 3-star immediately.
He rolled 48 gold.
Gue penasaran sama Relic.
Turn did not find the headliner. Welcome to 2-cost reroll.
Kalau observernya itu beneran nyimak gamenya, dia harusnya ngeliat Relic. Soalnya Relic sekarang yang punya yang main kill reroll. Tapi kebetulan dia lawan Relic aja. Bentar, killnya juga cuma 3 doang, Cok. Kemana kill anjir?
Hilang juga.
Milala ngabisin gol nggak dapat kill ini. Killnya cuma 1 doang, nggak dapat headliner, Pit anjir.
Lah. Ngebug gamenya. Kayla cuma ada 8 di shop anjing. Anjing. Tato Morde 3 tuh. Halo?
Wah, dapatnya Morde. Wah, itu kuat juga sih.
Morde wincon.
Yes, he did use up I believe his champion.
Udah lama gue nggak lihat Morde bintang 3 carry tuh. Wore.
Anjir, Relic juga nggak dapat, Cok. Udah pindah si Relic ya?
Yeah, so Mordekaiser 3 and then now I mean
iya dia jadinya main ini.
Mana Relic?
Itu di kiri tuh.
Oh iya.
Gak jadi lagi dia main kill.
Ice is rolling 2 and found the Ezreal headliner. Also has a Blitzcrank, so Sentinels in the front line. Still not going to be the most powerful front line that we've seen here.
Counter kill reroll pakai dummy shroud itu bisa. Dummy shroud itu apa tuh? Yang lompat itu. Kan lompat itu dia cuman ke arah champion yang rame-rame. Kalau kill orang ngamen kill itu mikir, dia bakal nggak bikin rame di sekitar killnya. Jadi nggak bakal kena lompat itunya. Kena lompat dummy.
Ngeri pas masa-masa transisi gini semuanya berubah emang. Coba nggak ada headliner, nggak akan tiba-tiba ganti semuanya.
Use the tempo from the early game, get to level 8, and then
Cing.
high roll, and then you win the game. Yeah.
And that's
Jin.
the thing that has made Heartsteel so sometimes problematic. It's not really that the cash outs are that powerful. It's just that the flexibility and the overall cap of those level 8 units can be
Jin.
overwhelming to all other boards.
Megang Lux ya Jirin.
Well, Scapeus is found
Nggak ada lagi bang, nggak dapet bang katanya.
And has
Maaf.
itemized those
Jetnya sterak 2 biji tuh.
items onto Zed.
Yeah, it looks like he completely whiffed on level 8 here.
Dan Nabi 3 bisa solo ya bang, kagak lah anjir.
At the end to just give himself some backline to
Jangankan solo anjir, full board aja masih kewalahan nih.
Beneran EDM Lux ini pegangan doang, nanti dia pindah lagi pasti.
Pasti pindah ini.
He does have enough HP to go into the PvE round, so this is
Pindahnya
a big,
ke
point
ya
to see if he wants to just
ke
go
Z
on
atau enggak ke
Ezreal, Jin.
and see what happens here.
Ya kalau dapat Jin boleh.
Well, it's lucky that he
Berapa
ran
ya
into
chance
Taro,
headlinernya di level 8 kayaknya
who
belum
is
bisa ya.
One Senna off from being able to
Belum.
get that Senna
One
3.
Senna off pretty much the whole game.
It's been a while.
10 win Milala ya cok. Mau ke D3 anjing win con coy.
I don't know how it's possible for one player to be a lightning rod for so many low rolls in a single tournament.
Taking one for the team, I guess, which is sad.
Main apa
But
relic
we've got
jadinya?
another
Iya, main
carousel up, and
KDA.
there is a York and a
Main KDA dong.
Yeah, this York is going to be absolutely
KDA kali.
massive if Zero can find it. Would send him onto the pair. Looks like someone else was able to snag it away.
Tadi ada yang punya Jin.
Mungkin pentakil.
Tuh yang ice
Iya,
dah
ada punya
gue.
penyihir.
Ada Jin.
Iya ada Jin blue buff kan?
big
Mana dia?
Dango.
Bukan Jinnya, bukan blue buff. Lah tadi yang Jin
Tadi
blue
blue
buff.
buff aja. Seingat gua.
Ih, Jin yang blue buff kemana tadi anjing?
Iya, Jin yang satu blue buff kan?
Iya.
Dipukul kali sama dia. Tapi gak mungkin anjir dipukul, Cok.
And now you've got it fully itemized. That feels pretty good. Degree is also found.
Ini unik nih, Exe super fan anjing gue baru lihat tadi.
And the Amumu.
Vex min 1 anjing.
Not Vex, dropped the Vex headliner so that he
That's
could
right,
find the
he
Amumu
did.
instead. Ends up getting that
Amumu 3 bro. Halo. Headliner.
Itemnya penuh banget tuh.
And gets it as 3-star. This should help stabilize him a little bit.
Halo.
I don't know how it's going to last long.
Bledur.
Pendetnya bang, pendetnya bang.
Away from upgrading the backline.
Yeah, and this is a really unfortunate matchup for him. The Akali does go into the back line
Depannya
first
sih
and
kayak
picks up
begitu,
most of
cuman
his damage.
backline-nya
One
bang.
item on the
XC cuman
Samira,
3, Emo-nya
and not
juga
even that
3.
much crit.
Bentar bang, ini transisi
two kills
bawel
on
katanya.
Samira is actually
Udah
blocking
sulit
by
sih
Tadi
ini.
dia perasaan Vexnya min 1, kenapa jadi malah Amumunya yang dijadiin anjing? Tadi dia Vexnya min 1 dah.
or the Hodge onto her.
Gara-gara nggak dapet kali ya?
Mungkin.
Need that crit to level up the composition. We see the support item as well.
Ini game keempat ya.
Degree gonna roll a
Iya.
little bit, not able to find more as we look at Taro's
Ooh.
board.
Si.
Unable to find the
Posisinya
Senna
aneh banget,
still.
kiper Lasten ini anjing.
That's so.
Kali ini di tengah-tengah tadi.
He basically has no gold left to work with here.
Bingung dong
Even though
kali
he
ini
has
mau
the
keluar
6
nih.
true damage unblind.
Enggak, dia kan lompat ininya ya.
6 true damage. But he's taking true damage as mental damage for all of these low rolls, time after time, game after game. Yeah, he's got the true damage Ari, but not for long, because there's the Akali in the back line.
Dia langsung mati gitu Ari.
This is such a tough matchup, and I think
Tenanya
everybody's
kurang
starting to be
satu,
really
Jir.
nervous
Iya, Cok.
about this headliner Akali.
Tadi
So
Taro
they
ketabrak
are
Milala, nah ini nggak ada yang
relatively
nabrak nggak dapet, nah
fast
udahlah
to be
cok.
able to just kind of play around all of
Kasian
these
anjing.
score costs.
Dadah
I
bang.
do really like his board. I think he's playing 7 KDA right now. There's a ton of stats there. And though this is a bleed out style of composition,
5-1
if
chance
other
terakhir
people are
kamu taruh ya.
rolling, you can punish
Wih.
them.
The big thing that this looks
Ini
good
apa?
for
Ini
is
yang
Scapeus, because
yang tadi kan ya?
Saka and Taro are
Yang
both
headliner
falling very
Lux
low.
tadi.
Scapeus
Iya.
needs to find a fifth.
Lah ini, hah?
While he found the Amumu,
Kur!
hasn't been able to find a very strong backline.
Lihat
Bentar,
Zetnya.
kurang
Needs to out-survive
kurang 3 Z-nya,
those
Cok.
three.
Tapi kayaknya
Find
orang
a
banyak
fifth
megang
to
Z
be
nggak
able to
sih?
lock a spot for check.
This is a big alert for
Dia ada
everyone. There's
duplikator
already
champion,
7
Pit.
Zeds here, and I don't
Halo?
see another Zed
Pit.
elsewhere.
Halo.
Yeah, you would want
Ya walaupun
maybe
Z nggak
Jid to have
sekuat
one of
itu
those
banget
if
sih,
you
tapi
wanna be
ini
able to
bisa
try to
jadi nih.
upgrade it that way,
Let's
but
go,
Halo?
Bang.
you actually have another,
Bang, belilah kos
crowd
4-nya,
diver
Bang.
unit at the moment.
Yeah,
So-
and Taro gonna finally hit that.
Taro jadi kur.
Giant Bell. Ah, mana jadi?
Itu jadi.
Wah, jadi, Cok. Gokil.
Dadah.
Muncul ininya bintang 3-nya.
Tadi ada di kanan.
Gue bintang 2 doang yang lihat aja.
Sakit kepalanya anjing.
Taro fighting for his life goes against UA. Still very, very strong at this point. Saka gonna run into Relics. Ari, Akali. Akali immediately gonna get onto Saka.
Level 8, Ezreal 2, Lucian.
Enggak, Pit mana ada jadi anjir orang tuh.
Apa? Itu Sena 3.
Oh, Sena 3 gue kira Z-nya anjir.
Lah kan Sena. Yang tadi min 1. Mati.
Z kayaknya satu sih. Ya mati dia.
Mati anjing.
Fifth or better in order to get into check, but gonna fall in 8th here. So that's one of our players who was in striking distance, not able to convert, not able to make it to that check so far. Looking at Taro and Degree, players at the bottom of the table haven't been able to get there. Degree's just one away.
min 1.
Cannot find it.
min 1.
Anjir, apa dibuang, Cok? Masih nggak dapet anjir.
Nggak ada duit anjir.
Jual satu kasih, Bang. Dijual anjir.
Oh, so 3 executioner instead. It's probably still better to have
Untung
the 3
sempat.
star.
Kasian banget anjing.
It's gonna be hard to get
Hilang tuh.
trying to survive. It's against Taro, who has finally hit the Senna.
Kasian.
Wah, masih nggak kuat ya.
Rungkat
Kasian anjing jual unit. Ya 3 keburu mati, iya. Ini Vex juga mati.
Degree.
Milala apa kabar? Oh, 2 low streak. Oh, ini Jin.
Z mi 1. Iya, Jin.
For Ice, he's strong enough. He has the Jin with some perfect items on it, blue buff, IE, and the Gunblade.
Jadi ini Milala Kylo-nya, Cok. Emang 10 reroll anjing. 10 reroll, Cok. Pencet D-nya jago anjing. Anjing.
Kalau lawan Sena gini sih menang dia mah. Si Nick Milala.
Mau ke carry cuy. Anjay.
Morden double kill anjir.
Anjing. Last stand. Wah,
kalau last stand gak tau udah bisa nggak ya?
Ini? Anjing. Ini siapa tadi? Ice ya? Ice main apa dah?
Yep, there's gonna be Ice as well, who is sitting at.
Oh, itu damage lagi, Bang.
Ezreal Jin.
What are you looking at, Clement?
I'm looking at the Alawi. This is huge. He needs front line. Instantly goes for it and locks it in. Also gives him an edge of night.
Bentar,
wah, Taro jangan bilang kalau Taro bisa 9 true damage.
Taro harus level 8 gak sih 9 TD? Harus 8 gue 9 TD gue gak bisa anjir.
Oh iya. Dia masih level 7 ya.
Iya.
Oh, that looks just so much better. You instantly get 3 frontliners just
main
with that
tuh.
1 unit. Slightly low roll on this one. Does find a Virtues as his cash out. Usually
lagunya enak sih.
The best one. You get the attack speed, extra resistances.
A little more frontline from the Virtue, but it's not significant enough that I think you'd still rather have that Aegis.
Kasih ke si Zik nggak sih?
Probably be the best ones here. And he is going to put his
dikasihnya di akhir pas udah mau mati unitnya, Cuk.
Oh, it's Malala. The Reaper coming through. As Taro on the other side runs into Relic.
Nah, goodbye Ahri. Belum darah masih banyak sih si Relic.
Wardenya gak mati-mati. Hah?
Ada dia swoop-it.
Emang? Oh iya dia 8 anjing.
Bisa 9 anjir.
Oh iya 9 TD, Cuk. Kiananya gak ada kali, Kur.
Oh iya Kiananya.
Orang gila mana nyari Kiana anjing.
Aduh, kurang Kiana dia.
Morde udah kayak tembok Cina, iya, Cok.
3 true damage emblem kan itu. Ah, bukannya 2 ya? Cuma 2 deh kayaknya.
2.
honestly, I don't think I've seen this version of Ari Warrior
Milala sih ngeri banget,
whatsoever.
tapi recallnya cok, Kyle-nya nggak dapat mainnya morde aja goblok. Udah Kyle-nya jadi juga follow lah ini.
Some 4-cost soup instead of 5-cost soup on this patch.
Aduh, ngeri-ngeri sedap tuh. Ngeri-ngeri sedap tuh anjing. Nyari Kiana sebiji di mana ya?
Iya, Cok. Dia pasti harus pengen dapat bang, please bang, katanya please bang.
Bloodor.
Masih bertahan dia, Cok.
Nyari Kiana sebiji.
Ayo bang, kasih aku Kiana katanya. Dia ngarepnya paling di carousel itu, Cek.
Ini tinggal ada Kiana doang nih, Cok.
Taro, both at a point where they can get eliminated, but this last stand, are there still boards that this last stand can beat?
It's really hard to say. It's pretty strong with this board, but you're still on a Kali 1, RE1. Maybe if you find some of these upgrades, the 4 costs are still going to benefit from that last stand quite a bit, and actually add some additional carry.
Milala wincon pencet B iya anjing. Selalu jadi anjing.
I think he just has to keep on calling on Zirua. Said, "Hey, bro, can I go over to your place to crash a little bit?" Because Zirua is still coasting on a lot of HP and gold. I think that's pretty.
Ayo bang, cari bang.
Alright, but the big thing to look at.
Nggak dapat deh gue.
Relic can both get.
Di sini main keluar, Cok.
Nggak dapat Kiananya, Cok, kasihan anjing. Dadah. Hampir 9 TD.
Silver gak sih buat Akali, tapi Akali bintang 1 ya anjir.
Iya, kopong anjing banget deh. Kasihan deh.
Akali bintang 1, Ari bintang 1.
Ketemu Milala.
Relic dodged Malala. I think that was the big thing that he wanted to avoid. And that means Taro may fall down while Relic stays alive. But this Poppy is
mati
so
Kuat
incredibly tanky.
banget itu.
And now finally the
Halo?
Aura is shot down by the Lucian.
Anjing kuat banget.
Akalinya.
And actually Relic is gonna fall. And Taro, it looks like may have found the win
Tusun.
against Malala and Relic.
Ini yang JP main tengah malam. Iya.
Taro masih menang, Kur.
Ngeri emang last stand, cuy. Dan masih belum dapat Kataro. Kasihan banget, cuy. Anjir sial banget dia, cuy. Upgrade Ari nggak dapet, Akali nggak dapet.
Mana ya?
Dia berharap nih masih bisa agak sulit sih bertahan. Buat nyampe ke carousel.
Sadly not going to be able to make it this time, but Ziwe with that top 3.
Kalau dia ketemu yang ini, tadi dia ketemu Milala, Kak, menang ya?
Menang dia.
Taro, lawan bayangan Taro. Enggak deh.
Itu Yori Cat kan? Oh bukan deh.
Bisa
menang ya dia lawan ini. Kalau menang lawan ini sih bisa dia bertahan sampai carousel kayaknya. Menang cuy.
Menang cuy. Ketahan cuy.
Lah anjir gak ada bisa ngalahin dia, Cok.
Ada fleksi kalah sama Milala anjing.
Apa?
Ada fleksi kalah sama Milala anjing.
Lah. Anjir duitnya Pit bangke.
Mau level 10 ini orang anjing.
Tell everyone why this board is so strong. He actually hit one of the best headliners, Emo, Poppy. It gives you 2 extra traits here.
Darahnya masih 30. Enak banget nih orang.
Aman udah.
Best headliner and also a Yorick here coming in on level 8.
Kalau jadi 9 TD auto win. Iya, Cok.
Ini dia tadi nggak upgrade ya.
Dak dik tuh anjing yang main si Taro tuh.
Taro is fighting both of the boards, one as a ghost, one as himself, and it looks like currently the Sen is actually winning both.
Wih, anjing. Anjing kayak gitu, Cok. Lihat tuh, Cok.
Milala. Kalah Milala, Cok.
Oh iya, Cok. 9 TD? Halo?
Wah, bisa nih.
Aduh, gak ada jatuh, Cok.
Deny nggak sih? Deny nggak sih? Tapi dia paling bawah anjing.
Gak ada, Kur. Kiana, Kur.
Gak ada ya? Aduh, sial banget anjing.
Kasian anjing, no.
Yeah, you could definitely get to 7 here. You do need, for higher penalty.
Roll nih, roll. Dapat nih Kiana nih. Ayo, bisa yuk. Mana
Tuh lihat
nih?
tuh observernya, entah ngeliatin siapa anjir. Yang hot pick tuh sekarang
Tuh Kiana tuh.
taruh.
Kiana.
Sia.
Fully start to cap this. Yorick 2 would be huge at level 9 for him to be able to find that. Only 30 gold.
Kalau ini sih udah kalau udah 7 gini sih menang nih Milala kalau ketemu dia.
Itu.
Ini udah 7 soalnya. Pas banget lagi dia lawan Taro anjir, tapi nggak tahu nggak bayangan asli cok.
Wah kasihan. Ya nggak 9 TD. Iya bukan. Tidak 9 TD cuy. Tidak, nggak jadi 9 TD.
Rungkat deh cok, anjing kurang 1 Kiana doang ya. Lihat nih Kiana muncul terus nih, sampai headliner dikasih tuh.
Oh, and Zira here just kind of
Udah lihat patch 14.5 belum?
But hey, he's level 10, you know, he can't complain all
Belum.
that much. Doesn't find the Lucian 2 or the Yorick 2. Milala is much more limited in terms of how he can position his units. I'm looking at that Viego and wondering where it could
DP-nya
go.
bukan true damage, kalau dimasukin true damage dapat blinknya enggak lagi.
It's gonna get stuck on a tentacle first though before it ends up actually getting there. But at least there's not too much HP, but it buys some time here for this Ezreal as well as this Aphelios to start getting some damage down.
Yeah, this tentacle is gonna be a menace because the Alawi has been relatively untouched, so it's gonna just keep respawning until finally the Kale gets onto her. But it's been
Milala.
This tentacle has done 3 full cycles.
Milala. Halo?
Kale
Aduh anjing hampir.
But if the tentacle does not get 3 cycles there, I think Milala can find this fight.
Ooh, big Lucian upgrade.
That does change things though. That can make it even
Milala bisa ngapain lagi ya?
Ya
paling upgrade Yorick sama ini.
Ya, Viego 3.
Waduh.
Viego 3.
Legs. So I think the biggest thing for him is just to look for, hey, can he actually find that Yorick upgrade? And maybe even that Kayn too, because he could swap the Spat over. Doesn't have 3 Edgelord just yet on his composition.
Yeah, Yorick 2 potentially with like a Thieves Gloves or something off of this could be a massive way to upgrade. So we'll see what item he ends up getting. Look for the roll down.
Kain dia nggak know.
There's at least the Karthus 2 here for Milala. And I'm looking at the Akali that also just got put in on the board. But you're still looking for that big Yorick. And there's 2 that are 3 out of the pool here. As Ziyue was able to find the 2-star himself.
Oke, masih ada upgrade 1.
2 picked up from Milala, but if it doesn't have items, it's actually just going to feed mana to the backline. Hitting it, I would want to see it itemized potentially to try and actually assassinate onto this Lucian. But instead, she's going to be able to just feed for some mana. There's the fight. Mordekaiser in the front line. We actually see this Yorick wrapping towards the Kale. Takes down.
Kailunya kok di depan situ anjing lu?
Thresh able to slow the damage quite a bit. Kale not able to.
Dadah, Milala.
Jing.
Yorick HL enggak, itu yang HL si Ilawi. Kalau yang si Milala dia udah nggak mungkin ganti HL lagi. Mau ke D3-nya udah stuck di dia semua. Halo Bang, I'm back. Halo Nadia.
That was an amazing game, especially taking a look at just how far those players were able to take it. They needed to get to level 9, level 10 and find these big.
Ingat loh, saya punya Sundar di branded armornya mode hilang. Mode ada shieldnya sih.
Going for the backline, but unfortunately for him, vampirism and also Edge of Night.
Lagunya copyright, guys. Lagunya copyright, gue mute dulu, guys. Nggak bisa tidur gue waktunya begadang.
True damage. Iya, cuy.
Gila. Tonki mau begadang. Keren. Ya. Riwe muka hoki. Mukanya nyebelin anjing Riwe itu. Hoki mulu lagi goblok anjing. Taro jelek banget lah. Taro lagi bau sebau-baunya itu, Cok. Main apa aja nggak ngehit anjing, kasihan deh.
Oke, berarti Milala cukup nomor 1 lagi nih baru kelar gamenya gitu ya. Tapi ada banyak sih ya yang bisa ya.
Iya. Siapapun yang ke 1 menang anjing.
Banyak soalnya ada atas 20 poin nih.
Oh, ini kata si orangnya abis ini ada teaser set berapa sih? 11. Kasian
Berapa
kali
match
satu lagi Kiana ya, coba.
2. Antara 2 atau 1.
Udah ada aja tuh klip KDA 10-nya yang tadi di IG Teamfight Tactics anjay. KDA 10 cenah. 11 coy itu KDA-nya anjing bukan 10. Itu bukan 10 KDA doang. Loh. Di shop cok nge-tweet cok.
Sistem respon kah? Iya.
Di shop nge-tweet cok. Bau katanya tolong set depan gak ada
Udah
headliner
baca
gitu.
tuh gue.
Iya
Udah
deh.
kapan di post sama dia kemarin kayaknya.
Semoga set depan gak ada headliner gitu. Headliner tai kucing tuh.
Dia sosokan bilang semoga nggak ada headliner padahal dia udah tahu.
Iya cok. Kayak semua orang udah tahu deh.
Ya dia dapat PBE.
Oh iya.
Iya.
Oh lu bareng dia kemarin Kur minta tanda tangannya nggak Kur?
Enggak dong.
Bang. Bang anjing. Keren tuh. Kabut nih. Kita mute tuh. Lagunya logo copyright. Anjoy.
Nih Milala nih lihat tuh. Vegas Open nomor 1.
Jam segini makan apa yang enak Kur?
Indomie.
Indomie mulu. Indomie itu kalau udah subuh dingin.
Indomie oli atau enggak kobo cuy?
Yah. Nanti ke kamar mandi Gur bahaya.
Ada pedas-pedasnya Pit.
Beuh. Rasa ketek kobo
Bisa dibikin becek juga.
Goblok anjing.
Atau mau yang full berkuah.
Beuh.
Keriting Pit.
Goblok. Bang woi
Mana
Moiza.
kuahnya creamy banget.
Bodo amat anjing. Kur. Mentang-mentang VTuber anjing GWS Kur.
Lah kan kita lagi ngomongin mie kan?
Loh. Katanya minyak kobo. Masih kurang berapa match lagi? Ini yang poinnya di atas tinggal sekali menang lagi harusnya.
TF. Indomie oli kobo minyaknya diganti. What the fuck?
Mas Taro juara 1. Emang iya. Kalau gue jadi Taro sih udah mager tuh anjing dari tadi rollnya bau banget anjing. Udah pengen tutup gamenya tidur anjing. Syukuran Mas Taro dapat poin. Kasian anjing. Rollannya bau banget anjing.
Nomor 1 ada flex, nomor 2 calorie roll, nomor 3 scenario roll. Executionary roll minggir dulu ya.
Itu 8 jet reroll Kur.
Yang main Z kurang 1, yang main true damage kurang Kiana. Milala doang yang bisa dapat dua-duanya cuy.
Nanti malam gak bisa tidur. Gue jadi Taro nih beres turnamen ini gue uninstall gamenya. Game nipu anjing gitu. Ini nih yang aneh tadi. Nge-roll down nyari Kyle yang jadi apa? Morde anjing. Milala. Rerollnya flex anjing. Apa ya bisa tuh? Ini yang kasihan nih. XC. Jual unit masukin XC-nya aja. Meletus. Nungguin Inkborn teaser nanti abis turnamen ini beres. Coba Milala ngetik Kyler recall no pivot pasti nggak bakal ditabrak. Ada aja coy nabrak mah.
Dami top augment kah? Kayaknya enggak deh. Ini yang main cuman rank 8 teratas saja kah? Iya. Apaan tuh barusan tuh?
Gue gedein dah.
King Pengu. I wonder what happened in that last game for such a change.
Bocoran kah?
Kan? Oh, ada 3 orang tuh. Milala, Ryue, Skip Pause.
Mereka juara 1 menang.
Nomor 1. Ini musiknya KDA nih.
Set 11 enggak cok, masih ada musik KDA-nya cok.
Iya musik KDA.
Skizo.
KDA asli. 8 bit kayak soalnya nggak bisa habis. Iya.
We were looking for the situation to develop in this kind of way. Once more than a couple of people have had on.
Milala win auto selesai. Iya, Skip Pause win juga auto selesai. Satu lagi siapa? Ryue ya?
Iya, Ryue win juga beres.
Which is quite an ask to make at this point in the competition. We've seen so many incredible balls coming through. The kind of quality of ball that's taking first place in this lobbies is off the charts.
Terus apa sih maksudnya gempa tadi anjing? Nggak ada kelanjutannya gitu? Apa salah tadi? Salah pencet. Tapi backgroundnya udah berubah sih. Background layarnya udah mid legend.
But so is every other player that is in this tournament. We're gonna go to a very quick break, and then we will be back with our next game that could.
Lu udah pensi WR ya? Iya. Udah mager gue main WR cok. Fortitude-nya cok yang bikin males.
Oh iya tuh, backgroundnya udah berubah jadi mid and legend tuh.
Gue udah males main WR gara-gara Fortitude.
Katanya Alun jadi champion bang. Iya kah?
Woi, copyright anjing. Ntar guys, mute dulu guys. Kalau sampai round 6 gak ada yang ke 1 berarti gimana? Apakah ambil poin yang banyak? Harusnya. Capek-capek ikut work malah jadi bottom freak Bang Taro. Lah, gitu-gitu dia ke 8 hadiahnya masih gede. Berapa ribu dolar, cok. Nggak rugi anjing main di rumah. Ke 8 dapat duit ribuan dolar. Siapa yang menolak? Nggak ada, cok.
Coba lihat berapa rewardnya ya.
Gede, cuy. Lu kalau udah nyampe world kayak gini nih, lu mau peringkat lu 32 aja masih gede duitnya anjing. Kita nonton gak dapet apa-apa. Nah iya cuy,
nomor 8 lu tau gak berapa Pit?
Berapa?
Tebak Pit.
Di atas 10.000 dolar.
Iya aja 11.000 cok.
Nah kan, lu bayangin taruh nih walaupun suwe nih gak dapet udah dapat 11.000 dolar anjing. Tuh
150 juta itu kayaknya cuy.
Lu bayangin 11.000 dolar. Lah kita nonton doang anjing gak dapat apa-apa.
Taruh dia Jepang ya. Wes langsung beli Sony dia cuy. Dia Sony kalau Jepang yuk.
Gila tuh. 32 aja 2.500 dolar. Nah iya betul cok.
Nomor 1 150.000 lumayan.
Giveawayin apalagi giveawayin anjing. 170 juta terus dikata-katain viewer. Ah dikatain dikit gak apa-apa lah, yang penting dapat duit bos.
Nomor 1 2 miliar. Iya kan?
Bang Taro mending main disco aja, siapa tahu dapat duit dari earlier. Nggak ada harganya anjing, cuma $2 kalau dia
Iya, anjir,
menang
nomor 1
dapat
2
disco.
miliar, Cok. 2 miliar bisa beli 2 Bitcoin itu, Cok.
Goblok. Kalau Nusantara berapa, Bang? Nggak tahu, nggak inget gue. Ih, nggak mulai-mulai. Mulai, Cok. Aduh, dia muter-muter lagu lagi nih. Copyright. Lumayan $2 bayar parkir, goblok.
Gimana tuh mau join tour kayak gitu? Nggak tahu juga sih gue gimana qualifier awalnya. Beli 2 Bitcoin masih sisa itu. Iya, masih sisa dikit. 2 miliar langsung bikin studio jadi VTuber. Ngapain anjing?
Udah ada lagi suaranya. Jadi ke Jakarta nggak? Hah? Jadi ke Jakarta, Bang, Nusantara Open BO. Iya kan mau ketemu Yuki di Jakarta. Katanya masuk final Yuki.
Kalau SMP duplikator sih nggak bakal ada yang mau ngambil aja. Ayo Prismatic Symphony, let's go, biar seru ini.
Anjoy.
Prismatic Symphony is where we're gonna be.
Makes sense. It doesn't make sense for the ones that want to do the check and are close to doing that 20 points. But for the rest, they're already in check. They want the high variance. They want to ensure a possibility.
Kalian kok punya 2 miliar, kalian mau beli apa, guys?
Go for that first place.
Look at the points coming into this game. There's 3 distinct groups.
Lobby neraka. Gue paling nggak suka nih kalau lagi main Prismatic Symphony itu pusing aja, semuanya kuat aja.
Kita dapatnya jelek, orangnya dapat bagus-bagus aja. Terus gapnya jauh banget.
Iya anjing, paling males gue kalau main Prismatic Symphony.
Prismatics can help with that, but they can also do the opposite, which is probably
Krulpak nggak sih, krulpak? Bismillah ada yang krulpak.
Ini pasti ada yang ngambil spoil of war, trading sector, shopping spree.
Ada yang ngambil ini yang Radiant TG.
Iya, Thief Glove.
For sure. Also in the bottom right side, Malala already with 2 hardstyle units that set and the Casante the possibility of him on girding an early hardstyle, start to pump up on economy and then look for the big cash out.
Telur belum keluar sih. Telur itu di 42 ya, Pet ya? Apa di 32 juga ada?
Telur 442. Telur tuh selalu terakhir. Infernal Contract nggak sih? Jelek anjing Infernal Contract tuh.
Kalau Cruel Pack kayaknya nggak bakal ada yang ngambil deh.
Kerupak, Ice, kerupak. Halo.
Nah, tuh spoil of war. Wih, Milala cok dapat hologram, dapat pumping up, bingung nih dia nih. Wah anjing.
Progress, shopping spree.
Nah bener kan, ada yang ngambil shopping spree guys. Ada yang ngambil Thief Glove.
Twin Terror cuy.
Twin Terror.
Milala pusing.
Milala lagi bingung nih.
Apa ya?
Ini gue main Calderol mantep banget nih anjir katanya. Paling yang kanan di refresh sama dia nih.
Tapi yang kanan bisa lulu, Bang.
Males deh Lulu mah. Lulu masih kurang data cuy katanya. Loh, bener kan? Lah, tengah juga diri loh.
Di skip semua anjing.
Mala picked up the orb in time, and again we talked about it. If you go into that Lulu reroll and you have the problem of someone else contesting you, you're going to be too contested. It's too difficult, too risky of a game plan from Malala. I like the fact that he skipped it despite that being.
Handless Hawk udah paling OP, nggak ada yang main Handless Hawk di sini anjing. Relic min 3 Nami, bodo amat anjing. Orang gila mana main disco Nami 3. Ada sih kemarin gue main double up sama Bang Yen ketemu. Lucu banget. Geragas 3, Nami 3, Lulu 3 nggak ada item semua.
Gak pada yang ngambil Picky Friday ya, momen pas 8 gitu.
Kayaknya.
But of course, as always, it is about the win streaks and the loss streaks that you can build out early. And we're checking in with Scapeus. our checkmate, who's in checkmate.
This is one of the best early games for him. He already talked about it in the interview. He has the setup for the super fans. He has a good headliner to start with.
Apa tadi dia bilang nama dia?
Now he can think about what he wants to do with the
Picky Friday.
radiant gloves that he has.
Kok
Meanwhile,
nggak ada?
ZU going for the country, very good in the early game. We haven't seen much.
Apa namanya, guys?
Panda. I think we saw it once yesterday, but actually not with the best results.
Something we have seen a lot of is a scaling augment that rewards you for win streaking in the early game.
Freaky ya, bukan picky ya.
Freaky Friday.
And once again, it's exactly Jiwei who was just able to do it in that last game. And we've been scaling. Ice was the silver version, the gold version last game, and now we're with the prismatic Spoils of War.
Spoils of War is very good, but of course so are some of the other prismatics, so I'm not sure if it's really gonna go his way this time around. Seems to be working for now. Country just very strong in the early due to getting that Hacker Rim on board.
Dipakai oleh yang main Edgelord. Oh, dia mau main Edgelord gitu tiba-tiba.
And Degree had a Heartsteel Aphelios in his shop, opts not to go for it, but goes for level 5, so really playing to try and maybe, I don't know, stop the loss streak here right now with the March of Progress. Has that early level up, which makes a lot of sense, but Malala's
Kurang
really
apa dia
scary
tuh?
player, especially with the Infinity Force. He's been a very good augment throughout the first 2 days competition. Has
Kurang
worked so
Ezreal
well with things
sama
like
Kain.
Zed, for example,
Oh
the
iya
instant
ya.
cast as the fight begins.
Kapan ya HS7? Gua ada tuh request HS7. Kayak beresnya di set 11 nih.
Malam Panda.
Lu besok ke Prismatic Symphony atau Crab Ref? Crab Ref lah.
Musiknya keren, Crab cuy.
Crab Ref ada 2 ini, Cok.
A lot of comms on the AP line that are open, reroll.
Crab Ref bisa keluar 2 item. Nah, jadilah disco full item. Let's go. 2 strip 2 pegang urgot spoil gacor itu. Full mana Turnamen. Iya anjing. Tadi bunyi notif. HP gue itu. Apa WA gue itu.
Those crazy boards of legendary that we've been seeing win so many of our games in this tournament. Lala is the one to pick up the DS sword as well. So great component, great unit. What more can you ask for?
Taro will probably go for that reroll. He already has the super fan. He has the Senna, so he's the one with priority.
Run it back.
Run it back. Yeah, for sure. If it's working, why break it again?
The first time it worked this day? Okay, I'm going to do it again. Give me last stand, please, Mortog.
We're saying that on day 1, it was actually the best comp in the game, like the most consistent. Day 2, maybe not so much. And
Weh,
once
Kel
again,
nggak sih, Bang?
he's getting priority. Actually,
Enggak. Dia mau lanjut nih. Mau main AD.
Again, this is the set 10 stage 2 Hall of Fame board. Olaf 2, Vi 2, Urgot, Country Online. This is all about raw power in stage 2, especially with Spoils of War. You're really
Main 1 Katarina tuh anjing. 5 country. Taruh TD lagi. Mana taruh? Oh iya, Cok. Masih mencoba deh, cuy. Masih mencoba recall, cuy. Walaupun bau. Ya udahlah katanya.
Kaisar reroll kah? Kaisar reroll mah kurang, cuy.
Jelek Unitnya nggak harusnya mati, kalau main Kaisar recall nggak mati. Desnya kejauhan anjing.
I'm not saying he should or he shouldn't, but maybe he can do like those shy roll downs like Jesus Store did on.
Mas selamat bang, Disco di Crab Ref. Disco, selama lu punya hashtag Gunblade pasti selamat di Crab Ref. Nggak pernah jadi masalah Crab Ref buat Disco.
Raise the stack, let's go.
Yang masalah di Crab Ref tuh biasanya yang main AD flex, nggak ada item heal lu.
Look at his face.
Now,
Cing!
the players that are going to be contesting for check in this game
Dapat ternyata anjir.
Bedir. Tapi Prismatic Symphony dia kur. Tapi bentar. Kalau dia punya Prismatic Symphony, yang kedua dapat apa sih Final Reserve, udah tinggal lu streak doang tuh anjing.
You're really doing it, huh?
And we heard the pings in the in-game sound. We heard some pinging going on. I wonder why. I wonder what players are indicating.
Relic has been playing a lot of Ari Warrior, so that's what he's going to do.
Oh, ada yang ngeping tadi.
Ada tadi pada ngeping-ngepingin.
Ada nggak ya yang mau berkorban buat menangin itu?
Goblok.
going for that first frame. Some of the people that could checkmate, maybe try to grief, maybe try to avoid that the round ends here and try to pull around.
Ayo nge-grave cuy, please nge-grave biar ada drama cuy.
Takut di grave. Kemarin tuh gue mabar sama Tonki TFT digituin si Tonki cuy pas main hardstyle ya. Marah-marah cuy. Si Tonki digituin orang anjing.
Ayo cuy, nge-grave cuy, nge-grave.
Diancem.
Little reward there for Scapeus, who loves playing into the KDA line, has played 5 games of Ari Warrior, more than any other player in the field coming into this day 3, and he gets given a Nico here that can really help him play either into Superfans, which we see very little from Scapeus, who's only played 1 game of Senna, 1 game of Superfan reroll.
Waduh.
Loh,
Enak banget tuh. Waduh. Barengan tuh sama-sama Edgelord juga anjir.
halo.
Aduh, selamat mengejar kalian berdua ya.
Selamat dah. Silahkan pegangan tangan. Gandingan lagi, iya anjing. Kasian deh.
Ya nggak ada yang nge-grip cuy.
Oh ini tapi pegangan doang udah ada IE cuy. Ini pegangan doang guys, Kylo-nya pinjem dulu 100 nih. Teori pinjem dulu 100.
Buat ini IE buat akali. Vego.
Loh. Enggak kur, pindah itu.
Potentially with 5 Heartsteel online in stage 4.
They're doing what we expected. Malala, Ice, both going for the Heartsteel, both going for that amazing cash out. And now Prismatic again.
Mana Milala? Ngambil apa? Tinias Titan.
Wah anjir sedap kali itu bang. Heartsteel banget tuh bang.
2 different augments to draw attention to here. Malala with Tiniest Titan is going to be able to have even more HP.
Ice apa Ice? Ice tadi mau main itu juga. Tinias Titan juga nih.
71% top 4 rate in the first 2 days for this augment, and we see at the very least Sokka has picked it up. Malala, it was his first.
Tinias Titan juga anjing berdua, goblok anjing.
Some of the best combat augments in the game are being offered here.
Tinias Titan buat apa? Tiap round darah lu ngehil lagi, darah si karakternya ngehil lagi. Jadi kalau mau main hardstyle kan harus lustrik. Nah itu enak, penuh-penuh lagi darahnya. Nge-grief maksudnya apa? Sengaja dikalahin itu maksudnya. Nge-grief tuh sengaja dibikin susah lah hidupnya nih.
Ini nambah slot.
It's not a joke, it's actually his favorite augment. He believes in it, so there's some magic into it. Relic with the Radiant Relics.
It took 17 games of TFT casting for Hupe to give us an English pun, but we got a big one with his own compatriot.
Binary Spoil of War. Apa itu? Kan cuma nambah 2 health. Ya lumayan. Nambah 2 health. Bisa jadi 2 kali hidup di late game anjing gara-gara Tinias Titan.
And no one seems to be stopping him. No one is trying to, really index into open forwarding or making sure Malala is not.
Binary spoil kalau snowball enak banget emang.
Scare your players coming to stage 4.
Yes, no one is in a position to do it. If you do that, you're actually griefing yourself totally, and we have a lot of players also looking for that check. Only Taro maybe is the one that still needs to get to that check. And now Milala faces.
Ayo bang, kapan ini? Ya nggak ada yang nge-grip cuy.
Milala nggak jadiin 5 hardstyle. Apa sih dihilangin deh?
Enggak, itu paling depan apa sih?
Oh.
You can see him very shortly putting his hands together there saying, more dog, come on. Make this one a good one, but we are going to be moving yet into another carousel, and of course,
Grief bang, bukan Grave. Siapa yang bilang Grave aja, Grief cok. Kan gue bilang nge-Grief.
Kain enggak?
Oh si Panda nge-Grave itu apa? Nge-Grave itu ya dijelasin sama Agaise ya.
Milala kayaknya first or eight nih. Udah nothing tulus, Cok. Dia butuh ke satu ya, dia harus judi anjing. Bismillah gacor gitu. Jadi worth it kalau main Axel, bagus. Bagus kalau lo mau main Axel mah.
And finally, the rest of the comps. Now everyone has an archetype. Everyone already has a path in which they wanna go.
Aduh, cash out. Itu ada itu ya, nggak lanjut HS7, Cok. Milala, Cok. Lah bentar. Oh, cing. Spatula 2 biji, Cok. Halo?
Oh, anjir. Wah, di kepalanya nih. 69 true damage, 10 KDA.
Oh, enggak.
Oh, enggak.
Enggak mau deh. Nggak mau. Gue paling
Apakah Milala akan memenangkan game ini?
Gue paling pusing tuh. Kalau late game ya, lu late game cash outnya kayak gitu pusing tuh 2 spatula. Ini buat apa ya? Ini Milala juga nggak mau ngambil pusing kan, ya udah jadiin tactician keren dah udah. Riven hijab udah nggak ada yang main ya, pada kapok ya, Cok. Sejadi-jadinya Riven hijab di kentu aja. Doesn't matter anjing. Itu biar nggak pusing jadi iya, Cok. Udah jawaban paling pasti. Kamu pusing ya bikin itu aja udah. Don. Bisa 10 penta. Susah tadi. Kalau Mardenya penta kayaknya dia mau deh, kalau enggak. Tadi Mardenya Sentinel soalnya.
As long as possible, but I think 4-2 is the most he can wait for.
And now, of course, everybody else also wants that first place just to stop the 3 players who are in check from running away with it. But somebody that definitely wants it even
Kenapa gak
more
paksa
than
vertikal, Bang?
that
Biar nggak bingung deh.
him in check for the next game and give him another shot at this all.
Oke, dia dapat itu tadi cuy, dapat 2 spatula aja.
Very scary. Spoils of War alongside Binary, the extra items you get from both Spoils of War and the Heart Steal means that you're scaling out of control when you get into
Kayak tadi sebelumnya dapatnya 2 reforce aja.
And that's exactly what we're seeing from Ziwe, who has 5 country, one of the strongest boards in this stage 3, an Urgot 2, the extra items from Binary right now. Just a very scary board to face now and in later stages as well.
Yeah,
masih kalah Milala.
Masih, Cok, masih lemah itu.
Nah, di 41 nih.
The real
Mati.
stabilization of support. So now the final round of the Wolf will decide which are the final items. So Skipdeos trying to go. What he's looking for here, because he has still as a holder the Kale, but he doesn't have enough. He's holding the bars also. Maybe he's also trying to pivot out of it.
He's not playing Kale. He knows degrees on it. He knows it'll be very hard to contest for a first play.
But it also will be very hard to go for hard skills from them. Yeah.
But I think even harder for Kale. I think
Oke.
pivot out into
Ini Kale kurang 3. Jadi level 7 tapi.
Iya, sengaja naik level. Soalnya itu kan masih ada yang megang Kyler headline. Masih nunggu Kylernya dijual ya, Cok. Dimarahin tuh anjing yang megang, jual bangsat. Gue mau pivot jing. Masih dipegang. Bangsat emang. Round 5 nih dijual di Kyler aja, Bang.
On the side of his point, he's also in check, and now the roll down from Ice.
Look,
he gets the big shot.
Wah, dapat dia.
This is great for him. He has the items for him. He has the blue buff. He has the infinity edge.
Item juga ada.
Kapan ya? Aku main AD Flex tidak begitu. Kapan ya?
And the Ezreal's a big upgrade for now. Statistically, the big shot Ezreal headliner has actually not been performing at too high a level in the first 2 days.
Yeah, you need to cap it later. You need to Jin later.
Oke, menang nih.
Go together with the Misfortune, but it's not the best.
Gimana nasib Milala? Menangkah Milala?
Milala juga ngehit. Emang Milala nge-hit?
Kalah lagi Milala.
Mana Milala? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck?
Right? So still a lot in there. Of course, like you said, that headliner definitely interesting.
Aduh,
itu Lucky Glove ya?
Tadi gue lagi latihan Milala lagi roll down, Cok. Oh, dapet tiket deh.
board because he picked up a very
Jadinya Caitlyn.
interesting prismatic option that completely changes what this late game will
Tagi
look like.
kopong anjing.
What the forwards, we see the Unleashed Arcana.
Halo.
Sake, who had the option for binary, didn't
Anjing.
Warak.
so many lucky
Itu
goals.
Wah, anjing.
Anjing.
Double sniper fokus anjir.
Play into a kill.
Wah bang, kayak apa nih tuh item Caitlyn anjing?
Of course, as the number one option.
Yeah, it's interesting. He goes for that. Normally, you need more.
Ada
front line,
chill
you already
2
have the
biji.
damage. So that he shows
Ada
making
mirror.
Gila.
Now, he set up. We have
Look
the
at the
3
setup.
prismatic.
Oh.
Gila anjing.
Anjir item lulunya item popinya.
Sing. Tok 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 tok.
Enak banget itu anjir, Cok.
Anjing sakit banget goblok.
Ini udah berasa true damage ini. Udah win ini mah dia anjing. Ini tinggal upgrade doang ini.
Enak tuh liat Caitlyn-nya, Cok.
He's already lost significant amounts, and we know how these prismatic lobbies go, where tempo just scales up and pressure trickles down.
Halo?
Wah, anjir.
Anjing.
Yeah, he needs a little more front lane. So even though he rolled down a lot,
Ada lagi anjing.
he finds the Caitlyn.
Buat Jin, buat Jin.
Level 9, but he's still lacking at least the
Aduh lucu
Buat
banget.
Jin kalau enggak buat ini. Lucian.
Iya buat Jin, buat Lucian. Udah bersiap aja dah. Kalau Kiana 3 juga dikasih gak dosa anjing. Enggak sih, Kiana 1 ya lu kasih itu udah bagus.
We'll see if we'll be strong enough. Skipeus against Malala, 2 players currently
Di-
trying to fight for the tournament win, but Skipeus still has not.
Let's go.
Anjing Kyle-nya lihat tuh semua hilang baik.
Sisa 1 tuh darahnya anjir. Nah, mati.
Anjing.
Looking at Skipeus' board, there's just not really anything there that could put up with what the
Itu Milala deg-degan tuh anjing liat kameranya.
Ini Milala ini menang cuy 2 miliar di mata coy.
2M, Cok.
on that Spellweaver line, maybe go for that one.
Skipeus picks up the Ezreal, needs to
Kiana, anjing.
transition into a stronger board.
Udah ngambil Kiana tuh.
Especially still holding a TG there.
Yeah, Degree going for the Sona.
Gua mau lihat Milala, cuy. Seru cuy, liatnya cuy. Deg-degan anjing.
Right now. So they're capping now. They're capping. We're trying to see if ZUA is going to be the one who caps out.
Kayla hologram bagus ya.
Trying to go for that level
Not
9
bad.
and trying to get the comp that it actually has a good chance of winning the lobby.
Finds a Zed. What can Skip find? This roll down is so relevant. 2 Zeds is a
Second
good start.
Zed.
Illusion is an even better start. Every roll here is bringing in.
Lah, dia nge-roll.
For Skipeus. Is
Ini
it
orang-
to stay in contention
Kur,
for
lu
the
lihat nggak?
win, considering
Kenapa?
how
Dia nge-roll headlinernya Kyle-nya belum dijual anjing, tapi masih dapat yang lumayan oke. Aneh anjing.
For now, that is going to
Panik,
be
Cok, dia,
everything
Cok.
is thinking about how to slot these units in, like you
Orang
said.
aneh, bukan orang aneh, dia lupa. Oh iya ya ada headlinernya, bentar katanya. Tapi dia ngehit anjing, minta dipukul, Cok.
So that unit is becoming scarcer and scarcer as the rounds go on. So at this point, you're probably very happy about having
Bang
at least
Yin, what
found
the
that
first
big
win
shot
con.
headliner earlier on.
Gua yang pakai mah DFG 3 biji itemnya anjing gak guna tadi. Main AD item DFG semua goblok anjing.
So they're generating gold with his helmet, but it's still not enough. And now we see
Ketua
the
guild
team
buff anjing.
winning against him. So they will actually need more gold. They need more presence.
Nah, gue kasih jendela kecil untuk si Milala nih, guys.
It's not all about Heartsteel in this game number 5. Taro running it back with the Senna 3.
Itu yang di kiri bawah itu boardnya Milala, guys.
Was a tiny bit tragic how much he low-rolled in that stage 3 to 4. Degree with the hologram kill has also found the 3-star. Obviously not the 3-star Mordekaiser yet, which is that next big spike.
You're saying it, the Mordekaiser is missing, but I would have thought that at least with 2 kills we would be somewhat stable. Degree is on a 3-loss streak, which is a little bit surprising, I would say. Skipeus making some moves.
Great PG on the
Yes.
Zed could be massive with Lucky Gloves
Ya,
especially.
3 orang beradu Jess.
Now we have
Oh,
the
wasn't the
Harfield.
second
Yeah,
Jeez.
the Harfield,
No
Kecil
limit.
banget tapi ya, guys ya.
Skipeus guy trying to go against
Jeez,
Ice.
no
Both have
limit.
legendaries, not 2-star. Let's see if he knows. There's good positioning from the Lucian. Trying to go there. The Truth Shot barrage from the
Dadah.
is not enough.
Trot.
And only 1 life left. 12 HP. So bad loss here. He knows it.
Milala
He's
apa
not
kabar?
even
Oh
in a
ini
good
masih
spot.
hidup.
And let's
Udah
see if
jadi.
Milala is able to take
Dikentu
it here.
ini.
He
Dikentu
really
injet.
wants to go to level 9.
And there it is, the beauty of the Infinity
Itu apaan
Force
atas
next
itu?
to
Itu
good
boardnya
items.
Milala, guys.
We talk about Freaky Friday being so impactful in a meta like this one with so many great
Anjing,
players.
pasti kamu dak-dikduk.
We're also looking at Scapeus, right? One of our
Ngit.
players who is on that check.
Halo, ada Jin.
HP left in the tank. Nothing is coming really together for him. During these Raptors, he needs to stabilize this
Halo, ada Jin.
somehow. And we already saw a little bit of a Monkastier moment in that previous game from him. So I am very worried.
Yeah, he's looking for the Hail Mary. He wants to high to get another Lucian, use the duplicator. He's trying to grid it out. He knows that
Tapi
he
ini ya,
cannot build
lebih
for another
cepet
one.
ya. Nggak usah deh.
Go big for the Zed now as well.
Lulu 3.
For Relic, so he now
Nyari
has
apa
something
nih?
to do
Bang, kamu
positive
nyari
for
apa?
players.
Bingung nggak? Ya udah nggak apa-apa bang, sama aku juga bingung. Weh, naik cuy, MF cuy,
Steal
terus
dulu nggak
apa?
sih bang? Nggak dapat kayak stealnya bang.
Yeah, you just said that you have to. You
no
cannot
Dadah, Bang.
save that duplicator for the next round. Slams that.
Dadah,
Dutch
Bang.
and the
Tuti di
guard
jalan.
to try and make anything happen here, but really neither this roll down nor the items were what Scapeus was looking for.
Dadah,
He
Bang.
runs into
Ih,
that
kenanya Lulu
free
3 cuy.
shot was just found
Wuh.
by Relic.
Apa dah Lulu 3 Ilawi 2 level 7? Halo?
Slight chance that the Ezreal and the Lucian in
Itu gua nggak salah lihat kan? Itu Ilawi 2 anjing di depannya.
to that backline, the Ziggs is taken out the front line for Relic.
Boleh nih bang,
Nggak cukup
rerollnya.
kalau si Lulu doang carry-nya aja.
Boleh reroll Lulu depannya gitu. Nggak gitu loh anjing. Mampus jing. Ah, mampus. Orang high roll gak jelas.
Langsung pulang.
Mampus. Taruh top freak. Iya cok, taruh masih sehat cok. Weh, taruh jadi cuy.
Taro was the only one we were seeing it there, the only one who cannot make it even if he gets a first place. And Sako here also staying with the Executioner 9. He's trying to get the back 3 and he got it. Back 3 for him. Good front line with the Pantheon. He doesn't have the Amumu, maybe the Pantheon is not enough, so lacking a little front line there. Meanwhile, the
Min satu.
with the hologram kill, full max speed on the back lane.
One copy away.
Hologram kill ternyata.
Itu.
There for Degree, but we are gonna hop on over to Scapeus looking at Caesar's board. We still haven't found that Ezreal 2 for him is on a pair.
Dadah.
In the backline there is a Jhin who
Bang,
is ramping up,
dadah.
trying to get more of these
Weh,
units out.
hidup
The
cok.
board doing
Anjing,
a lot of
Zaknya
work.
ajaib cok. Weh, best in slot.
Done out, and
Oke.
Scapeus hanging on.
Menang gacha itu aja. Oh enggak deh, itu lucky glove deh. Goblok. Base in slot gitu bejir.
Radian Globe sama ini juga.
The EDM is going there. He has a lot of CC.
Sabun cuci mana? Tusun cok, nggak masuk cok.
And actually that's what making the
Anjing.
difference.
Wih, ini hampir beda 3 nih modenya.
Trying to go with his line and Ice rolling
apa
again
nih?
now on level
Ice.
9 trying to
Ice,
capture
nyari apa,
even
Ice?
more his board. He's looking for the Lucian too.
Seeing that Samira 3 come online, more
Ice,
and more
Ice.
pressure from
Ice, kamu cari
Yaudah, Bang.
apa?
but Scapeus is still on one live, and this time around
Tai
it's
lu.
going to be Degree on the other side of the board.
Wih, Milala kalah tadi cuy.
Bahaya tuh. Tapi duit Milala 69 itu dia mau naik level pasti. Masih nabung.
Tapi kalau dia kalah ini kalah terakhirnya nih. Kalah lagi Milala cok.
Iya
Wah.
cok.
Oh tapi masih Carousel sih.
JSM aduh.
Anjir Jess cok. Dap udah Milala Jessnya. Oh enggak mungkin Milala dapat. Aji.
Aduh anjir.
Kalau dapet itu tadi anjir.
Tapi Scapeus sih gak butuh tuh Jess Emblem, Jess 4 itu dia cok.
He's able to get more life for all his comp and he's able to do more damage.
Aduh
Yeah, he
anjir.
has shown in the past days that this is a line he is extremely comfortable
Dikasih ke
on
siapa?
leading
Kiana
that
kayaknya.
Jazz hard steal. Of
Siapa
course,
ada
he's
udah,
popular
bodo amat dia,
overall,
Cok.
But Scapeus now with that pickup not only finds that Jazz emblem but also that Ziggs too. He is doing well right now.
Oh enggak ikut Nusantara. Oh enggak.
Milala. Oh.
Milala level 9.
Oke. Lihat Kiananya.
Oh bintang 2 cuy.
Kiananya dari jauh nih, Cuk. Oh, enggak deh. Ya. Oh, Kiananya di berduain nih.
Front line is very chilly if you're looking at it. A lot of winters coming through and Malala is actually going to go
Dipukul
up
mundur tuh
against
front line
Sindret
nih.
on the left-hand side.
Gua kira Kiananya mau dibikin jadi ini, Cuk. Kiana jarak jauh anjing.
Jazz board from Scapeus. Two players could get knocked out here.
Ding.
It's actually looking tired despite the massive
Goodbye cuy, Kiana 2 kuat cuy, ada Caitlyn juga cuy.
Dua orang meleduk.
Rame banget boardnya anjing.
Iya cok. Ini nih hard steal, what the fuck kalau jadi. Kalau enggak ya udah. Milala nyari apa? Lock nggak sih mas? Cing nyala semua gini cok Milala cok.
Semuanya.
Menyala abangku anjing. Skipeus ente, Skipeus
Gue
ente.
yakin sih Milala bisa kalah anjir.
Ini Milala. Juara dong Dekur.
2 miliar dong ini Milala.
2M cok Milala cok. Anjing.
Big win, no lock needed on the shop. Can buy the Lucian, have a natural shop next
Wih.
round. The Lucian 2 upgrade would be massive. Degree also stays alive with the Kale doing work and one off Mordekaiser 3.
Lu jago siapa bang? Gak ada sih.
Holy.
He's been one off for
TTF winning condition sekarang. Gue tiap main itu dapetnya DFG 3 biji dah. Pusing gue dapetnya kalau DFG 3 biji. Menang Vegas,
DFG
menang
yang paling
World
jelek
untuk orang
ya.
kaki. Iya. DFG cuma bisa di pasal 1 juga kan. Nggak bisa lu stack 3 biji di Ziggs gitu loh. Dapetnya keluar what the fuck sih? 3 DFG, 3 hull breaker. Anjing udah gue bingung ngapain dia anjing.
Nggak ada milih-milih itu, pencet aja cok. Oke, lumayan juga tuh dapat itu.
Luciannya dibiarin sendiri nggak sih itu hull break cok? Lucian speed push gak sih Bas?
Itu kayaknya bakal dikasih ke Yorick gak sih itu?
Dadah. Dadah
Kalau
Degree.
dia lawan Milala anjir, goodbye dah Degree.
Dadah. Burte rame tuh anjing. Halo. Rame banget burte cok. Halo. Halo anjing. Assalamualaikum Mamang anjing. Serbu.
Bang.
Rame banget.
Gak cukup cok, pakai morde doang bang.
Rame banget anjing.
Eternal Winter has massive counter to the Kale who's trying to ramp up her attack speed and the Kiana as well. We saw the Mordekaiser getting bullied all the
Maju. Goblok.
This is a great spot for Milala. This is a spot you want. He raised the stakes. He got a good cash out early, and then he pivot out of Arsteel, only going for full combat mates. And
mau
this is
3
the
hari
board
ya bang?
that normally wins lobbies.
Yeah, and I mean,
Akalinya juga. Taro. Apakah Taro bisa mengdeny? Ari min 3. Akali min 3 anjing.
It is going to be Taro who gets to fight him first, though, has just found that RE2 that you see in the backline.
Ari's already been taken down. The Senna starting to get surrounded, targeted by the Lux, by every single unit on Malala's side of the board. The sniper's focus with such a strong front line, you're able to have so much distance between yourself and the opponent's carries. It just seems like the Grim Reaper has arrived. Malala really camping out the board with the What the Forge, especially. A risky play. Could have backfired with just some terrible items, but he found so many snipers' focuses.
He's winning by 7, by 6 units, so actually penalizing a lot of the blow, hitting them a lot for a lot of HP, and now Taro wins his final round and getting the Ilaoi 2 and actually improving his front line. That's the only thing he needed. He has the
Ali.
he has the damage.
Halo, Akali. Min 1. Halo. Min 1 Akali dia, Cuk.
Iya anjir.
Cih, gangguin Cuk, Taro Cuk.
Sering kali ter-HP.
A little bit of everything on Malala's side. The legendary soup coming together.
Tapi Ice juga boardnya kuat anjir tuh, dia tuh itemnya tuh.
Yang satu Lucky
Cuman ya
Glove.
Milala terlalu ini boardnya.
Cok, anjing. Gacor Cok, Milala Cok, juara Cok. Aduh nggak mati. Aduh.
Wah anjir mati.
He's defeated, and now he's in fourth. Only Milala, Soko, and
Wah,
Ice
ini Milala
are
menang
still
nih.
alive.
Milili.
With the first place
Mululu.
of getting the TFT championship.
Malala sold the Alawi, finds another one now in the carousel, trying to find the Alawi to upgrade. North America versus CN. CN trying to stop North America from
Seru
doing it
banget,
again. They won
Cuk.
set 8 with a replay. They're trying to do it in set
Anjing. Mana nih? Ilawinya nggak upgrade. Halo? Oke.
There it is, Alawi 2.
Oh, di hold 1 akalinya sama ini Milala, Cuk. Orang jahat aja. Jahat ngintut. Orang jahat anjing.
Concoction of legendaries.
5 legendary 2-star if we count the one that are duplicated by the item. So
20M bang, tetep Cuk, jahat anjing.
Terfokus lagi, Cok. Ya, seperti itulah Milala, cuy.
Lu di turnamen liat orang main 1 nggak pegang, enggak, gua mau orang baik. Gua orang baik. Gila. Beres dong ini kur turnamen. Milala juara lagi, Cok. Gacor, Cok. Set ini
Udah
deh.
pasti Milala ini mah.
Set Vegas Open juara. Arsteel menang, ini menang. Alah udah. Orang kaya deh kur. Palakin gak sih?
Bang minta 100 juta, Bang.
Anjay.
Bikin turni Nusantara, Bang.
Baik soalnya Nusantara Open ya, Cok. Turnamennya Nusantara Open sih. Makanya ya udah, nggak akan gue pegang menit orang, Cok. Oh, yang kanan yang asli lawan asli ya?
Has a great combination of augments. You couldn't have asked for much more as well.
Cok,
Has the roll the
Cok.
dice into the lucky glove.
This is it.
Jing.
Saka is out.
B1 Cok, B1 Hacksteel, Cok.
In the way of Malala on his path to the world champion title.
Milala mendadak punya teman banyak abis turnamen. Minta duit semua anjing. Bener juga goblok.
The Ziggs has found all of that last little bit of extra tricks like needed adding the Dazzler, adding the
Tutorial jadi teman Milala, tolol.
Oke, Yorick 2-nya dapat. Enggak diambil. Oh, ini.
Ada Yuki nih, kalau nggak salah aku 1 SD sama Milala anjing. Tai banget. 2M 20M 20, Cok.
2M anjir.
Lah. Turun.
20M gila banget anjing.
Oh, jing. Yang kanan tiba-tiba bintang 2 semua goblok.
Malala has enough HP to tank one more loss, but so does Ice. Both of these players very even in
Item
terms
tank
of
doang itu tuh, Bang. Mau
Donya.
harapan apa lagi, Bang?
Jonya.
Oh,
Lah Jonya
Jennya belum
anjing.
full item. Kira tadi udah.
Lah dia nggak mau jonyain Ilawi-nya. Bintang 2 loh.
Zonya Ilawi.
Ya, Cok.
Finals fights, 28 HP for both sides, 26 on the other.
Ih.
25-28, going for the fight.
Jing, Lucian sama Caitlyn itemnya sama tuh bangsat. Sama tuh item anjing.
Wah, menang Milala, cuy.
Wih, tok 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 anjing. Bledur, aduh.
2 miliar. Belum anjir.
Satu lagi, Cok. Oh,
Weh, cari Jin 3. Tapi dia masih level 9 ya.
nggak ada duit.
It's not looking like that's the
He's
case
not selling.
at all.
Yeah. He's not selling. He thinks he can win. Maybe some positioning. If the team is able
Digeser-geser dikit nggak ngaruh, Cok.
to hold up for the whole tree of the Maestro to work, maybe there's a possibility of Milala is highly the favorite.
It has to come down to the Thresh potentially casting onto that right-hand corner with the Lucian and the Caitlyn. The Kiana's not going to be so relevant from Malala's side as well. We'll see now there's any going to be wrapped from the
Ayo lo, kami, Bang.
in the way that Kiana onto the Thresh, stunning the Thresh, moving the Thresh.
Udah nggak ngaruh posisi kayak gimana
Kita
juga.
lihat ulti Ezrealnya gimana, Ezreal. Ulti Challenger Ezreal.
Nyangkut, Cok. Ezrealnya, Cok, ke stun, Cok.
Nyangkut
Ke
aja.
stun, Cok, anjing. Woi, menang, Cok, Milala, Cok. Tuh, lihat tuh di belakangnya masih ada bekas Vegas waktu itu, Gur.
Tuh $100.000 tuh di belakang tuh.
Iya, Cok, dapat lagi dia anjing.
Dua dong di belakang. Ada juga tuh pialanya tuh anjing.
Oh iya anjing.
Dapetin sama gue.
Confetti raining down upon the stage to celebrate. I think a set that will not be beaten no matter how long TFT goes on for. Malala
Si
has
anjing,
made
Cok.
absolute history for himself.
Menang semua,
but for
Cok.
North America as well, another big championship win.
He was the most condecorated.
Dulu kayaknya gue SMP bareng Milala deh.
He's the most condecorated place of all TFT. I have to
Menang
tell you
lagi.
the story
Ini
of
Marquez
defeating
ini,
a
Cok.
single set. It was amazing run from him. I'm so happy for him since Las Vegas I had a chance to meet him.
Keren CS-Star dulu, mau ada reveal set baru.
Such a nice guy as well. We got the chance.
Pinjam
Ini dia
$10.000
keluar dari
kan.
kamar,
Also
terus
in
turun ke
Vegas,
maknya.
and he is just
Gimana kabar,
fantastic
Mak?
to
Baru
talk
dapat
to.
2M nih.
Anjing.
Mau beli apa, Mak? Baru dapat 2M nih. Mau ke HW nggak, Mak? Mau 2M nih.
Anjing.
It all started off with a raise the stakes all the way back in stage 2.
Milala bakal break goblok.
If you wanted to win, second big risk, what the forge.
Sebangku kalau nggak salah pas SD anaknya Pak Agus. Bener sih itu Pak Agus kan dulu. Dulu di SMP juga gue bareng sama dia tuh. Anaknya Pak Agus anjing.
As that stepping stone into then the Lucian to close things off and just legendary after legendary being upgraded as the
Ini Milala teman lama gue ternyata kur satu SMP. Yuki juga katanya satu SD sama Milala dulu. Milala pakai BCA nggak ya goblok anjing.
And of course we also want to hear from our analyst desk about this game and maybe from Malala himself. So stay tuned.
Milala jawab break anjing. Milala juara yang menang Milala tuh. Ini apalagi Yuki tolol anjing Yuki. Kebiasaan anjing.
Gokil Milala cuy.
Asli Malaysia cina Milala edan anjing.
Hasil
Nyasar.
nganjuk anjing. Let's go Milala. All in Bitcoin Milala. Habis bentar lagi halving nih.
Halving. Kalau gue pas SMA teman se-eskul goblok anjing. Tara.
Milala ini teman cosplay gue cuy. Ada yang nge-WA nanti cuy. Halo Milala, lu ingat gua nggak? Nah, itu tuh. Tengah halo Milala, gimana kabarnya? Jadi gini. Di luar ada pinjol nggak ya guys? Pajak US enak nggak gede, masa sih nggak gede, harusnya gede aja kalau US mah.
Bang.
Ya, mungkin dipotong juga sama Diskus dulu. Enggak, dia nggak join Diskus ya.
Milala kill sepuh goblok anjing. Tuh kan terbukti recall bagus.
Spill set 11 ya, Quart. Nggak boleh, cuy.
Mukanya senyum aja kontol.
Malala has done it and he has returned as the king of set 10. Welcome back.
Teman gua ada LLC sendiri, nggak bikin PT di Indo, bikin PT di US. LLC itu apa tuh? Ada skema serukat semua playernya. Iya.
Let's go! The king of set 10 claimed his crown for the third time this set. Nearly a fourth with regionals being tied with this, so...
Kalian tahu nggak sih soal yang endorse Messi itu cuy, yang Crypto Planet? Tadi gue lihat berita cuy, rungkat kriptonya.
Taking it down for North America
Planet.
once again.
I mean, being in that room, you
Bapak
can
masih
tell
ngitungin
from
duit
even the
Milala
beginning
awa
of the game,
anjing.
there was something in the air.
Yang
Update
juara
tanggal 20.
Yang juara Milala yang ngitungin duitnya Kuro anjing.
Nggak ada bahas itu Tegula.
Well, because there were so many moments that we looked at.
Dari segitu apa kayak guild, grup, tim gitu. Ya walaupun mereka solo-solo gitu.
We just kind of went from there.
We saw he was angling for hardstyle very early on with
Situ kayak PT di Indo mah pada cabut ke US, makanya disebut tax heaven. Mungkin ada triknya kali itu mah. Kalau pajak mah di sana pasti gede.
Milala juara Palala makan goblok anjing
Gue
Palala.
juga nggak ngerti sih. Mungkin bukan ke US ya kali. Ke negara bagiannya mungkin.
So many risks though, but that's exactly what he was talking about when we talked to him at the beginning of the day. Malala said the one
Negara apa gitu ya yang pajaknya kecil banget ya?
Is by raising the stakes.
Yeah, I said he had to raise the stakes, and he did both figuratively and literally in this game, right? He raised the stakes one time. We thought he might go for 2 with the tiniest Titans, but that wasn't the second raise the stakes. The second raise the stakes was the Forge. That's when he raised it, and he was able to find all those snipers' focuses.
It was amazing to watch, and we get a chance to celebrate now our top 8 players and how those 5 games went for them as we take a look at the
Chat
overall
Wikipedia
standings.
US tag event itu ada.
While at the top, let's
Nih,
take a moment and celebrate
besok-
everyone else that competed today.
Besok video ini nggak akan bisa tampil dulu cok, banyak copyright anjing.
Nah kan di negara bagiannya cok, Alaska, Tennessee, Shelby, Florida, South, bla 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 bla. Sedangkan ini tempat kejadian itu di North America anjir.
Top 2, 3, 4 itu Cina semua cok.
On any other day, in any other game, they're absolutely going to be back there. I don't think China ever leaves as one of the biggest threats.
Yeah, I think next set, we're already going to be seeing everybody coming back stronger and better than ever, but we have to stay in the now. Please welcome to our broadcast, the man, the myth, the legend, the champion, Malala. Congratulations. What in the world is
Lihat nih,
with your
lu
head?
lihat Milala ngomong nih, mulutnya pasti miring. Sebelah doang kebukanya.
Enggak.
Aku tumben enggak anjir, kemarin gue liat di shot deh gitu cok.
Lah,
Yeah, let's go through that journey together really fast. You had so much attention on you after winning the TFT.
Nah, kalau enggak lo lihat yang cewek deh,
You
yang
go
cewek
right
deh.
into the North America circuit,
Oh.
winning the first tournament of the set in KDA Cup.
Tuh.
Not only 24
Menurut
hours
gue
later,
karena
you
ini
get
sih,
third
karena
place at the Chinese
pelafalan
MSI,
bahasa Inggris ini
and you
susah,
keep
jadi
the ball
enaknya kayak
rolling,
buka mulut
narrowly
sebelah aja.
out on a first at the
kayaknya
KDA
emang dari
regional
desain
finals,
karakternya
leading
gitu
up
deh,
to
nggak
the set on a
nggak.
tiebreaker.
Desain
And what
karakter
does it
aja.
mean to you knowing that you
Mulutnya
now
nggak di tengah
have
nih.
a set that's basically untouchable?
Banyak kayak gitu, apalagi orang-orang UK guys, banyak kayak gitu dia ngomongnya. Nah tuh, Milala mulai kelihatan tuh.
Tuh mulutnya nggak di tengah gue. Emang waktu bikin karakternya salah mereka cok.
All right, Malala, I gotta ask you. You've always got the belt.
Desain dari
check in
Tuhan.
the back. Now you got a trophy, another check. Is it gonna just keep stacking up behind you? Or are you gonna eventually be buried in accolades that you're not even gonna be able to function in that room anymore? Malala, what's going on?
Yeah, I mean, hopefully I can keep it going in the next couple sets. Initially when I won Vegas, I was like kind of scared that I was never gonna win again, but I don't know. I kept getting it. I just was always in the spot to keep winning, I guess.
Well, I wanna ask you what was going through your mind in that game as you have to take all these risks. You told us you were raising the stakes to win. That had to be what you did. You raised the stakes with the heart steal, but also what the forge, and that's the moment I really want to ask you about. You get to that prismatic augment, and you really have to take such a massive risk.
Yeah, I think in my spot, I was sort of forced to take What the Forge. I don't think any of my other options were really takeable. And the thing with What the Forge is it's like a huge coin flip. If you like get really bad items, your spot becomes really doomed.
Milala aja bilang coin flip What the Forge kalau
believe in
itemnya
more
jelek
dog
tuh
buzzing,
sun
and I took What the Forge and it
anjing.
worked out for me.
DFG 3
terlalu
biji.
bagus banget anjir.
Iya, yang gua DFG 3 biji monyet. Susun, Cok.
It's whatever. As long as Mordog put me first, he gave me the personal blessing because he picked title last set and then he picked me this set. So I guess whoever Mordog picks just ends up winning worlds.
Someone get the referee on this one.
Yeah, just know, Malala, I picked you first in my pick'ems. I picked you in the predictions.
DFG item yang mana? Item artifak, tongkat, ijo anjing.
After you winning the belt, I
Cuma
knew
cuh,
this guy
ku musuh sekali
was
udah.
gonna win set 10.
Yeah, it's been amazing. It's been amazing to watch you throughout this entire
DFG
set. And I
apa?
want to look
Deadfire
towards your
Grass.
future now. What's next? Are you
Item
gonna
cacat
still
anjing.
continue to compete?
Main hard
knowing
steal
that
ada flex
11
dapetnya
is
itu
right around the
pusing deh.
corner?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna keep competing. I've been able to do it while working my job, so I think if I can keep making that balance and still proving that I'm
Anjir, dia masih ada kerja ternyata, Cok.
I'll keep going for it.
Well, but I think you've won enough money now that you might be able to quit that job. But it sounds like you're in a comfy position. But what are you gonna do with all of that?
I don't know. I'm mostly just.
Apa kerjanya anjir?
I don't really like spending too much money. I'm not a big spender. I'm more of like I just stay at home and play TFT. So.
So you're gonna bathe in it, is what you're saying? Is just make it a
keep
part
decorating
of
the back of his room with it. Yeah.
Ya menang, iya.
I'll cover my bed with the cash.
Sakit ditaruh di Zix satu dong yang bisa pakai. Cok, gue punya 3 anjing DFG.
They'd like to ask of Malala?
I guess I would kind of like to ask you because Malala already, you've attracted so much worldwide attention, becoming the world champion here. I have to imagine there's a lot of people watching right now who maybe at the very beginning are thinking about getting into a TFT competitive career.
Mana nih gue mau lihat set baru, coy. Bang, udah bang.
Say to players who might want to follow in your footsteps.
Yeah, I've always just been a believer, I guess. Always have confidence in yourself and always believe that, you can make it this far. I think if people look back at my journey, especially when I started like in set 6 and set 7, I don't think many people would have believed that I would make it to where I am today in terms of like my competitive TFT career. So perseverance actually helps out a lot and just keep believing in yourself.
Well said.
All right, Malala, they said that you were a choker. They said, oh, you only won because of your gold openers. They made so many excuses. What are they going to say? What are your haters going to say now, Malala? Or what do you have to say to them?
I'm the world champ. GG's.
Keren gitu, Cok, anjing. Keren gitu, Cok, anjing.
Before we do that, I wanted to give you one last chance to have a platform, say shout-outs and all that stuff.
Yeah, I just want to give the same shout-outs I gave in the beginning to my study group.
Keren gitu, bro, anjing.
I also want to give shout-outs to like Replay, Degree, Ripple. We like studied a bunch.
Ini jadi streamer aja, Bang. Dia kerja apa sih? Kalau dia masih kerja sih kayaknya kalau nggak, gue nggak yakin kerja di tempat orang deh. Kayaknya kerja bantu orang tua mungkin. Dengan duit sebanyak itu, dengan streamer yang view-nya gede.
Dan and Bryce,
they
do like a lot
kerjanya
of
streaming kali
TFT, and Dan was actually like the first guy who ever put me on the spotlight back in set 7. I think I was given a good opportunity, like a good second chance to like be in the spotlight, and I just want to make the most of it.
Best of luck to you, Malala, in your future. Congratulations again on your world champion title, and enjoy that golden spatula behind you.
Thank you.
Well, there you have it. NA on top once again. They have secured themselves
kerjanya part-time jaga toko, Bang. Iya, bisa jadi jaga toko punya keluarganya, bantu-bantu. Jaga toko warung Madura kayaknya, Cuk.
Warung Madura, anjing. Masih aja.
It's just more terrifying and more terrifying. And it's going to take it home again. We're looking for our 3-peat now. We're starting
Bang, udah Bang. Gue tahu dia SMP-nya bareng sama gue.
Dia kalau kerja di Mac diculik anjing.
Just getting so much more synergy. We heard from Relic joining the MSI, and now from Milala being able to talk to 60 Cent. We heard that from Taro as well. He studied the TOC finals extremely extensively. So I think, you know, it might be an NA championship. But
Milala punya tambang emerald. Lu kira dia main Minecraft anjing, tambang emerald goblok anjing.
As well, right? Not only has it been the international synergy between all of these players competing at these big competitions, but we also
Gak
have
mungkin
so many
penghasil
regions
dari
that
itu
are
nggak punya
still
usaha
showing so much
sendiri.
passion and growth for the
Dia kerja
game.
part
And
time
it's been
dengan
really
pendapatan
amazing to
sebanyak itu
watch.
dengan views
Oh,
segede itu
absolutely.
kayak
Yeah, we saw there was so much coming out.
berarti ada alasan kuat banget dia sampai bisa ikut part time sih. Entah itu mungkin utang keluarga yang gede.
I think people, the different regions came with different expectations for today.
Dia agen real estate bang, pas di Vegas kan diwawancara. Emang iya? Yang bener lu Ilham.
Yeah, Relic was the big one for me looking at this. I was
Atau
very,
karena
very
itu bantu
excited
keluarga,
to see his
guys.
performance, just to see the passion on his face. When he went to 19 points, you could see how much it crushed him, and I know that we're gonna have still all that passion from LATAM coming back to the next Worlds.
Yeah, well,
Padahal dia day
one
1 rungkat
set
bet ya.
may be
Iya,
over,
anjing.
that just means that another set gets to begin. And without further ado, we have more information for you.
Set baru.
Born Fables.
Ore, set baru. Ore. Terus tau
Part
dia,
time karena gabut apaan anjing.
terus tau dia cuma dikasih trailer ini doang yang bisa
Oh
dilihat
ini
di
nih,
YouTube.
trailer set 11 nih.
Enter a world
Aku
where
sih
myth
belum lihat
intertwines
trailernya
with
guys.
reality, and fantastical beings tempt fate and fortune. With a new mechanic and roster, each path, decision, and
Wih,
encounter
championnya
will
ada
Wih,
apa aja
ada bug
tuh?
tuh. Oh, udah. Oh, belum. Kirain udah.
Hey Tacticians, I'm Ryan
Wih,
Blue Cove, a gameplay
Tobrut
designer
baik
who's
nih.
most proud of my work
Goblok.
across the legendary units of this set and sets past. Mecha Leona.
Ini yang baik apa yang jahat nih guys?
Designer behind the set mechanic you're about to encounter.
We're so excited to welcome you to our new set, Inkborn Fables.
New mechanic encounter apa nih, Cok?
In the world of Inkborn Fables, brushes with
apa nih?
fate and mythical creatures are inevitable. So we created Encounters, a new mechanic that brings the thematic to life. At various points in each game, you'll have chance encounters with legendary beings. They can be just for fun, or literally game-ending. Some encounters have a small impact on your game. If Alawi shows up, she'll grant you some free
Yang kan
rerolls.
itu yang agak ngeselin itu.
Encounters set, and all
Dia bisa langsung
tacticians get
ngebunuh lu.
way bigger.
Anjing.
Down a bit, with no gameplay effect. Why, you ask? Well, set's just passionate about bulk and cut cycles, and sometimes it's fun to have a more normal game of TFT. Then there are the game-changing encounters.
Kenapa nggak
Shogat,
offline ya
for
bang
example,
turnya?
gives players
Gak
a
tau
choice.
juga sih.
Apa nih?
Feed the beast
Nanti gue
and
coba gue tanyain
permanently sacrifice a
teman gue dulu
shot
di Rito.
slot in exchange for a reward.
Anjing.
Or play it safe and keep your shot fully intact.
Shopnya jadi min 1 slot
I've
gitu,
got to
doi.
talk about this next one, which comes from some very loud player feedback. Fishing minigame enthusiasts, we see you. When you meet Tom Kench, you'll want to stand in puddles to collect fish for the River King. The more fish you collect, the more loot everyone gets.
Huh?
And then there's the Kane encounter. If Kane appears, he'll announce his return on a predetermined stage. When he returns, he ends
Nah
the
ini
game.
nih.
Whether you're first or 8th when that time comes, your fate will stand. Encounters will
Tuh.
show up in a
Hah,
variety
itu gacha jadinya. Aduh, hoki siapa yang
Iya.
mati.
Over the course
Lah
of the
goblok
set, you'll
anjing.
have the chance to see more than 70 unique encounters.
Lah goblok
Expect
anjing.
your ones to be more rare.
Urutan lu sekarang. Oh.
Now let's talk about some of the traits you'll discover in Inkborn Fables. First up, Exalted. If you love adapting on the fly, you'll love Exalted.
Apa ini?
In each game that you play, a new subset of champions will be given the trait, creating novel opportunities. This trait buffs Exalted champions and their adjacent allies.
Ini ibaratnya
so you
tuh
can play
kayak
it as a
ini.
vertical or splash it into other comps for support.
Kayak
That
cuaca di set
flexibility is
8
vital
lah.
because you'll be building dramatically different comps each
Wah,
game as
ada
the
set
Exalted
8.
roster
Emang
changes.
ada set 8?
Next, there's
Setahu gue
Mythic.
nggak ada
Itu
kok.
yang
Mythic
cuaca
runes
waktu
gain
itu
a bunch of stats.
Bukan set 8.
itu yang
For combats,
yang jana
these
cuacanya
myths
ada
become
ini
canonical.
gitu. Itu set 9.
Oh. Oh, yang itu.
Way, League's sad lad artist, will make his
Ada
debut
Way,
with
Cok.
5 cost Mythic.
Way.
His artist trait lets him paint duplicate copies of your benched units. We're also revisiting a fan favorite, Fortune. so get ready to bring out the thumbnails. But Fortune is
Nah, ini
especially
Herstil nih.
exciting this time around because for the first time ever in TFT, we're introducing a new character to Runeterra. Our new tank Yordle is an absolute well, by Yordle standards, because he's only about 4 feet tall. This fluffy fellow will join the ranks of tanky Yordles, aka
dikeplak batu anjing sama Gendar tuh. Keren tuh anjing.
being a one cost, he scales nicely into the late game, because the more interest you earn, the more permanent health he gains.
Nggak ada HL
now I've
lagi.
got to share my favorites. First up, Fated. Bond two units together and you'll make them stronger. Now, Keith. Speaking of favorite couples, there's one more unit I want to call out. Zaya and Rakan, who enter the set as a single 5 cost.
Nah, saya Rakan ini ada 2 langsung.
The trait allows you to swap which lover takes to the battlefield based upon where you place them. Each lovebird has their own ability that will also tap
anjing.
board partner for
Wih,
support.
keren, Cok.
Ready to build your own hero? Story
Bisa gitu anjing, ganti-ganti, Cok.
As you write
butuh tank atau damage.
trait breakpoints, you'll have the ability to empower her spell, grant her new passive, or even see her ascend.
Kel ini kayak Hammerdinger.
Pass it over to this set's engineering to give you more info
Tapi
on
based
5 cost
on
for story
ini
that required all new
trade.
tech
Kalau punya
to live up
3
to her
kita
Blade
bisa
Dancer
milih
moniker.
1 stat. Kalau dapat 5 bisa milih lagi. Kalau 7 bisa milih lagi.
Lah jadi Jess dong.
Kok Jess?
Jess kan trade-nya banyak makin kuat.
The engineering lead of Inkborn
Tapi yang kuat dia
Fables
doang
led
kayak
the tech
Hammerdinger.
program. I'm here with Winston, the gameplay
Kalau
product
Hammerdinger kan beli item ya. Kalau
Hey,
itu dia tinggal milih doang.
Usually when we make a
Asalkan
champion
cukup
in
sinerginya.
TFT, we have plenty of examples to draw from in League or previous sets for the tech. This was the first time where we had to build the tech for a champion from the ground up because the concept was just so unique.
Oh ya, apa itu Irelia begitu, Cok?
I thought it was her ability.
Ya Irelia OP banget anjir.
Anjing.
Keren banget skillnya.
Anjing.
Making games, designers and artists can dream up the wildest things, but it always falls to engineers to figure out how to actually build them.
Ya 11 namanya
when
apa?
design wanted to bring
Infable
Aurelia's
Born tadi ya?
legendary blade dancing abilities into the game, we went to Honorog and said, design wants to do something impossible. So in a real way, we went to engineering to see if we could make blade dancers' blades.
Keren banget unit itu, Cok. What the fuck?
Ya kos 5 tapi.
We wanted Irelia
Oke, Irelia 4 nih.
weave smoothly from target to target. At the time,
Keren gini,
this was
Cok.
impossible. It was hard for us to create missiles with smooth paths that were more complicated than S-shape. We solved this issue by using a combination of Hermite splines. These are basically equations that tell a missile how to move in a specified shape from point A to point B, while making adjustments for the chaos
Developer
that
itu
is a fight.
apa namanya pengen banget divalidasi gitu. We don't fucking care behind-nya itu, Cok.
Tapi keren, Cok.
Mau lo pakai codingnya Java tiba-tiba kayak mau lo pakai apa gitu. Harus banget gitu kita tahu prosesnya anjir.
Inkborn Fables is a
Biar
prime example of
orang-orang
how we're
nerd
trying to push
pada
the
tahu,
boundaries of
Bro.
TFT as a major player within League Tech and the Runeterra
Ih, keren
universe.
gini, Cok.
Our new tank Yordle unit is of course another example of this. But there's even more we've been working on. Alun, who you know as Aphelios' twin sister,
Ini
has
ya?
always been the disembodied
Ini
voice
ada
of
emang?
the independent lunar being.
Alun.
Well,
Oh, ada unit
Iya.
sekarang.
of her own, so she's
Anjing, keren, Cok.
Inkborn Fables is the most
Alunnya ada,
content-heavy
Apheliosnya juga
set
ada.
we've ever created.
Ih.
Thanks to the efforts of all of our teams working in harmony, including QA, art, engineering, design, and many, many more. But these teams aren't the only ones cooking up new
Asik.
content and
Dadah,
experience for us.
dadah set 10 gue mau main PBE, bye anjing. Ya, gue mau main PBE aja, Cok. Fuck set 10 ih. Ih.
Hey Tacticians, I'm Alex, a product manager for cosmetics on TFT. With Inkborn Fables, we're
Kalau gini work
introducing
4
a
bulan
new
sekali
way
ya,
for you to
Cok.
get chibis, little legends,
Nah ini di set
arenas,
11 kayaknya
and more.
ada banyak
With
banget
PBE
ini, Cok,
kapan? Gak tahu, bentar
application-nya.
lagi katanya.
You see in Treasure Realms today. Coming midway through this set, our rotating shop will offer a seasonal selection of in-game content you can buy with
Oh,
your currency.
shopnya
You'll get this
ini.
currency through passes, Treasure Realms, and events. Regardless if
Ya,
you're
jadi
a
untuk
free-to-play player
orang
or
yang
mythic content enthusiast.
sering ngegacha di Treasure Realm nanti bakal dapet kayak 2 currency gitu. Bisa dapat yang kuning atau enggak yang hijau. Nah, terus nanti bisa dibelanjain kayak token gitu.
In the future. It's about choosing the content.
Cing, keren,
The overall
Cok.
goal of this update is to increase agency in how you choose to approach collection. So we're making a couple of additional changes. With the addition of rotating shop currency, the treasure realms, we're reducing the drop
Asik
rate of
nambah
mythic
cibi
content,
itu.
but also reducing the price of each treasure realm pull along with it. We'll also be adding a milestone reward track similar to League's Masterwork chests. These changes will result in less investment for each individual pull,
Free to play bisa
more
nggak?
rewards along the way, and more control
Free to
over
play seingat gue
acquiring
juga
the
ada
content
sistem
you
rewardnya
want.
nanti.
That's it
Kayak
for me.
Battle Pass
Look
gitu.
forward to more info on the rotating
Yang
shop
udah
as we
gacha
get closer to
110 kali
its
ada
release.
PT balik gak? Enggak
Thanks for
harusnya.
supporting TFT, whether you're still repping River Sprite or flaunting your finisher at the end of a fight. Now I'll pass it over to Mariah in our Singapore office to talk about
Singapura,
some
Cok.
stylish content.
Kur Singapura tuh.
Apanya?
Ini orang dari Rio Singapura katanya.
Mariah, one of the producers for cosmetics on TFT here, and I'm honored to share what the team's been working on for Inkborn Fables.
Kemarin baru juga
let's
Alin
get
gacha
Chibi
Everything Goes Online
With
udah
the
tahu
set's
Cok.
release, we're introducing
Ih,
Chibi
lucu!
Morgana and her spell-binding mythic variant, Chibi Majestic
Anjay,
Empress Morgana.
keren gitu Cok.
Wow, that's a cool look. Also, during our release patch is a new mythic variant of a fan favorite Chibi. Chibi Spirit Blossom Ari is the perfect Chibi to guide your
Anjing
foes
lucu
to the
banget
afterlife.
tuh. Beli gak sih Kur?
But new Chibis aren't the only thing in store for Inkborn Fables.
Zing, lucu
Ada
banget
banyak
Cok.
tuh, cibinya ada banyak banget.
Iya apa nih?
Well,
Nggak ada
they
cong
never
kah?
really made a face at all. And finally, our Heaven's Celestial Court Arena. Koi points do make the perfect place to relax.
Cing, keren banget.
If that point tends to transition into a spirit realm with glowing fish circling the court. With that,
Bang, nabung bang, set depan beli board bang. Nabung bang, anjing bagus banget. Anjing, bagus semua Cok.
Hey tacticians,
Nabung ya, bisa ya nabung.
Since our last
Ding, duit
we've had a
Cok.
few major events. So let me start off by saying a huge thank you to
Anjing
everyone who
bagus
came out
banget
to
Cok.
Vegas for the first TFT Open. Congrats to Malala, who took home our first ever Tactician's belt. It was such an incredible weekend, and I can't wait for our next Open at the end of this year.
Hah? Next Open.
On top of that, we just crowned our Remix Rumble champion this weekend. We're filming this before said championship, so whoever ends up winning, congrats. I thought you were my favorite the whole time, no cap. Now, let's turn our eyes to how we're improving future competition. Over the years, we've opened our tournament
Dadah duit
to 9
beasiswa halo
regions
bot
around the world.
goblok anjing.
But that
Beli gak
resulted
sih?
in 9
Bagus banget
regional
anjing.
formats that are hard to follow and know how to get involved. We've also heard that competitors feel like they're playing in qualifiers for qualifiers, and the seeds that set championships don't represent regional strength. So, starting with Inkborn Fables, our regional cups will be shifting to a pan-regional model, built around EMEA, APAC, the Americas, and CN. This allows us to
Tidak ada
simplify
CA, cuy.
formats around the world. This
CA-nya
way,
mana,
competitors
Bang?
can better represent their servers, build new rivalries or friendships, and take advantage of TFT's unique ability to compete cross-regionally without lag being an issue. These pan-regional tournaments will also become the new path for players to earn a spot into set championships.
Apek kan saya. Tadi
Expect
ada
an
apek
update
ya?
from the esports
Oh iya,
team with
apek
all the
ya?
particulars soon.
Ore.
And with that, I'd like to thank everyone who's ever cheered for their
Nusantara
favorite
Open mana
TFT
nanti
player
Cok.
in
anjing.
Remix Rumble.
Uang
And
THR buat
welcome you to
gacha.
Inkborn
Lah enak masih ada THR Cok. Angpau gua udah gak ada Cok anjing. Sepertinya pinjol tidak buruk.
Dan
Goblok.
sudah kelar. Tuh 20 Maret tuh rilisnya guys.
20 Maret rilis.
What amazing information that we just got a
Anjay.
chance to see for the new set.
Gas PBE anjing.
What was your
Selamat tinggal set 10. Ih, headliner. Ih.
Talking about esports, and I'm so pumped for all the different esports
Arena
tournaments
TFT
that
makin
could
kesini
push
mahal-mahal
the set
keren dia,
forward
Cok.
in casual play as well for TFT.
I'm really excited about those cosmetics as well. I cannot wait to get a new board to play with for all of the
Paling
games I
pinjol,
know I'm going to be
goblok
spamming when the set releases.
Oh, Alex definitely has my lunch money right there. I could not believe they're actually putting out Spirit Blossom Ari alongside with the Empress Cold Look Morgana. That was epic.
Yeah, I'm about to be okay. I think getting finished off in a game if I get a
Kan
chance to
tolong
see
Irilan
that
nembakin
animation
misil.
as well.
Iya
But
cuy.
there is so much more for us to unpack when it comes to Inkborn Fables, especially when it comes to the gameplay
Dadah
side. So
semua
please
game Halo
join us
PBE
in
anjing.
welcoming
Gue mau main
to
PBE
our
aja.
broadcast Riot Blue Cove and Sloan, who
Keren
you just
anjing,
heard
set
from
baru
in that
tuh.
video
Ih.
explaining more about that set. Both of you, welcome to the broadcast. How are you enjoying the World Championships that we just had?
It has been a lot of fun. That last game, we were sitting there going, it's game 6,
Wih,
game
headsetnya
6,
mirip gue
game
cuy.
6, wait.
Yang mana tuh?
What
Yang kiri.
a finish.
Yeah, congrats to Malala.
Enggak dong, yang kanan
What
dong.
a display
Tapi
on,
dua-duanya
like,
HyperX
the
itu.
entirety of Remix Rumble. It has just been fantastic to watch.
Maybe we'll get a chance to see somebody else do another repeat, just star-studded performance when it comes to the new set.
Anjing, itu lu lihat dah yang Blue Cove.
belakang itu.
Iya, belakangnya ada kepiting joget tai di layarnya.
Ya itu yang rap.
Ada kepiting jogetnya anjing.
Interested in revisiting the thematic space we last saw in Fates, our 4th set. But we knew we really wanted a unique twist to give Inkborn Fables
Bocil
its own
FOMO HL
identity.
menangis
We
lah.
started
Karena ada
individually
rap.
exploring interesting possibilities to make sure we had a wide range
Kamu
of
kok nggak
options to
diinterview
consider
ngapain,
when
Cok?
it came time to really lock down what we wanted to create.
Yeah, the direction that we
Ting
were all
ting
really
ting
excited
ting
by
ting
was
ting ting
heavily
ting
inspired
ting
by
ting
traditional
ting
ink
ting
painting
ting
featured
ting
myths and
ting ting
legends.
gitu musiknya.
So we decided to create a set that exists in a spirit world within
Dia
one of
top
these
div
works of art.
kepiting joget. Jungle div tuh biasanya paling sering.
And I love that you're able
server.
to share some of where that inspiration came from, but I was also wondering if you could both share
Katanya Cibiari
something that
top
you
up
were both
diskon
proud of
90% ya.
contributing
Iya Andre,
to
maksimal
this set's
100 perak.
realization.
Absolutely. So the set mechanic encounters is
Info
the
kaca
answer.
PBE
I spent a
banyak
lot of
tutor
my
di
time
YouTube
on
mah.
it, and I'm pretty proud of where it landed. I
Apaan
think it
kaca
really
tuh?
PBE-nya
captures the
tanggal
fantasy of
5 nanti
journeying
buka
through
kalau
an
nggak salah.
unknown realm.
Mungkin tanggal 6 Maret
Also have
PBE
to mention Kobuko,
14
the new
titik
Yordle
5 masuk
debuting
di situ.
Inkborn
Oh,
Fables. I
mungkin.
got to work on him from concept to finished
Dia
product,
lagi
and
emang
seeing
lagi
the character
nontonin
evolve
itu.
and come to
Emang.
life has been one of the most satisfying and meaningful experiences of my time at Riot. Every time I see his face or hear his voice, it
Krep
makes me
pantulan
smile,
kaca
and I
lah
hope
ya
our players
emang
love him
kok.
as much as I
Itu
do.
kan emang
And
gitu.
a huge shout out to
Emang
all the
pantulan.
talented artists,
Itu.
animators,
Biar
engineers,
masuk
sound
ke live.
designers, user experience designers, and other contributors I worked with on
Jadi
these
apa
projects.
sih namanya
Without
cameo
you guys, none of this would have been possible. So thank you.
That's
And my
amazing to hear.
answer is not that wholesome. I'm really selfish. I got the opportunity to work on a ton of our 5 costs this time around. So I had a lot of fun creating some really wild interpretations
Ya,
of,
kena copyright lagi.
Spirit World from like
Ini siapa nih yang ngasih nih? Makasih loh, Tonki. Jadi kena copyright. Baik banget dah lu Sel. Monyet. Sel.
but the entire team really
Makasih loh
supported
anjing.
me in bringing these designs to life, and I'm super happy with how they landed.
PBE itu apa bang? Itu tes server.
I'm excited to play. I'm excited for people to play around with Storyweaver, which is our summon trait. Our artists
Ya sebab ada KS gitu nggak? Ada namanya Fortune.
And the whole trait line is just, it's full of my favorite skins. It's just really, really pretty.
Tiap set
There's a couple
selalu ada cuy.
combinations to play around with, and I'm really curious to see which ones people find.
Mana kena copyright 10.000 kena cuy.
I thought we got a lot of information from the preview that we just saw, but I feel like we have even
Gua
more
sekarang
now
jadi
we've got to
manusia
consider.
parno copyright
Yeah,
anjing.
I'm really dying to know more about the core set mechanic
PB
itself.
cuma enak jadi
encounters. We have
satu.
so many systems
Milala
already,
gotnya TFT di
like
KDA
portals,
Cup dia yang menang juga. Iya cuy.
How is this going to add to the experience on top of all of that?
Sure.
Tapi kalau ada Morgana nggak ada Kylo. Kan ada Kylo tadi.
Game and challenge you to adapt to changing situations, but we didn't want to make them something you had to always remember during every round.
Helena mah cuma di set sekarang doang ya. Dulu di set 4 juga ada.
To deliver exciting short
Namanya
duration high
Chosen.
points, while having some longer effects mixed in to add texture and let us experiment with new design spaces.
Nggak ada headliner
So 2 to 5
nanti.
times per game at random rounds, a champion will appear to every player and do
Headliner
something to
tidak
change the game.
ada, portal
Anything from
tidak
giving someone player
ada.
health to making every unit killed have a chance to drop loot for the rest of the game. Some of them can even happen right at the start, and some of those will challenge you to put your skills to the test and adapt to wild situations. Luckily, we have an encounter panel, so you can remind yourself of what happened when you get to
Milala cuma show up di sistem Chosen headliner. Tolol.
Carousel masih ada kah? Kadang ada, kadang enggak.
We'd love to hear it.
Unlucky. I'm on the spot. Okay. So there's a ton to choose from.
Tinggal menunggu apakah di set selanjutnya ada Kylo reroll carry lagi atau enggak. Harusnya ada. Mordok fetishnya Kylo anjing.
Really dizzying, but also super hype.
2 set berturut Kylo-nya begitu anjing. Set depan ada lagi pasti.
Ganti set tiap 4 bulan. Augment masih ada. MU versus City bang, gue nggak tertarik. Bola.
Absolutely nothing mechanically, but everyone gets really speedy, and the speed boost lasts until the end of the game, and it's a lot of fun just watching people zoom around the carousel at max speed. I am a big fan of that one.
Well, as a competitive player myself, sometimes we know when we inject too many resources or RNG into the game, it can take a hit on player agency. Are there any ways to anticipate these
Milala
encounters,
saving
or are
stuff for
there any
next chosen
levers
set.
that you put inside the system to kind of control the range of craziness we're going to see?
Yeah, so the most transformative encounters are known from the start of the game. But otherwise, your only indication that an encounter is coming is seeing it appear on the stage tracker at the start of the stage. We do have levers in place to adjust the experience if necessary. Unpredictability helps sell the sense of adventure and discovery we're trying to capture with the encounter mechanic. In testing, we found that this created a more exciting experience that rewards adapting to your situation.
Yang paling kerasa paling nanti di set 11 ini sih guys, bentuk championnya,
That's amazing to
splash
hear, and
artnya, bentuk
I'm
championnya,
personally so excited
belajar
to see what
lagi.
encounters we still have in store for
Gue
us,
main, gue
because
ngerasa
you were
bentuk
able
championnya
to
mirip-mirip
tease
banget
so
anjir.
many, and I feel like we're gonna just get so many different iterations of the game when it comes down to playing. But I'm
Zira,
also personally interested about our
Tifir,
new little friend Kobuko. So Sloan, this
Civir
question is for
Fine ya
you. Can
kalau
you please
sama
give
apa
us
gitu,
more
mirip banget bertiga
information
cok.
about
Pusing
our
gue ngeliatnya.
new Yordle friend?
I would love to. I was hoping this question would be asked. So, Kobuko is the first TFT
Tapi lu
unit
udah
designed
nyobain
to
seru
fit
nggak
into
tuh?
Runeterra,
Set 11.
which means his story needs to connect to the world we know from League of Legends.
Dibanding yang ini dah.
10 sih menurut gue.
Kobuko
Seru
spent
mana
years
ini?
exploring the world and
Tapi
discovered
yang
that
ini
it
ada
is
headliner
often
kurang.
harsh and unfair.
Ih.
In his search to understand this,
Iya,
he went to
headliner
Ionia, where he fell in love with the culture, the people, the environment, and the philosophies, and then added his own brand of Yordle eccentricity to the mix.
Musiknya enak
Emblem masih
nggak?
ada nggak? Masih lah.
Musiknya nggak ada nggak
Malah
sih?
nanti lu bisa dapetin emblem dari Augment nanti.
Itu nggak ada musik kan? Gue set depan
Nggak ada.
Iya. Yang ada musiknya cuma set sekarang doang. Nggak ada musik, nggak ada cok. Musik cuma set sekarang doang cok.
Berarti ntar lu masih stream TFT kan nggak bakal ada bahasa Indonesia. Emang siapa yang bilang nggak bakal ada?
Dia tuh tadi dibilang.
Nggak ada.
Musik board doang yang ada ya cok.
Temen lu punya fobia HLK core. Iya cuy.
Menjijikan anjing headliner cok dibegal tengah jalan dari ih.
So when you
Jijik
see him in
anjing.
the future as a supportive unit or a melee damage dealer, don't be surprised.
Koplo ada nggak bang? Nggak ada musiknya, Effendi. Nggak ada musik set depan.
It's not very often we get a chance to see new like champions within
Gak usah
just
akan wait lu anjir, lu
TFT
punya
universe,
TBE.
and that makes me so excited to see what we can get next.
Yeah, it definitely takes us on the same level as our bigger cousin, League of Legends, and we can explore the convergence together. I do want to have a question about some set mechanics, because I was a huge Heartsteel enjoyer, and I believe Milala might have been as well. It gave us
a little bit.
Just a little bit. Just a little. It gave us so much variability in how we could cap our boards. It was really skill expressive. Are there any traits that can achieve the same heights as
Bang, lu dapat
Heartsteel did
bocoran
in
kalau ada
set 10?
fitur ganti icon di mobile nggak? Ganti icon.
So there's quite a few
Itu icon apa?
opportunities for skill expression and Inkborn
Ganti
Fables.
splash artnya gitu.
Fortune
Enggak lah,
is
aja di
similar
PC
to
juga nggak ada
playing
fiturnya.
Heartsteel in high stakes mode. It offers you a big reward if you can lose enough consecutive rounds, but a single win will reset your proc.
Tampilan champion di TFT itu skin mereka di MOBA bukan sih bang? Iya, tapi ada juga skin yang cuma ada di TFT doang.
Skill expression, and we have a lot of triple traded
Berarti itu trade fortune mirip kayak Piltover ya? Harus lu streak 8 dulu anjing. Ore, pasukan Dino, lulusan Dino cok.
Tapi nggak ada ininya, nggak ada dapat Dinonya.
And rewards a deep knowledge of the set while still remaining fairly accessible. We've seen some absolutely crazy comps.
Kalau nggak ada HL udah enak mau main apa. Iya, gue juga sukanya nggak ada headliner, dari awal udah tahu mau main apa, udah kegambar tuh.
Can shift with every single game. That is gonna make a lot of
Manusia penbek muncul lagi.
Love it. Now, I know we talked about the high version of TFT, but sometimes
lulusan Dino, we are back anjing, field over cuy.
Apakah C11 benar ada bahasa Indonesia? Tidak tahu. Din nggak bakal kelar kayak cuy.
Fortune nggak bisa
Tunggu
open
untuk
box.
ilmu set 11-nya Bang Kor. Gak tahu sih kalau nggak ada bahasa Indonesia, gue pensi TFT guys.
Duh, dadah kur.
Kalau ada bahasa Indonesia-nya gue lanjut main TFT.
Dadah kur.
Or if you want to turn your brain on a little bit more, you can splash Heavenly to get out the specific stats you want in another comp. So it's a fun flex trait, and also there's a way out if you just aren't hitting.
Yeah, as for verticals, my favorite vertical, as I've mentioned before, is Story Weaver. So you summon a mythical hero, and at every trait breakpoint, you will make a choice that upgrades her in unique ways. I don't want to spoil what happens when you reach the final chapter of her story, but trust, it is worth it.
Ayo Storyware gue udah nyoba juga tuh, cuman susah buat vertikalnya.
Oh iya.
Through Umbral. The light of the moon shines down on
Kayak
select
yang Kel
hexes,
tadi itu deh yang
granting
Storyware.
units standing
Ada yang itu nggak kur, yang point, kayak point.
Umbral units that receive the moon's blessing will also execute enemies.
Ya,
that
yang
drop below
Storyware
certain
itu kalau nggak salah yang
thresholds. That
munculin
one's
Kel
allowed
itu.
to play as well.
Oh.
Main
point.
Kalau nggak salah namanya Storyware. Jadi kalau Storyware-nya 3 muncul satu Kel. Storyware 5 lu bisa kasih item Kelnya.
A final platform to sort of tell us what your
Point.
players can get out of the experience of playing the new set in Corn Fables.
Yeah, players will feel like they're journeying through uncharted lands.
Pilihannya tuh mau ngasih attack speed, mau ngasih dia damage, kalau nggak salah sama skillnya mau dibikin area.
Sometimes going 8th along the way.
Don't we all sometimes in the games that we play? Well, Sloan, Berluco,
Emangnya
thank
kenapa
you
Bang
so
bukannya lu
much
bisa
for
bahasa
joining
Inggris?
us, and we cannot wait
Males
to
gue kalau
see
gamenya tuh nggak
the fully
support
realized set when it comes
orang
out on March
Indonesianya.
20th.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank y'all.
Lulusan AD Flag bisa apa di set depan lah ya, gue tahu Cuk.
I love it when we get a chance to talk
Tinggal
to the devs
pencet-pencet
because
aja.
even though we got a chance to only see a handful of faces within that experience, there's so many people that are working
Karena
on each and
nge-translate
every
itu
set.
tuh murah, mudah guys. Nge-translate itu lu cuman bayar agensi, lu kasih duit, tas, dah kelar aja translate. Banyak kok agensi di Indonesia ngerjain translate game.
Yeah, and we have the new champion as well. So that's going to be very exciting to see just how far this set can go. But Clement, I can't believe it. That's it. We're done with Remix Rumble.
This was definitely my favorite set to play so far. It was so fun, so much variability. I'm a little bit saddened to see it go. We turned up the Rumble, and now it's time for a new adventure.
It really
Pas
is.
ke Lowi kalau jadi gratis itu seru kayaknya buat montek Tingfast ya. Bukan Tingfast doang Cuk. Jadi pencet D enjoy kan.
Ada Luoyi nggak Bang? Ada Hui.
Luoyi
so much to all of the staff that helps to work the
Udah
event.
lama gue nggak denger nama itu.
To deliver such a wonderful viewing experience, and thank you so much to all of you viewers at home for watching along and cheering for your favorite players. From all of us here on the stage and behind the scenes,
Coba translate
thank
dari
you for
Pena
watching,
Katsuki.
and we will see you on March 20th.
Itemnya masih sama semua Bang. Seinget gue itemnya masih sama semua sih. Paling statnya doang beda.
Set 11 ada Harit gak? Harit anjing. Harit.
Dan sudah selesai guys.
Ore, bubar. Berpelukan, gila Cok. Ini Teletubbies anjing. Pas beres berpelukan. Teletubbies cuy. Dah. Dan guys, sampai jumpa di PBE. Hehe anjing.
Embargonya jam tanggal 4 jam 3 pagi guys, baru bisa gua ngebocorinnya, tapi gue males juga sih, apa yang mau gue bocorin ya?
Atep Mbak Nekra peluk dong, goblok ini. Dah bubar ya, sampai jumpa. nanti PBE. Hehe. Goodbye.